Hello and welcome to Scotland for round 2 of the 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship, where this weekend we're racing at what is the home of the West of Scotland kart club, Larkhall Circuit International, which is the only FIA homologated circuit in Scotland, and at just under 1,200 metres long, it's also the longest. And when you walk around the paddock and chat to the drivers who have travelled from all across the country to be here, it is a circuit that they're really looking forward to racing on. So let's take a look at an onboard lap then with one young driver who's running in Mini Inter this weekend, kart number 9 from Sam Pollitt Racing, Josh Cormack, because this is his home track. So we pick up Josh here as he goes under the start-finish gantry there, and it's all about left turns at first. It's this hard left. You can use plenty of runoff, then another left, and then you're coming into the boot section. Before that, it's an almost 90 left, and now we start to sweep on the right-hander. And at this point here, you can see Josh getting a little overtake done there. You start to put the hammer down because it is a big sweeping right-hander section where you can go almost flat, and you're heading to the far side of the circuit right now. And as you can see here, take plenty of runoff because you've carried so much speed, bringing you into the infield now after that little right-hander, and it's the first of a couple of hairpins then. This one brings you almost back in the direction that you've just came from, and this one really does a full 180 then that is banked. Use plenty of runoff here, go high up onto the bank and carry your speed because you're almost at the end of the lap. Another right, a left, a smooth chicane, and then get the hammer down because look, you're back on the start-finish straight here, and you can use plenty of runoff, and that is a lap of Larkhall. Well, big thanks to Josh from Sam Pollitt Racing for letting us take a look at one of his practice laps from earlier in the weekend. When you think about Josh, in fact, many of the youngsters here, they're racing from a Friday through to a Sunday with UKC, and then they go off onto another championship somewhere else on another weekend, and they're busy all the time behind the wheel of a race car. You might wonder when they fit in their schoolwork. Well, one organisation who have come up with a solution to this are the Minerva Virtual Academy, who have partnered with the UKC for 2025. And earlier on, I called up with Sol from the MVA to tell me a little bit more about this online school. So Sol, MVA, Minerva Virtual Academy, is one of the logos that's on the UKC branding this year. But tell us a little bit more about exactly the work you guys do.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thanks for having me. Minerva Virtual Academy, I'm happy to be a big part of it. We've grown since 2022 when I first joined. We now have 200 plus athletes at the school, studying for their international GCSEs and A-levels across the world, in Europe, the UAE, it's everywhere. So yeah, the main point in this is to support athletes with flexibility so that they're not coming back to school on a Monday after sports competitions with anxiety, worrying about if they've completed their homework and so on.
And I guess the great thing is, so because it's a virtual academy, all the lessons are online?
Exactly. So they use a virtual learning platform, and literally they can just put their laptop in their bag, travel halfway across the world, compete at the highest level, and then tune in with their GCSEs and A-levels. What
a life, what a life. And I suppose as well, you're in charge of scheduling when they do all of this, but if it doesn't quite fit for them, they can watch stuff back or watch it ahead of time?
Yeah, exactly. So they have 2 to 3 live lessons a day, and they can watch them back, if they can't make it and they are traveling, time zone differences, things like that. Their academic mentor will help them plan ahead, so they know what they're going to miss and they know when they're going to catch up via watching the recorded lessons.
And that's the academic mentor, but your role, you originally were brought on board as a sporting mentor, because you've been there yourself and done it coming up through the ranks of pro basketball.
Yeah, I think it was a smart decision from my CEO because I know exactly what the athlete needs and how they feel when doing education, and I graduated, so I've been through the trials and tribulations of being an athlete trying to get your education whilst playing sport at the highest level. And I think building the school for athletes has been fun for me, and I've really enjoyed it because again it's just real, right? It's real. It's what they go through every day, and they hold me accountable just like I hold them accountable. So.
Well, listen, Sol, it's been great talking to you, mate. If people want to find out more and get in touch, do they reach out to you? How do they do it? Yeah,
sure. So if you're not here today or this weekend at this event, you can contact us through mva.athletes or minervavirtual.com. If you are, then you can head down to the UKC race truck and you can get in touch with Sonia or Paul, and they will point you in the right direction.
So, thanks a million, mate. It's great to have yourself and the MVA on board.
Thank you so much for having me.
Teach me how to shoot hoops sometime.
For sure.
Well, big thanks to Sol from the MVA there for chatting to me earlier. It really does sound like a great opportunity for youngsters who clearly want to balance their schoolwork with their karting careers. And as we talk about schoolwork, maths is sometimes a big issue here for the organisers at the UKC, especially when we have numbers of drivers in excess of 190 running at a race weekend. And it's why in 2025 we have the addition of the repechage round for classes of over 34 drivers, which is effectively a last chance qualifier for those drivers that are going to make it onto the grid for the super final. So let's take a look at how it will work and remind ourselves of the road to the podium. Well, it all starts on a Saturday morning with time qualifying, which will determine your start position for the heat races. And it's those heat races that are up next, and all drivers will take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you can gain championship points and determine your start position for the superheat. The superheat comes next then, and it's from here that you will gain even more championship points, and it's the results from the qualifying heats and this superheat that will determine your start position for the super final. But new for 2025, and in classes of over 34 drivers, the top 30 will automatically qualify for the super final. The rest will go into the repechage, with the top 4 getting promoted to that super final. We will then have the top 34 drivers who will be competing in the super final to gain championship points and determine their finish position. And if you finish in the top 3, then you'll be on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the prizes and the trophy. So there it is then, through the time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, and maybe the repechage and the super final. That is your road to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Ultimate Karting Championship. We're up here in Scotland for Larkhall Circuit for round number 2 of the 2025 season. My name is Zach Sweeney. Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box. You've just heard him talk through a plethora of different things. There's some very exciting things going on with the UKC. Very exciting racing about to be taking place here at Larkhall. Changeable conditions. We've had a bit of rain over the weekend. A lot of fun, hopefully.
Yeah, great to see you this morning once again, Zach, as we find ourselves north of the border at Larkhall here in Scotland. And yeah, changeable conditions yesterday. There was a lot of fury and action down at the bottom end of the grid there in that dummy grid area, as people were just wrestling between wet tyres and slicks and not knowing what to put on when. We shall see what happens today, but as we sit here and look out the window, flags flying, you can see the wind is come here today, but we haven't had any rain yet this morning. It's a drying surface, and it's warm one once again.
Yeah, it is. I very much got a lovely Scottish. Well, that is not what you want to be doing at all. Bumping into the trolley, suboptimal to say the least. But yeah, we've got the Junior Rotax first superheat. We'll be going to 2 of those over the course of this morning before we then see the seniors, and then obviously the little guys take to the track. Yeah, I was saying, I got a very Scottish welcome yesterday on my drive up. It was pouring on my way in. Thankfully, it seems the weather has slightly calmed down. We had a bit of a spit earlier on, but that's the sort of dilemma, right? Especially in the UKC, where you're very much on a budget tyre, right? You're on one set for the whole weekend of both slicks and wets. It's very, very tricky then to sort of juggle that, because if you get it wrong, you're going to shred your tyres.
That's right.
And then and that's going to be difficult. We're going to be head into the superheat for the Junior Rotax. The first heat of the day then, and it's Group A of the Junior Rotax. Leon Hasty then takes to pole position ahead of Matteo Palazzo and Cian Bernard just in behind. He's alongside Daniel Kilpatrick for row number 2 of the grid. Albie Lapper from Noah Barnum, row number 3 ahead of Jared Fox-Whiteley and Albert Friend, the top 4 rows, running off the top 8. Ellie Baden from Ryan Gandord ahead of Alfie McBain and Louis Radcliffe in P11 and P12. Behind that, you've got Thomas Jackson, Oliver White, Max Colbert and Ed Spain, the top 8 rows. Behind that, Finley Smith, Charlie King, Rory Armstrong and Devon Taylor, the top 20. Making our way down the rest of the grid, Maya Simpson from Evan Morris, Archie Lover and Zach McKay, the top 24. Ahead of Elliot Powell, Bella Brown, Riley Morgan and Cody LaPoutrelle, the top 28 drivers. A few more to get through. Miles Burton, Lomond Wilcox, Scott McDowell and Blair Smith. The 32nd driver on the grid, Hani Sadiq, Lachlan Homer and Molly Misen, a very lonely 18th row there back in P35. We're about to get ourselves ready then for the first race of the day. What are we going to expect then here at Larkhall? Where are the overtakes going to happen, especially where grip is a bit of an uncertainty?
Yeah, well, Zach, there's plenty of overtaking opportunities here. We've got this kind of, when you go off the start, you've got that sweeping left-hander, brings you into the boot section. You could get brave and try and sneak one in up the inside on the boot. After the boot section, there's that big uphill that brings you to the far side, going up the hill there. You could get late on the brakes there and get one down. Then you're coming into the infield, there's like a hairpin, then there's that full 180. I think with Larkhall, it is all about who is going to be latest on the brakes and try and squeeze one up the inside somewhere. But quite a narrow circuit in places as well, so you're going to have to time it and put your car in exactly the right space. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself running off onto the grass.
Well, let's get going then. 10 minutes plus the lap. It's Liam Hasty and Albie Lapper on pole position. We go racing, and what a launch that was for the pole sitter into what is a very tight and twisty first sort of sector and very high speed as well. Into the first corner for the first time, and already a couple of car lengths lead then for the O-plate of Liam Hasty ahead of Matteo Palazzo and Albie Lapper, the top three. Couple of moves being made, but they've not been out since warm-up. The track has changed, and they've got to adapt.
Yeah, they have. So we're off and running. We're racing. That start I thought was a little bit questionable for me, but we are off and away. Leon Hasty out in front then, like you say. They're finding their way. A lot of these drivers are obviously on the slick tyres now, but I wonder if they did the practice on the wets. I'm not sure. But the Craft Motorsport man then is out in front, and he's stretching his legs on this one straight away. About 4, 5, 6 kart lengths between him and the number 2 man, that's Matteo Palazzo. An exciting start as the sun shines in Scotland. It's what we came up here to see. Look at that. What a glorious scene. There were 73 junior Rotax drivers joined us at the start of the weekend, Zach. A really big field. A lot of people have made the journey, and let's hope it's worthwhile for them.
Yeah, exactly. It's a long way to come for you to just be disappointed. Couple of moves being made, then a few looks as we tick over the first lap of the race. You can see a couple of wet patches, couple of slick patches, and they're just trying to test where that grip is. Where can they use the curb? Where are they going to be able to get on the brakes? And that's constantly going to be changing as well. The track going to be very green. What I mean by that, no rubber being laid down at all. The grip's going to improve and change in places, and that's really, as a young driver, what the challenge is. You have to adapt, see where people are, and Leon Hasty, considering he's not got a reference of anyone in front of him, that's how you get it wrong. The 23 of Fox Whiteley there, just a little bit wide, bit of understeer. You've got to adapt. Using people in front of you as a reference, really good way to go about it.
Yeah, it really is, and as you're saying, that out in front, Leon Hasty, he's got nobody as a reference in front of him, but it's not bothering him right now because he's got at least 4 or 5 kart lengths back to the second place man, which was Albie Lapper, and I think now Matteo Palazzo. So that battle between Hasty, Palazzo and Lapper then is going to play out the front. Dan Kilpatrick up in 4th then at the moment. Great to see the Dan Holland racing driver there running at the front in Junior Rotax. Was brilliant as a younger driver, and then he's worked his way up through the ranks of Junior Rotax. Had a great ding-dong battle yesterday with Jacob Ashcroft in one of the heats that I saw.
Yeah, really good to go toe-to-toe with Jacob Ashcroft, the championship leader. We'll see him out in a few moments' time, just after this race, actually. Did the sweep back at Wilton Mill. All the heats and the final was the win for the world champion. So he's definitely a good rival to go against and a sort of a good benchmark. If you can race him, you're probably going to be doing pretty well in terms of pace. Leon Hasty, unsurprisingly, got the fast lap of the race, just dominating out in front. But you can't get complacent. There's still a lot of race left to go, especially with Matteo Palazzo and Albie Lapper not really fighting, and if they can sort of push each other, it's not going to take too much, especially if they just unlock something with the grip, right? It only takes one corner for you to go, oh, hang on, I can brake a little bit later now, I can take a bit of curb here, and straight away you've sort of found 0.3 of a second. Yeah,
you're absolutely dead right. As we get into this one then, now 7 minutes plus a lap to go, they'll start to sort of get themselves in the zone, like they're learning where the braking spots are, where they can accelerate, and how late they can leave it on those brakes, most importantly, obviously, and that will start to come lap after lap. So we'll see some of the drivers that are perhaps a little bit lower down the order now starting to make some moves and make some changes on this one, because there's so much competition in Junior Rotax, so many talented drivers. It really is quite something, this field, and like I say, 73 of them have made the journey up here, and I think almost 60 senior Rotax drivers have done the same as well. But as we look at this then, the gap back from our first place man, Leon Hasty, back to Matteo Palazzo then, now 1.18 seconds. But it's the second place man, Palazzo, who's just clocked a fastest lap. He's done a 50.53, so well done to him. Albie Lapper in 3rd, Patrick in 4th, and Eli Baden in 5th then right now. Albie Friend up to 6th, so well done to you, sir. Albie Friend, of course, on the podium at the last round at Wilton Mill, the first round of 2025.
And what a round it was as well. Really good way to kick it running. I remember that day flew by with the racing that we had. And I'm sure here at Larkhall is going to be no different. Hello and welcome, by the way, to anyone that's now joining us on the YouTube chat. We've got an electric battle here for the first heat of the day. Junior Rotax Super Heat A. Let us know who you're supporting out there in the YouTube chat. I can see a couple of people coming in. Albie Lapper, obviously up there now in P3 at the moment. That's wide off the exit of the hairpin for one of the drivers. Getting some support from Costa del Sol at the moment from his family. Can see David Christie as well coming in here, the Scotsman himself. Yeah, let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from, and what you're looking forward to as the day develops. That is a car off there. If we had a DNF already in the day, it could well be Archie Lovat, I think, may have pulled over, and that's going to be his race done and dusted. The 23, a little bit further back as well, having a bit of a scrap as they fight their way around. 5 minutes left to go in this race, and that gap, Palazzo, we said Hasty got a pretty hasty start. Palazzo is closing that gap in.
Yeah, he is. He got the fastest lap a moment or two ago. It's now a 50.3, and he's closed that gap from a 1.18 down to 0.079 right now. So Palazzo putting the hammer down and putting the pressure on our first place man Leon Hasty. So that battle out front is one to watch for sure as we pick up some mid-pack action here. Then there's so much going on in this one. I feel like there's a lot of drivers in the mid-pack who have got their own little battles going on lower down the order, which is brilliant to see. And that's what kart racing is all about, isn't it? Running at the front is one thing, but having the excitement of motorsport wherever you're running in the grid, you get it at 110% in karting.
And that's the great thing sort of about big grids, right? Because not everyone, at least initially, are going to be able to fight at the front. And that means that you can learn craft, because it's one thing to sort of drive quickly, it's another thing to race quickly as such. Learning where sort of the braking points are, when you're offline, when you're having to go for a move, what decisions do you make, how do I cover off a cutback, all these different things you're not going to get if you're just driving around at the back of the field.
No.
So by having a rival or a couple of drivers that you can race against really helps you to develop those skills, especially at a stage of your career like Junior Rotax. A lot of drivers start sort of at Junior Rotax, have to learn. And it's very different of a step up, say, from corporate or indoor karting to then get into a Rotax machine and have to learn all these things. So the fact that the UKC have got such big grids allowing these people to do that is wonderful.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Really big grids this year. High entry at every round. I think over 190 drivers in total up here in Scotland this weekend, which is just great to see. So big thanks and shout out to all the parents, the mums, the dads, the grands, the granddads who have made this possible, because I know each one of these kids out on track has a full support team, whether it's the team awning they're under or just the family that have got them up here. So yeah, thanks to all of the everyone who makes this possible for these youngsters. Brilliant opportunity for all of them. And who knows, we're sitting here commentating away, Zach, while the Formula One guys are out in Monaco this weekend. Which one of these young drivers will be doing that in 5 or 10 years' time? Who knows? Yeah,
exactly. It could be any of them. So claim your sort of day one ticket now, folks, in the YouTube chat. If you watch along thinking, oh, that one looks pretty cool, watch them along, give them some support. Even see if you can put a sticker on their kart for however much money it will be. Just any little bit. Cover their tyres for around whatever it is. You know, every little helps when it comes to these young drivers. And if you spot someone that, you know, might be someone to watch, definitely still give them that support and nurture them through their entire career, because that is going to be very, very important. Track limits warnings coming in for a couple of drivers. Maya Simpson, as you can see, they're getting one. Do you know where they're monitoring track limits around here? There's a few places where you can sort of take a bit of curb. There's the exit of the hairpins a couple of times. That's the 110 going off. Just going to check as to sort of who that is. Unfortunately, that's Molly Misen that's had a bit of an off towards the back end of the field. Going to be able to get going again. What is interesting, though, Matteo Palazzo on the back of Leon Hasty. I think actually swapping the last time they broke the beam. Palazzo now into the lead. Hasty now down to second.
Yeah, so well done to Matteo Palazzo there. He has been pushing, and he's now just gone sub 50 seconds with his fastest lap as well. A 49.88 for Matteo Palazzo, taking the lead in this one. He's also fastest in Sector 1 if you're looking at the sector time. So he is on an absolute charge. So well done to you, sir.
Really strong stuff. 1.68 seconds was the gap the last time they broke the beam. We're seeing this battle. I think it's Noah Barnum from Albert Friend, and I think Ryan Gandor involved as well. So a bit of a three-way fight towards the mid-pack. Well, the mid-part of the top 10. I say mid-pack. There's 30 karts. If you're sort of towards the top 6, you're towards the front end of the pack.
You are.
There it is. There's Albert Friend in the 191, leading the way now ahead of Noah Barham in the 22. Just going through that banked corner. Have to say, that adds so much character to Larkhall. It's great to see the different sort of traits and characteristics characteristics of each of the tracks. Obviously, Wilton Mill, you've got the likes of Christmas Corner and the boot at the back. Larkhall, you've got that massive banked hairpin towards the back end of the field, and that really opens the door for some good overtaking.
Yeah, it really does. That's it's a feature that you don't often see at a kart track, but it's brilliant up here in Larkhall, the bank turn. You've just done that sort of hairpin, which is almost 180 but not quite, and then the bank turn is a full 180, so you really do have to get yourself up onto that higher section and then drop down, and then it's a lovely flowing section through the it's kind of like mellow chicane before getting the hammer down back across the start finish line. I think it's a really good circuit. Drivers really do love coming here. It's the only FIA homologated circuit in Scotland, and I think it's the longest circuit in Scotland as well, at just under 1,200 metres, 12 turns and 1,140 metres of racetrack is what I think it is. Who have we got here then? This is the number 19 driver then, number 19 man, 191. That's Albie Friend then, so we're following the action with him, running in 6th, like you say. So really he's running in the top end of this one, isn't he?
Yeah, really, really good. Just having a look at the standings from last week. Albert Friend running P5 at the moment, obviously only after one round, so how much you can read into that. The championship lead is more of a novelty, really, at this stage when we've got such a long season ahead. But points definitely do mean prizes. Got a P3 in the final last time out at Wilton Mill. We'll be looking to sort of replicate that same success. And Matteo Palazzo as well, just thought I'd let you know, he didn't finish inside the top. Well, he didn't get finished inside the top 3 at all at Wilton Mill. His best result was P5 in the repechage, or the pre-final, I should say. So that would have been the first superheat.
Yeah.
And, well, that is his best result of the season by far. He's gone from, top 5 all the way up to the win now on the final lap.
Yeah, good luck to him and well done to you, sir. Finished in 13th overall in that final at round 1 at Wilton Mill. So he's obviously found his form up here in Scotland. As we rejoin the action here, then just picking up some pictures. We haven't actually seen much of him, have we, at the moment? We're kind of following a lot of action throughout the pack. There's so many of them to follow on the on-screen pictures. So who have we got there then? Just moving very quickly in the sunlight, catching the race numbers as we look at it. Kart number, there he is our man, KR Sportman. There he is, 1-1, number 16 then, with the O-plate of Leon Hasty behind him and Albie Lapper then 29. So let's get our eyes focused on him as we're on the final lap.
We are indeed. Couple of corners left to go then for Matteo Palazzo. What a race it's been. Leon Hasty from pole position, but out of the final corner for the first race of the day. It's the number 16. It's Matteo Palazzo for his first win of the season. Side by side across the line as well between Leon Hasty and Albie Lapper. That's the fight for the podium. Kilpatrick comes in 4th. We'll run you through the full results as soon as everyone's crossed the line. A good way to start the day. Matteo Palazzo didn't initially get that bite that he would have wanted. Leon Hasty definitely did get the better measure at the start, but that potential come through, and as soon as Palazzo found sort of a bit of rhythm and settled into Larkhall, he was the one to catch. There you can see him leading the way after the first superheat, and there you can see Leon Hasty, Albie Lapper at the podium. Daniel Kirkpatrick from Ellie Badd in the top 5, and of Albert Friend in P6. Noah Barham from Jared Fox-Whiteley, Thomas Jackson and Ryan Gandor, the top 10 after the first superheat. Good way to start the day.
Great way to start that. A brilliant first race in Junior Rotax Superheat A. The best news is as well, we've got another Junior Rotax Superheat coming up.
We do indeed. We'll run you through the rest of the results as well. Finley Smith from Max Colbert, Alfie McBain, Scott McDowell and Rory Armstrong, the top 15. Then comes Hani Sadiq, Oliver White, Riley Morgan, Lewis Radcliffe from Longman Wilcox, the top 20 drivers in this field. Charlie King from Blair Smith, Eva Morris and Maya Simpson, Miles Burton, Elliot Powell, Zach McCain, Ed Spain from Devon Taylor and Bella Brown, the top 30. Lachlan Homer, Molly Misen and Archie Lover, I believe we did lose as the 32nd driver. I believe he did start from maybe the pit lane or something, didn't take to the grid, and we saw him pull over quite early on, which is a shame, of course, not the way that you want to start the day. Superheat A, though, in the books, and well, we'll be back out with Junior Rotax. What a class it is, with the world champion now taking to the field, and championship leader Jacob Ashcroft will be on pole position for race 2. Junior Rotax Superheat B then about to take to the track, and we've got a very star-studded grid ready to tackle Larkhall once again. Of course, we'll run through the full grid once they're on track, but Jacob Ashcroft on pole position, looking to replicate the success that we saw last time out at Wilton Mill. 4 races, 4 race wins for the 246. He's a man on form and, well, hit the ground running again. Pole position for Superheat B after the success of the heats yesterday. How can someone catch him?
Well, it's a great question. How can someone catch the world champion who's made the move up from Mini into Junior Rotax so seamlessly? He's won, he won in Sarno in Italy at the Rotax Worlds. He's won with us previously. He's won the BNL Championship. He's just winning in Junior Rotax is what he's doing, right? And he was doing that in Mini Inter. So what have you got to do to beat him? I don't know. He's a very measured driver. He's a very smooth driver. He's not somebody who's like overly aggressive or overly stacked physically himself. I think he just keeps a level head and just keeps it moving through. So yeah, what has somebody got to do? I don't know, but teammate Dan Kilpatrick gave him a good run for his money yesterday in the race that I was watching. That was an exciting one. We'll see what happens in this one. Down there, nervous times for him. TB kart driver standing there. I do love this start of the or this point of the morning while you're just kind of waiting. Number 73, KR Sport driver. Can't quite see who that is, but just sitting in the kart. Some of them choose to sit and relax. Some stand till the last minute and jump in just as they get like the 1 minute board up. I think I'd be a sitter. I'd be sitting, just getting myself in the zone and focused with the visor up slightly, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon so. I've not done too much sort of karting. I did a couple of taster weekends at Fullbeck a few years ago, back when I was 11, so a while ago. A lot of fun, and it's scary because you're sat on the floor in a machine that can go upwards of sort of 70 mile an hour. You're feeling all of the vibration through the steering wheel. As soon as you sort of turn the engine on, it's ready to go and it wants to go, right? It's an animal. Is anything powered by sort of a Rotax engine, of course, all on the Evo engine, the most powerful sort of spec that you can get. And of course, it's just one of those things. It's torquey. It's got the top end. It wants to spit you out at any given opportunity. So yeah, being sat down, ready, getting that breathing under control is one way to go about it. I know a lot of drivers that just want to jump in, get themselves sort of amped up on that adrenaline with the aggression and get going. So interesting that you've got a couple of different sort of avenues to go with it. Whether you jump in composed, whether you jump in quite feisty, and both sort of have their merits.
Yeah, they do. They do. I know for one that I'd be sitting there right now just calmly kind of in the cart wanting to just chill, calm before the storm, before all the vibrations, the noise, the heat, the anger, the emotions just explodes onto you the moment you leave that dummy grid area, because that's what it must be like for these youngsters. Brilliant racing as well. And when we say youngsters, I mean, the Junior Rotax, they can be in the class at 12 years old, but they can still be in the class at 16 years old. So there's quite a wide spread. And when we were talking about Jacob Ashcroft a moment or two ago, I think I'm right in saying he's only actually 13 at the moment.
What?
So he's got a long way to go, and so I'll have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's what he is. Certainly some of them in the grid, they are really quite young. So yeah, it's a big step up for them. It's a real kind of learning curve, and they can stick with this one in Junior Rotax for a while, or if they get good at it, then they can obviously step up to Senior Rotax, but Senior Rotax is a whole nother thing.
13 years
Yeah,
old.
there he is, number 262.
What was I doing at 13? It was not winning world championships, I'll tell you that much. That is insane. So you've got that. Obviously, Jacob Ashcroft, he's not quite old enough for the GCSEs just yet, but he's a world champion. So I think we spoke about it at Wilton Mill. He's got that pressure. But as you were saying, these drivers up to sort of 16. So the older people in the juniors, the younger people sort of in the seniors, they're having to balance that GCSE sort of mindset, revision, doing the exams, making sure they're up at 9 a.m. I remember a couple of years ago when I was doing mine, I had a competition in Bolton the Sunday, and then I had an RE exam first thing Monday morning. It's a very difficult balance to get right, and it's one that these drivers, an extra bit of pressure they have to deal with. As we'll run you through the grid, Jacob Ashcroft on pole position, Cole Denham alongside him. Let's see if he's able to tip the world champion to victory. Zane Kwecker from Zach Starbuck, row number 2. Behind that, Finley Buck from John Buchan, ahead of Joel Dixon-Cohen, ahead of Vlad Tomanchik on row number 4. Behind that, Charlie Wolfit from Luca Holmes-Bag. Ran into him in the hotel lift a bit earlier on. Let's see if he can work his way up in the top 10. Will Archer from Leo Macy at the top 12. Lucas Howell from Riley Bishop, ahead of Jake Rafferty and Lloyd Palmer, the top 8 rows of the grid. Lewis Sumner from Alex Lynn, Oakley Garthwaite and Alexander Wilson, the top 20. Blair Smith, Connor Lage, Hesson Khan and Tyler Richardson, the top 12 rows. Behind that, Luke Sawyers, Calvin Moffat, Joseph Mills, Benjamin Baker in the LN kart for 28th place. Sam Collar from Nathaniel Gray, Shane Chandaria ahead of Elliot Surtees. There's a driver off before we even get going. Adam Elkert from Kieran Stewart and Jacob Jack, the final driver to take to the field, as they're running themselves up 2 by 2 with one missing.
Yeah, well, somebody just behind your graphics there, spinning off. Obviously, probably just dropping a rear wheel onto the grass or something and just finding a little bit of a wet, slippery surface. But out front then, It is that young man, Jacob Ashcroft, with his teammate Cole Denham alongside him. Let's take it away, Zach.
Here we go, 10 minutes plus the lap. Once more, Junior Rotax Superheat B gets underway. It's Jacob Ashcroft on the inside for turn number 1. It's a very tentative get-go. I think we did see a false start flag being waved.
Yeah, we're going again.
The green with the sort of yellow chevron in the middle. There you can see it there, flying around. False start, someone's out of position, I would assume, because of our spinner towards the back end. Now they've all broke the beam. I think we can confirm it would be Jacob Jack, the 33, that didn't take to the formation lap. We'll try that again, shall we?
Yeah, let's have another go. So, yeah, I just don't think they were organised in the nice two lines. Obviously, Jacob Ashcroft is on pole position. Cole Denham is number 2. But for me, it looked a little bit like Cole had the jump on Jacob as they crossed the line there. So maybe that was it, or perhaps somewhere lower down the back. But certainly, we're going to have another go. So, come on then, everyone. Let's get this sorted. Let's get the two lines nice and ordered. Get everyone kind of bumper to bumper. Look at this, getting the heat in the tyres. So good, so good.
You've got to, because it's a cold day and there's barely any grip out there on the circuit. You can see a few marbles on the outside of the back corner there, but a lot of it has been washed away sort of over the rainy period. So trying to get that temperature, trying to scrub the sets in. At the final corner, we'll try this again. Jacob Ashcroft in the 246 on the left-hand side. We go racing once more here at Larkhall, and it's very busy towards turn number 1. A couple of drivers look to go to the outside. It then changes, of course, to the outside again for turn number 2. So it's a long way round if you're stuck on that right-hand side of the grid. Let's see who's able to lead, and there is going to be then, I think Zane Quecker been able to move his way up a couple of places in the 11 machine. Now ahead of Jacob Ashcroft, who has to settle for second.
Yeah, and Cole Denham then back in third. Jacob Ashcroft wearing the sort of royal blue one-piece wetsuit over the top. A lot of the youngsters choosing to put that on over their race overalls this weekend because of the wet weather. But yeah, Jacob then running in second right now, Cole Denham third, and as you say, Zane Quecker then out in front. We think Finley Buck maybe sitting in fourth. But look how dry it is and sunny it is out on that part of the circuit. We're not going to need the wet weather tyres this morning at all, I wouldn't think. Jacob Ashcroft straight back into the lead, getting a move done somewhere just in the far side there. Look at that, and already extending as there are 3 squabbling behind him.
Yeah, a couple of moves being made into that final corner there, which really lends itself to a look to the inside. That's going to assist the world champion in building a bit of a gap ahead of the rest of the pack. It's Cole Denham, then Charlie Wolfert and Zane Quecker that got into the lead, but now down to P4, just showing how quickly things can change when it comes to the UKC. And karting generally, you've got these pack races, a look to the inside of a hairpin, and very quickly someone can go underneath. We've got a driver going slowly in the background, just looking sort of backwards to see if there's an issue with the car. Definitely seemed to be the case. Of course, we'll confirm who that is as soon as we can. That is the gap then, the 246 leading the 262 of Cole Denham, and that's the 73 going slowly. That's Vlad Tomanchuk. That's sort of stopped on the right-hand side of the circuit. So some red flags, yellow flags being waved, and a mechanical flag for Conor Large. I wonder if they're related. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. But the thing that I spotted in amongst all of that excitement there was that young man, Charlie Wolfert, who has just jumped up to second place. I think he started about 9th on the grid. That is fantastic to see. Charlie Wolfert then, I think one of the only drivers that's been with the UKC since its inception in 2020, raced every season with us. And in 2023 it was, he had a fantastic ding-dong battle as somebody goes off just below. Oh my word, that was so close on the re-entry there for that driver. I can't quite make out the car or the number, but so close there. But yeah, full credit to Charlie Wolfert. He's up into second, and we're seeing a repeat of the mini Inter battle of 2023 that was all about Ashcroft and Wolfert. Charlie will be absolutely doing his best to get on the rear bumper of Jacob Ashcroft in this one and relive some of the battles that we've seen previously.
I think it was the 48 Elio Macy that went round. We saw there with questionable rejoin. Let's put it that way. We'll move past it as soon as we can. But yeah, Jacob Ashcroft lead, but Charlie Wolfert closing that gap. Fastest lap now come in. Just over a 10.5 quicker than the 246. Again with a changeable grip. Charlie Wolfert has got someone to chase. He's got that motivation. And of course, when you can see someone like Jacob Ashcroft and you're closing in, that just fills you with confidence, fills you with that motivation to just close that gap in more and more. As soon as, of course, he's then sort of getting a whiff of that slipstream, it's quite a windy day. So in the parts where you're going against it, that toe is going to be vital in closing the gap. Bit of a look to the inside there. I think that's the 262 trying to work his way back onto the podium as Zane Quecker was able to find his way through on the lap previous. So he's in third. Still very, very close. Jacob Ashcroft got a little bit of breathing room, but for how much longer?
Yeah, he's a man who knows what it's like to lead from the front, and he's going to be happy to do it. Charlie Wolfit is going to be looking at him, though, trying to close that gap, but behind him it's all going on. That battle between Zion Quecker then and Cole Denham as Quecker gets the better of it. They just crossed the line, the number 11 leading the 2.62. This is brilliant racing. This is really, really good stuff. It's what we expect from Junior Rotax. Excitement right the way through the field. As we now have a fastest lap from Will Archer, who's running back in 8th, kart number 61. So well done to you, Mr. Archer, clocking a fastest lap of a 49.99. The only driver to go sub 50 seconds in this one so far.
Yeah, really, really good stuff, and showing that the track definitely is starting to get a little bit better. Will Archer, of course, looking to finish P7. That's the sort of next realistic place that he can get ahead of John Buchan for 7th, just in front of him. But that's that lead fight. Definitely looks like Jacob Ashcroft has just got the measure on the rest of the pack, maybe starting to stalemate ever so slightly. Best lap time, or sorry, last lap time was about a 10th.5 quicker for Charlie Wolfit that last time by. So we'll see as they break the beam once again. They're matched at the front. So maybe starting to reach that bit of a stalemate, but we're still 6 minutes left to go. One small mistake from Jacob Ashcroft, which, by the way, is rare, and Charlie Wolfit is all over the back of him.
Yeah, he is, but Jacob Ashcroft will be used to being in this position. He's got the cool head and the calmness and the experience of racing and winning in Europe against some really quick, really competitive drivers. So he's just going to be sitting comfortable here, and this is what he's like as a person. He's very sort of methodical. He'll just be getting himself in the zone. But shout out to Zion Quecker. He's done a 49.99, so he now goes sub 50 seconds, running in 3rd. And that fastest lap man, Will Archer, kart 61, he's gone a little bit quicker again, now a 49.83. So Will Archer on a charge back in 8th, but Zion Quecker up in 3rd, also getting the hammer down, and he's pressing, of course, for 2nd place behind Charlie Wolfit. This is a great race as the sun starts to shine here in Scotland. Brilliant to see. Sun in Scotland. How often do we say that?
I have no. This is my first time in Scotland, and like I was saying earlier, I very much got a Scottish welcome with torrential rain in my way, and it's nice to see that the sun does exist.
It does.
This north in the UK. But anyway, we've still got 4.5 minutes plus the lap, of course, left to go for Superheat B. Will Archer still setting the pace in terms of the fastest lap. Gap at the front, steady again, still remaining the same, and that's just the sheer amount of composure from the top two. They're not flinching one bit. I mean, Charlie Wolfit has got Zion Quecker for company just in behind. He knows he's there because the sun comes out, you start to see the shadow, you can almost sort of hear the engine behind you. You're very much aware you've got a car behind you. That's not phasing him, and if anything, it's sort of helping him because it's, well, either I attack Jacob Ashcroft or I get overtaken from behind, so I sort of have to get a move on.
Yeah, he absolutely does, and that's what he'll be doing. And as we're getting these close-up pictures now going around some of the corners, you mentioned it a moment or two ago, there is some marbles going down. Now there's some rubber being laid down onto the circuit, so it's only going to get quicker as these drivers find a little bit more grip as the morning goes on. Of course, it's the super heats throughout this morning here on the Sunday. Then we've got those 2 repechage races, effectively like an LCQ, last chance qualifier, to make up the last 4 spots in the junior and senior Rotax. And then it's this afternoon, it's all about the super finals. It's going to be a super Sunday here in Scotland in the sunshine, all the S's.
Yeah, Super Sunday in Scotland. That's a trademark, that, I think.
Yeah.
3.5 minutes left to go. Jacob Ashcroft from Charlie Wolfit, Zion Quecker, Cole Denham and Joel Dixon-Coe in the last to break the beam for the top 5, and that's how they emerge flat out sort of through that right-left. Very technical section, just setting you up for the final couple of corners. Into turn number 1 then, and again, it's a very long sort of sequence of corners through turn 1, and then you're very quickly into that boot section, really slows yourselves down. So at least there's some familiarity from last time out at Wilton Mill, where you've got a very tight and twisty left-right chicane that these drivers can very quickly adapt to, I'm sure. All about getting the power down, though, off the exit of that, because you've got a long time to be flat out, and you don't want to be missing out because, well, when it comes to sort of engine power and top speed, you need to get as much as you can. Yellow flags being waved through that section of track. I wonder if we've got a bit of a spinner or someone. I think we do. A cart beached in the middle. Someone now exiting the cart. So suboptimal for them. Hopefully we'll see them back out later for the repechage. Well, not what you want to see at all, because it's a long trip for your cart just to break down.
It absolutely is, and commiserations as well, actually, as you talk about breaking down. Little Ralphie Branscombe and his dad Joe are on their way up here, normally with us every weekend. A great family, a great young racer, and their van broke down on the way up to Scotland, so that's why we're not seeing Ralphie Branscombe here this weekend. So we hope we see you again, pal, if you're watching along at home. We miss you, mate. We'll see you at the next one.
Brutal. We're at Dunksweiler next, I believe, for round number 3. So another long drive. to get to, all the way down sort of Devonshire, I think it is.
Yeah,
isn't
it is.
Back
Yeah,
bottom left of England.
Yeah.
A long old way for me on the East Coast. So I'll be enjoying that one. 2 rounds and sort of about 6-hour drive for both of them. Contact warning coming in for the number 11 of Zion Quecker, just on the back end of Charlie Wolfett.
Yeah.
So maybe sort of getting a bit too close to
He
a couple
was.
of taps. Got to be careful of the drop down.
Yeah, you have, and actually it's interesting that just popped up, because a moment or two ago when you were talking, I was watching the race and I'm thinking Zion Quecker is all over the back of Charlie Wolfett there, and he's closing that gap. He was obviously closing it a little bit too much, putting Charlie Wolfett under pressure, but that kind of pressure is going on behind Jacob Ashcroft, so that plays into the hands of Jacob Ashcroft, who can stretch his legs out in front, which is what he's been doing for the last 3, 4, 5 laps, something like that. The gap back to Charlie, though, is less than half a second now, 0.45. And then Zion Quecker another 0.081 behind that afterwards. So yeah, really exciting racing. There's your front 3 then. Ashcroft, Wolfett, Quecker. Really good racing from these 3. Will it stay like this, or will Quecker get a move done on Wolfett in the latter stages as we go inside the last 60 seconds plus a lap in this one? Ashcroft has it all sewn up. He's just in the zone. Rhythmical, like a metronome. Tick, tick, tick. That's all he's doing. Corner, corner, corner. Just putting it in the same every single time.
Going around like a scale electric, really.
It is, isn't it?
It's just
yeah,
consistency all the way around. And that is the level that you have to do if you want to win sort of in the UKC and in karting generally. You have to be bulletproof in terms of your consistency. One of the best traits as a driver that you can possess, and it's one that Jacob Ashcroft has got in abundance. There's the gap between the top 3, Ashcroft, Wolfett and Quecker. The gap, really, the fight between second and third.
Yeah.
But the pair of them, Quecker in his head thinking there's a chance at a win here potentially. Cole Denham falling into the midst of the 267 and Will Archer still with the fastest lap, up now into 6th, potentially contesting for 4th place. A lovely switch back there from John Buchan, though, on the inside of Archer to sort of stall that progress.
This is fantastic racing. This is the battle then for 4th right now. Look at these drivers. We've got 2, 4, 5 of them there duking it out. Number 262, it's Cole Denham who's leading that pack, but that fastest lap man is fully in the mix, Will Archer. He's been running fastest laps every lap, I think, so well done to him. Congratulations, sir. What's going to happen? We're on the final lap right now. Just great picture there of one of the mechanics just flagging his arm. I love some of the mechanic pictures and some of the mechanic moves they do on the pit wall.
Yeah, indeed. So we got the final lap of the race. There's the gap at the front, so I don't really think Ashcroft is under too much pressure, but look at the fight for 4th place. Zane Quecker, when does he get a move on? When does he think, okay, the win is not here, I want 2nd place? Because he's going to be looking, I think, slightly defensive there from the 95 of Wolfett. Very slow on the exit. Quecker very close to the rear end of him. Half a lap left to go here for Junior Rotax Super Heat B.
Yeah, and we just saw Quecker try and make a move on Wolfett, but I don't think it's going to happen. Ashcroft is off and away down the road. Here goes Wolfett then now on that right-hander before the chicane. Then it's the final turn into the finish that man's making. Jacob Ashcroft crossing the line, taking the checkered flag, and it does stay Wolfett and Quecker behind him.
Very nice race indeed. In the end, obviously as they were 1, 2 and 3, but you did not know how that was going to finish. A swarm of Junior Rotax machinery coming across the line as well. It's Denham from Buchan, the top 5, in what was a very hotly contested battle. Will Archer there, a bit of bad luck really. I mean, getting caught in that battle. His pace was insane. P7, don't get me wrong, still very good, up 4 places from where he started. But he would have wanted more. He knew he had the pace, and P4 was right in front of him. Here's the results. Jacob Ashcroft then, as you can see, the world champion, starting as he continues to go on after the success at Wilton Mill, victorious in Super Heat B. Charlie Wolfett from Zion Quecker, Cole Denham and John Buchan, the top 5. Joel Dixon-Cohen from Will Archer, Zach Starbuck, Finley Buck and Lewis Sumner, the top 10. Behind that, you've got some codename, password-looking driver name P11. Not quite sure. I think that's Oakley Garthwaite in P11. Lucas Howe from Riley Bishop, Hasnain Khan and Alexander Wilson, the top 15. Luca Holmes Ballack from 16th, and Benjamin Baker, Shane Chandaria, Leo Macy, who I think we saw had a couple of issues towards the start, and Luke Sawyers, the top 20. Jake Rafferty, Alex Lynn, Joseph Mills, Adam Elkerd from Kieran Stewart, Elliot Surtees, Calvin Moffat and Nathaniel Gray just in behind, ahead of Sam Collar and Lloyd Palmer, the top 30 drivers. And then towards the back end of the field, Jacob Jack, Tyler Richardson, Connor Large, who we saw have a mechanical flag towards the start of this race, Blair Smith from Vlad Tomanchuk, who I think was the driver that we saw have issues on the sort of start of the race, the reason I think we had the false start. Super Heat B then, in the books. Not at all a bad race, not at all a bad way to start the day in terms of our Junior Rotax. We'll see them back out for the repechage. who is your eye on then in terms of a surprise? I mean, Jacob Ashcroft, obviously, but who else?
Well, I'm really pleased with Charlie Wolfett. I'm going to give a shout out to him because he did start, if I just double check the row, where was he, Charlie Wolfett? He started 9th on the grid and he put himself up to 2nd. That's the kind of moves that we know he can do. So well done to Charlie Wolfett with MLC Motorsport this season, doing really well in Junior Rotax. So I'd put him down as my MVP, but I really enjoyed that battle that he was having with Zion Quecker. So thank you, Mr. Quecker, for entertaining us with that one. But then look, we got Den and Buck and Dixon Cohen and Will Archer. That was really exciting to see that one play out. And like you said, Will Archer had the pace, 49.66, fastest lap. But also credit to all these youngsters, because I'm sitting here looking at my iPad at the timing sheet. Jacob Ashcroft, his best lap was a 49.79. You have to go all the way down to about 30th on the timing sheet, or 29th, Sam Kohler, 50.78. So from 29th up to 1st, there's only a second in it, which is incredible. You're talking about tenths of a second across 30 drivers. That's incredible. That's how tight this is. That's how close this is. That's not what you want to see, is it, as well, if you're kart number 33, Jacob Jack, just getting wheeled back to the pits.
Well, at least you get your kart back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to wrap it up for the Junior Rotax Superheat B. We'll see these guys back out for their repechage, the last chance qualifying for the Junior Rotax after 2 fantastic races. We'll be back for Senior Rotax. Well, after 2 very successful races in the juniors, we step it up to the seniors. Slightly older, slightly more powerful engines as well for the seniors. Very, very quick drivers in this championship, and a very, very quick grid as well coming up for the first heat of the day. Big surprise, Ewan Charman, the championship leader after the success at Wilton Mill. 2 heat wins, a podium in the Superheat and a podium in the final as well. Leads the championship by 6 points ahead of Jack Liley. Starting down in P12, of course, we'll confirm the full grid. That is the big hitter. Got a little star next to him on my grid here, because what a surprise that is. The championship leader down in 12th, but the definition now of a champion, what's going to define him, is how quickly he can make his way forward. Gabe Fairbrother from Mattei Hingley, the front row, had a Pearson Bullock Carter, and Keane Geraghty, who really astonished in the Sunday racing in 4th place. Behind that, of course, you'll have 5, 6, 7, and 8, but Keane Geraghty, a very, very quick driver who we'll see work his way forward today. Freddie Ingram from Alexander Cole there in 6th. Nathan Smith from William Antrobus, the top 4 rows. Lewis Merica from Joshua Turnbull, the top 10 ahead of Mac McGilvery, and Ewan Charman, championship leader from 12th. Stephen Napier from Morgan Hudson Brown, Jack Baker, the top 15, alongside Ben Donkin for row number 8 of the field. Jack Gillingham, Callum Kinder from Deacon Russell, and Luca Palazzo in 20th place. Aaron McKay, Dominic Darling, Rachel Robertson, and James Philip King, the top 12 rows of the grid. Ethan Head, Caitlin Seabrook, and Molly Pugh rounding off the 27th and final kart of the race. Senior Rotax Superheat A, of course, to decide their starting positions for the final, and even if they make it into the final a little bit later on after lunch, those that don't will have to take part in a last chance qualifier, the repechage, just after all of the superheats have concluded, weaving around, trying to get some temperature into the tyres. Last couple of corners before we get going, and Kev, who are we looking out for in this grid? Ewan Charman from 12th place.
Yeah, Ewan Charman then. There's a name that we know well in Senior Rotax. He's also left karts and had to go in cars previous as well, so he's one name that we'll be looking at. But we're off and racing then, mate. Let's have a look at it.
Here we go. Pole position, of course, goes to Gabe Fairbrother on the inside of the track, going into turn number 1, and of course, trying to keep it all the way to the outside. A kart going very quickly off in the background there. Of course, we'll confirm as to who that is. I'm sure that's going to be their race done as they spiral into the background, and Fender being kicked off as well. That could well be a nose cone or a side pod, I think, going off for one of the karts. That's going to be not going to be a very good a chain guard going off. That's not what you want flying off, but a little bit of weight reduction, I suppose. Yellow flags being waved at the initial part of this race, then as a couple of overtakes, I think, being made just before that as they lead the way. I think Gabe Fairbrother just able to hang on from the 15 of Pearson Bullock Carter as they're going to slow down for the yellow flags and then get back racing again. Yeah, it's the number 5 that leads, so a very interesting start, let's put it that way. Quite chaotic to get this race underway.
Yeah, chaotic start in Senior Rotax. A lot of testosterone out there, a lot of energy, a lot of... we've got a little contact there. Contact, 2 karts go off. Can't quite see exactly. There's it's number 17 is one of them. Yeah, so Hudson Brown then going off there, number 17. Didn't see who the other one was, but excitement from the off here in Senior Rotax. I wonder if that chain guard has been collected by a marshal. Hopefully it has.
Yeah, that's not the place that you want it right there, because if you're going a bit too hot, you're going to sort of become face-to-face with that chain guard. And yeah, the lack of suspension on these senior Rotaxes is not going to allow you to run over it quite nicely. And it could also give you a puncture, which is not what you want on your only set of slicks for the weekend. A look to the inside from a couple of drivers going into that infield hairpin. That was the 115 potentially trying to find a bit of a way through. Gabe Fairbrother then still leads from Pearson, Bullock, Carter and King. Garrity working his way up into third place from fourth. What I'm interested in is where is Ewan Charman. He's stayed stationary in P12, the championship leader who looks so consistent and so good at Wilton Mill, struggling to get things going here at Larkhall. And that's not the momentum that he wants by any means, because the better you do in the superheats, the better you start for the final, and that's the one you want to win.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's all about doing well in the earlier part of the weekend to give yourself the best chance when it comes to that super final on the Sunday afternoon, as we see the third place man, Cian Geraghty, they're now putting in a 49.37. Lot of these senior Rotax drivers then, in fact, from 1 down to 10 are all sub 50 seconds. There's a lot of 49 and change on here. That's the difference between junior Rotax and senior Rotax.
Gabe Fairbrother's gone off on the exit of the hairpin, got way too much curb, hooked the car, and that is him now tumbling down the order. Sorry to cut in front of you there,
no,
but
great,
oh my word, Gabe Fairbrother, that is huge for this race. Matty Hingley then will take the race lead with 7.5 minutes left to go. That is a huge hit for the race leader.
Yeah, a huge hit, and as we saw there, just how wet it is on the grass off to the side. He's just chucking up mud, so he's going to have all kinds of debris on that kart right now. He's going to have to clean off his tyres as quickly as he can and try and clean off his head as well and get himself back in the race. He wouldn't have been expecting that. That would have been a big shock for him.
Yeah, the grass just has zero grip, and especially when it's wet, you just have nothing. You turn the wheel and the kart just goes, what?
Yeah, you can't afford to drop even just one wheel off the white lines, because otherwise anything that's not black or white. Look at this on the infield. This is where the turns get done, isn't it? It's that almost 180 hairpin. Then into the bank section, as we see another driver here in second place. That is our man Cian Geraghty there, I think, just trying to make a move up into first on Matty Hingley. This is great stuff from senior Rotax.
Really good stuff, and again, impressive from Cian Geraghty, who of course took that victory in the final after a superb drive at Wilton Mill last time out. Momentarily got himself into the race lead, but fighting away then with the 3-1-1, who I think is having maybe a couple of transponder issues towards the front end of the field. Anyway, into turn number 1 for the next time, and then again into this boot section. Cian Geraghty really trying to set up the switchback, but with the army of go-karts behind him, he can't quite do that, because the moment he sort of breaks a bit early to go for the up and under, he's got Freddie Ingram on his inside trying to get the move done.
Yeah, absolutely. It is so tight out in the front there. Any one of these drivers can take this win. This one has so much road to run, if you'll pardon the pun. Any one of them can take it. Matty Hingley out in front, but Cian Geraghty all over his rear bumper, and then behind him it's the 69 of Freddie Ingram, who's an absolute hard charger. He'll be looking to take the win as well. I think further down the order, I'm pretty sure I saw a 177 black flag thing come up for Nathan Smith on the onboard digi screen, so I'll have a look if we can see that again from the pictures. But at the moment, Pearson Bullock Carter then now moves up to third. So number 79, Cian Geraghty in second, Freddie Ingram in first. Look at this battle out in front. This is fantastic stuff, Zach.
Beautiful stuff, and really good move from Freddie Ingram on that previous lap, and nice racecraft shown from Cian Geraghty as well. The decision isn't to fight for second, they want the win, and if that means jostling for position too much, they're going to lose it to the 3-1-1 of Matty Hingley. He's just going to get away, so there's no point battling. Cian Geraghty going to settle for third place. Defensive once more, and around the outside of the hairpin. The 69 tried to get it done. Cian Geraghty goes underneath the pair of them into the race lead for the final winner of Wilton Mill. He gets his way through and up now into the lead of the race, and that was an audacious send round the outside that didn't quite pay off, but you've got to respect the courage to go for it.
Oh my word, that was such great racing, and I tell you what, he was so lucky that he didn't drop further back down the order. He went wide around the outside, tried to make it stick, but it didn't. But thankfully he's still up at the front, as I did see on the digiboard there, 177 black flag for Nathan Smith. Ewan Charman clocks the fastest lap, by the way, fastest in round 1, taking the third in the super final, but finished top of the standings, fastest lap here in round 2.
Yeah, nicely done. Started P12, of course, but slowly starting to get into a rhythm and make his way forward, especially with all the battling in front of him. Decision making is key, and that's something these drivers really have to have in bucket loads. Cian Geraghty, you saw there, was fine just to let Freddie Ingram have P2. He knew he was going to go for a move, and then he was able to capitalise on the pair of them. And look, once again to the outside, Freddie Ingram around the outside, and Matty Hingley has that paid off, using the banking to his advantage, and that is clever racing. He knew he had the grip, used the camber to just help rotate the car, keep that minimum speed up. He works his way into second place, still 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go, and Freddie Ingram is absolutely wrestling his way at the front of this one, trying to take the race win, and he's putting in some bold, audacious moves. As we're looking again, look, he's looking on his tee. Look at this, looking at first then at the moment. Matty Hingley in the background there in third, but at the moment it's Geraghty from Ingram. Josh Turnbull actually currently in third on the graphics on screen, it says right now. But Freddie Ingram is the one to watch. Kart number 69, he's having a go at every possible corner. He's not waiting with 3.5 minutes to go in this at least. He's not waiting. He wants to get it done now.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, you have got to be careful because of how tight it is. You don't want to accidentally find yourself sort of tumbling down the order like we saw with Fairbrother a little bit earlier on. So the battling, what point do you set up for second? That's wide from Freddie Ingram. And there you can see the 3-1-1, and Matty Hingley looks to go to the inside once more and finds his way through. That's going to allow Geraghty to open up the gap and just pry it open, begin to bridge a bit of breathing room into the final couple of laps of this race. It's very chaotic into the final couple of corners, and with it being so slick, that's why I'm so surprised we're seeing Freddie Ingram so well on the outside. With the way it's so slick, and we've had the rain so far this morning, the 3-1-1 works his way into second place. The outside, as soon as you go offline, should be slick and with no grip. But Freddie Ingram, he's got the courage, he's got the grip, and, well, at the moment, he's not got second place, but momentarily he did with some good moves. Yeah,
and also what's confusing me, if you are watching along on the YouTube right now, or you've got your phone out on the timing screen here, we're not seeing 3-1-1 coming up on the graphics. We're not.
Well, he's blipping.
He's blipping, isn't he? He's back now in second, Matty Hingley. So for a moment there, that was kind of a little bit confusing, but he is running in second. Cian Geraghty then is in first, and Freddie Ingram, the hard charger, now back in third. As I think our first place man, they've stretched out a little bit, and all of those laps of action that we saw a moment or two ago, they've now stretched out a little bit.
Yeah, contact warning as well, just to make it sort of put salt in the wound for Gabe Fairbrother, who made the mistake on the exit of the infield hairpin, just hooking that curb, and it just says, okay, you've given me a little bit, I'm just going to grab and drag you now onto the grass and effectively ruin your race. Still in 8th place, but with a bit of a contact warning, so you have got to be careful, obviously both to not get a slap from the stewards, but equally not to get that drop down. Automatic 5-second penalty if the front bumper is dropped down off its sort of securing point, I guess. They can see that. Boom, instant 5-second penalty. There's no argument about that. It's not a case of, oh, I didn't get given space. As soon as that's dropped down, it's a 5-second penalty. So he has got to be careful. Ewan Charman making his way up now to 7th place, still with a fast lap of the race. Couple of laps still left to run with just under 2 minutes to go. Still battling going on throughout the field, even with Hingley's slightly awkward transponder. But you can see there packs of 2, 3, sometimes 4 karts battling for position.
Yeah, they're all battling right the way through the field on this one. But again, if you look at the on-screen graphics, it is saying Geraghty then, well, Hingley's back now. Every time I look down or look up, he's there and he's back.
It's the transponder just hates you, I think, Kev.
It clearly does.
He's just like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna make Kev look a little bit silly with the points on the on the timing. He is there on track.
There he
you
is.
can see him. The 3-1-1 ahead of the 69 of Freddie Ingram. That sort of battle has dissipated. So if you're looking and it's blipping in and out, Hingley is in second place. The 3-1-1. He is a bit temperamental, and hopefully it's no issues when it comes to the final scoring, because he very much deserves to be in that second place with how hard he's been battling all throughout this. Freddie Ingram, though, being reeled in now from Bullock Carter, who now puts in the fast lap of the race that last time by, closing in now on Freddie Ingram with 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, so Pearson Bullock Carter now is all over the rear of Freddie Ingram's kart there, and that's the battle that is going on. It's that battle for third. Bullock Carter then back in fourth, Ingram in third, but out in front, Matty Hingley and Cian Geraghty. There's a bit of daylight between the karts now, but it's a bit disappointing for us as fans watching it, because about 3 or 4 laps ago, they were all bumper to bumper, and it was looking really quite exciting. They've stretched their legs a bit now, and it's a little bit of a procession out front, but as we look at that battle for third, is that Pearson Bullock Carter moving up to third and Freddie Ingram going back one? I think it is. Yeah,
very nicely done actually with the switchback, and that's probably the most popular move you see in karting. Someone goes defensive, and when it comes to getting the exit, it's so important with momentum in Rotax and karting generally. You need that exit, so the switchback is so prevalent. There you can see, I think, Ewan Charman on the 421 machine just closing into this battle. Yeah, you can see with the sort of the yellow and the red helmet just closing in, trying to decide which line to take, because what you'll see in pack racing is more than one car will go over to the inside. They'll cover it off just to stop anyone trying to send it up the inside and get a move. Say if you're third place in a train, if second goes to the outside, try and go around the outside of first place in the train, you can nip your way on the inside. So you'll often see a queue of cars off of the racing line to protect it, and that's the difficulty with pack racing. That's the decision making you have to make, and a good exit potentially from Freddie Ingram to try and keep third place.
Yeah, he's trying to get himself back in third, but while that battle's going on between Ingram and Pearson Bullock Carter, it means that the karts behind Ingram are now all building up and backing up. So now Ingram is in a very dangerous position, because as we come into the closing stages of this one, he's got karts behind him who are thinking, I can get this, I'm going to get up to fourth, it's my turn, it's my time. That's what they'll be thinking. Out in front, though, it's just playing into the hands of Cian Geraghty, who's probably got a lot of open road ahead of him.
Yeah, he does indeed. He's just chilling out in front, exactly where he wants to be and exactly where he sort of is in his element on the final lap of the race. Couple of corners left to run for Cian Geraghty, who of course took the victory in the final. Struggled a little bit on the Saturday at Wilton Mill, but on the Sunday won, of course, the Superheat, won then in the final, and he's going to win the Superheat once again here on the Sunday of Larkhall. Cian Geraghty, the 79, definitely a championship contender as the fight continues through the infield hairpin. Ewan Charman, championship leader, trying to recover from a poor qualifying result there in 12th place through the final couple of corners. Cian Geraghty just has to keep it on the tarmac in order to hang on through the final corner. Late apex, puts the power down, sees the checkered flag first. Cian Geraghty take a bow after dealing with that race. The fight, though, is behind.
Yeah, well done to him. And actually, look, on-screen graphics, Pearson Bullock Carter gets himself up to second in the finish. No, that can't be right. Done
Matty
it again,
Hindley,
hasn't he?
yeah.
Matty Hindley, done it again.
He hates you.
He hates me.
Well, his transponder does, maybe not Matty
Get his
Hindley.
transponder checked. He gets the fastest lap, though, so well done to him in second.
Well, unless that was a transponder issue, and it's...
I give up.
No, I know, right? You can never win when it comes to timing sheets. But yeah, Matty Hindley there, confirmed in second place. Cian Geraghty, what a drive that was to win that race. Pearson Bullock Carter then rounds out the podium with Freddie Ingram just missing out ahead of Joshua Turnbull, and Ewan Charman really well driven to stay in 6th place. Stephen Napier from Mac McGilvray, Alexander Cole and William Antrobus, the top 10 after a very close Superheat A for the senior Rotax. The rest of the field is as follows: Gillingham from America, Head, Kinder and Baker, the top 15. Then Ben Donkin, Gabe Fairbrother, race leader for the first 2 laps, down in 17th after a couple of mistakes. Deacon Russell, James Philip King and Rachel Robertson, the top 20 drivers of the race. Of course, we'll run you through the rest of them. There you can see Caitlin Seabrook, Molly Pugh, Luca Palazzo, Aaron McKay, Smith, Darling, Hudson Brown, who we saw have an issue towards the start of this race. Senior Rotax, as always, delivered.
It was really, really exciting, wasn't it? I enjoyed that one a lot, Zach. Super stuff. We had that battle in the middle, didn't we? Freddie Ingram entertaining us. Thanks, Mr. Ingram. We enjoyed that. There were some bold, audacious moves. And then in the finish, though, it stretched out.
Yeah, it did indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, don't go anywhere, because if you like the senior Rotax, we've got more of them coming up. Well, after what was a very electric battle for the Senior Rotax Superheat A B group, they'll get themselves ready to go on to the grid. And again, expect more of the same, I suppose. Hello and welcome, of course, to anyone now just joining us here, either on Alpha Live or the UKC YouTube channel. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share around to as many people as you can. Get as many eyes on this talent as possible, because these are the stars of the future, and the racing here at Larkhall is fantastic. Bit more overcast, so the weather sort of deciding what it wants to do, but clear skies for the most part. Not expecting any more rain, and the track continuing to dry. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary booth to talk you through all of the racing action. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, what race you're most looking forward to, and who really has maybe surprised you, or who has impressed you over the morning thus far in terms of the racing that we've seen, because, well, so far it has been incredible. Changeable conditions now starting to sort of mellow out, that sort of element of adaptability lessening as such, because of the track slowly starting to get better, less sort of margin for change in terms of curbs and stuff. The key thing you do have to look out for, and as we saw with Gabe Fairbrother just before in Superheat A, the grass is not going to dry anywhere near as quickly as the tarmac.
No, it really isn't. You've only got to drop a rear wheel or just a front wheel, just turning a little bit too tight on the grass there. It's still very wet and very slippy out there, even though the tarmac is drying as we're sitting here in glorious sunshine. So some rubber going down on the circuit, a dry track now, very much slicks, but be careful, don't run too wide, because the kart will just spin on a sixpence, as we've already seen a few times this morning. Great live pictures here then from Larkhall. Big thanks to the guys at Alpha Live who are looking after us, bringing us the pictures. Blue sky in the background, look at that. pillowy white clouds and blue skies.
Are we in Scotland?
We are,
Are you
apparently.
sure?
Yes.
Wow, blimey. Impressive stuff. There you can see a little bit of wind, and a good way to sort of see how windy it is to look at any flags around the circuit. A few Rotax in the infield, and of course the flags there, as you can see. Good way to see sort of where the wind is going and how strong it is by sort of how much the flag is moving as such and which direction it's moving in. Obviously, the key thing though, and you see it more in bikes, but definitely so in karting, how strong that slipstream is going to be. If you've got sort of a headwind on one part of the circuit and quite a strong one, sitting behind another kart is going to give you an ample bit more slipstream and that straight line speed that you need to facilitate a move. So anticipate drivers to be looking very eagerly at that, as well as focusing on the race itself, because if it's anything like Superheat A, where we had a group of 5, 6, 7 karts all together fighting for what a podium was in the end, well, they've got a lot on their hands. Yeah,
they have. That slipstream that you're talking about is what karting is all about. You just have to stay tucked in and then pick your moment and just try and keep yourself nose to bumper with the kart ahead of you, and all the while just staying in the slipstream, picking your moment, being as late on the brakes as you can, but all the while, obviously, that you mentioned a moment or two ago, is making sure not to get yourself that pushback bumper penalty, because if you knock the kart in front of you and you knock your own bumper down, then when you come in, it's all over, isn't it? You get that 5-second penalty. So, yeah, run nose to tail, but just close, but not too close. Yeah, run nose to tail, but maybe just leave a little bit to the car in front. Very difficult to judge, though, especially sort of when braking zones, because like what I was saying in Superheat A, when you have two karts that defend at the same time, that sort of is that accordion effect, right? Everyone bunches up, and everyone's going to have to brake a little bit earlier. So it is sometimes hard to anticipate, especially if one of the drivers wants to go for a switchback and is thus braking a bit earlier. So you can very quickly find yourself going, I'm going to brake here, that's nice and conservative. Oh, wait, no, I can't. There's a car in front of me. Slam a bit more, unlock the rears, go sideways. Panic mode is something that you often see. I do it a lot in sim racing. I'm terrible when it comes to braking early in races, so hopefully these guys are a little bit better than me. Macaulay Bishop will start from row 1 alongside Tristan Rennie on pole position in P1 and P2 respectively. Angus Scrivener from Neo Clark in 4th place for number 2. Lewis Goff from Reese Bale, John Brown and Jack Liley, the top 8. P2 in the championship for the man starting 8th place. Max Taylor from Harrison Crowther, Lewis Harvey from Joshua Graham, the top 6 rows. Luke Bate, Jack West, Kieran Ives and Alex Moody, the front 8 rows, I should say. Gemma Harris from Benjamin Lee, Harry Hasgrover and Elliot Foster, the top 20. Miles Roby, Jason Haitley, Michael Dalton and Sam Kelbrick, the 12th row of the field. David Mitchell, Jack Thompson and Michael Walker, the 27th and final driver to take to the field. Got half of the formation lap left to go. We've not spoken too much about the preparation the drivers have to do on this formation lap. How do you go about it? Well, right now, as we're seeing, obviously on this drying surface, it's just all about getting as much heat into the tyres as you possibly can. You can see them as well, just with a hand. I think that's Tristan Rennie there on the left, just coming towards us, just a hand on the radiator as well, just managing the air that's going into that. So getting the engine running at the right temperature and getting the tyres running at the right temperature. That's key, isn't it? That's all they can do. And then get your head in the game. You've got to get yourself in the tram lines and make a nice clean start and time it just perfectly around the final corner and then get the acceleration zone at the right time. So yeah, good luck to all of them as we get set for this one then, Zach.
Here we go. It's the number 1 car of Macaulay Bishop on the right-hand side of your picture. Gets going again for Superheat B of the senior Rotax. Who's going to keep it clean through turn number 1? So far, so good, actually. Very minimal contact as we work our way through the first couple of corners into turn number 3, then the first sort of major braking zone. And it is going to be Macaulay Bishop that is able to lead. Bit of bus stop going on here through the boot section. A couple of drivers going in a bit deep, going onto a very high raised curb and losing a couple of places because of it. But so far so good for sort of the top 5, top 10. Yeah, there was bump and hustle in the middle of the pack there, and that sometimes happens, especially here at Larkhall, where it's that hard left-hander that's almost 90 before the right-hander then of the boot section. But out in front, as you would expect from a man with the experience he's got, Macaulay Bishop is off and away down the road. Tristan Rennie, local Scottish driver then, I would imagine this is his home circuit, sitting in second as we just pick up pictures of another car looking the wrong way round on the track there. Couldn't see quickly who that was. But out in front, Bishop from Rennie, from Goff, from Bailey then, and Neo Clark back joining us in the UKC. Haven't seen him since 2020, so welcome back, Mr. Clark. Thanks for having the chat with me yesterday. Yeah, saw some really good results actually from Neo Clark over Wilton Mill. Only finished P13 in the end in the final, but P4 in the Superheat on the Sunday morning was really good stuff. So considering he's got a couple of sort of cobwebs to dust off, doing a really good job and running P5 at the moment in the early stages of Superheat B. Be interesting to see how he can place later on in the final. Got to be careful. The curbs here at Larkhall very interesting because obviously these karts, no suspension at all. You are very much bum on floor. use a bit too much of it, not only is it going to be really uncomfortable, you run the risk of bending something, and that could be detrimental in terms of the performance.
Yeah, exactly. If you clonk a curve a bit too hard in a kart, you can obviously bend your axle there. You can put a kink in the frame. None of which is good. So yeah, you do have to be careful with them. It's all about taking a bit of curve, but not too much. You can see how much raised curve there is there on the inside of that one at the bottom end of the race circuit. Now the right-hand section at the bottom of the boot is flat through there. Then as you get yourself back up to the top end of the circuit and off and away on that big sweeping right-hander, it's such a fast-flowing course. And look at the rubber that's going down. You can see now there's some rubber going onto the circuit. So these senior Rotax boys and girls will be finding some grip that perhaps some of the earlier racers didn't have.
Yeah, exactly, and that's going to be something that they really want. And again, it's one of those things, if you start sort of early on in the day, say junior Rotax, right, they're going to have to wait a while until they're back out on track. Those that go straight through the final won't even have to do the repechage. We're not going to see them back until the afternoon. No. They're going to get a bit of a shock as to how much grip there's going to be. That can take a lap or two to adjust to.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, these drivers here who don't need the repechage, they'll go through this superheat, won't be back on track for a couple of hours or more. So yeah, it's going to be different for them when they come back out. But look at this, great battle here then, and this is what we're talking about. Look, nose to tail, bumper to bumper with a couple of the karts there. Didn't catch the numbers lower down in the order, but exciting stuff as we've got Craft Motorsport, Tristan Rennie, I think that was there.
The 173 at the moment running P3. There you can see the 95. That's John Brown just trying to close into Reese Bale for 4th place in behind, and got a bit of trainer cars going on. He's got 3 cars behind him, so trying to close in to the 41 for 4th place. Macaulay Bishop able to sort of consolidate that lead up in front ahead of Lewis Goff in 2nd. So about a 2nd gap between the pair of them now, but with still plenty of race left to run, still can change. As defensive going into turn 1 there, I think was Reese Bale. Very much aware of the presence of John Brown. Neo Clark involved in there as well. Jack Lilly from the front row from the 4th row of the field, 2nd place in the championship, trying to work his way forward. So far only 1 place up, and especially when you look at the success of Kian Geraghty and Ewan Charman in Super Heat A, he needs those points. Yeah, he really does. We're set for an absolute scorcher by the time we get to the super final for Senior Rotax this afternoon. All of the key contenders who are at the top of the standings as it stands right now, looks like they're going to be making their way into that super final this afternoon across these 2 super heat races. And then we will have the repechage to give us the last 4 places that will come up for the drivers that don't make the automatic top 30. Exactly, and that's always going to be sort of a bit of fun. We saw it at Wilton Mill. We saw a very electric fight inside of the top 4, weirdly enough, where you think, okay, no, we're in now, we're into the final. I don't really care if I start P sort of 31, 32, 33, as long as I'm in, right? I can make up those couple of places, but we saw some really hard fighting at Wilton Mill inside that top 4, which cost a couple of people a couple of places inside the final and allowed those behind to capitalise. So be interesting to see how the dynamic of that last chance qualifying comes into play a little bit later on. That very fast right-hander, obviously combined G, you're turning and braking at the same time, getting the rear end out and moving the background. I think that might well have been Jack Lilly on the inside of Neo Clark trying to make a way through the banked hairpin, of course, especially on the exit, just allows you to get the power down and accelerate your way towards the final couple of corners. John Brown all over the rear end of the 41 of Reese Bale. Yeah, teammates duking it out here at Larkhall, which is great to see. 41 and 95 then, Reese Bailey and John Brown there, nose to tail. This is really good racing, and they're just fighting for what will be, well, 5th place. At the moment, John Brown running in 5th. Reese Bailey running in 4th, John Brown running in 5th. So yeah, exciting stuff right the way through the field. This is what karting gives you. It doesn't matter what place you're scrapping for it. Yeah, exactly. And again, we were talking about the level of competition a bit earlier on. Yes, fair enough, there's only sort of 1 winner per race, but look to the inside. Very audacious dive there from the 95 of John Brown. Saw the space and a point forward, maybe to go and catch Tristan Rennie, or just to sort of cover the inside, because that was way too easy for me. Look to the inside there, and a nice move indeed. Can they catch the drivers in front, though? But they have also, it's not just about catching the driver in front, it's about getting away from the driver behind. Neo Clark closing in as well, and they don't want to fall victim to losing even more places. No, they don't, and he really enjoyed that, didn't he, John Brown? He was wagging the finger at his teammate. He claimed that overtake. It was a good move, fair enough. It was a great move, wasn't it? It was a great move, and it's on that infield section where you've got the hairpin and then the full 180 on the bank. It's the hairpin, I think, where we're going to see a lot of overtakes this weekend as the afternoon kicks on, Zach. So really exciting stuff. Brilliant racing from Senior Rotax once again. But out in front, we haven't seen too much of him so far, clocking a fastest lap. Macaulay Bishop, the gap back to Lewis Goff now then, 1.34 seconds. So Macaulay is obviously settling into his rhythm out front as another overtake gets done. Kart number 10 run wide. Jack Lilly goes wide, losing a few paces there then. I think he's not going to be too happy with that. I could argue he was maybe pushed wide by the number 8. Of course, don't want to speculate too much, but he turned in.
Yeah.
And the front end just had none of it. A look to the inside as well, a bit further back going into the sweep is not really something that you often see, but it just seemed that when Jack Lilly got to the turning point of the hairpin, the kart just had none of it.
No.
And it almost seemed that he was sort of encouraged onwards. And when you're in a pack like this, if you just get a hint of understeer, you can lose 2 or 3 places. Look to the inside there from the 31. Nicely done from Crowther just to find the space. Opens the door for the 74 to find a way through as well. And again, pack racing is the name of the game when it comes to karting. You have to have the decision making. You have to have that spatial awareness about you in order to make these moves.
Yeah, Louis Harvey then, number 74 from TB Kart. He's one of the kind of driver coaches for TB Kart these days, runs in senior Rotax himself there, hugely experienced driver, back with us in 2025, fully in the mix. Look at this, he's wrestling that kart, but he just runs wide, loses a place up the inside, couldn't quite see who that was, but there's a great battle going on here then, and that's that middle order of about sort of 9th down to 12th that we're watching right now.
It is indeed, 2.5 minutes left to go, plus the lap, of course, and the fight at the front, quite mellow. I mean, there's a bit of a fight for second place, but here's where all the action is. Of course, you can see the S-plate. That's Max Taylor trying to find a way through. The number 10 of Jack Lilly, of course, second place in the championship, just trying to survive this race more than anything. He's had a bit of bad luck in terms of misplacing the car or getting pushed on wide at the hairpin, whatever the issue was. Having to go defensive once more into a very long sweeping right-hander where the exit is crucial. That could open the door for Max Taylor to find a way to the outside, into the hairpin, opens the door for 74. One wrong move and straight away you've got another driver knocking on your door. Yeah,
you have. One thing that I forgot to say in that little moment or two ago is we were name-checking number 74, Louis Harvey. He was our 2022 senior Rotax champion, so he knows what it's like to run at the front. He's back with us in 2025, but he's shown us the kind of skills that won him the championship in 2022. So welcome back, and thanks to the entertainment, Louis Harvey of TB Kart.
Indeed so. He knows what it takes. He knows the decision-making that needs to be had, and running down at the moment in P11. So that, again, just shows the level of competition. An ex-champion at the moment can only manage P11. And, of course, everyone has bad races, but it just goes to show how open these races are. You've got, champions that can sort of be in the mid-pack. You've got runners-up that can be going towards the front end. And we're getting word that there is some spit. I can see some spit on the window just in front of the commentary box. Some spit going out there as well. Karts are very sensitive. It doesn't take a lot for a lot to happen.
It really doesn't, and this battle that we've been watching for the last couple of laps then between Tristan Rennie and Lewis Goff is the battle for second, and if the rain is going to start to spit, it'll put a little bit of moisture on that circuit, and they're all on slicks, everybody, so let's see what happens in the closing stages of this then. 40 seconds plus a lap is where we're at. At the moment, Tristan Rennie has the better of Lewis Goff, who is all over the rear of his race car, but out in front, Macaulay Bishop then has plenty of room to play with right now. That's the gap back to Rennie and Goff that we can see on the screen right now, and it is 1:57 from Bishop back to Rennie. This is the battle then between Rennie and Goff. Look at this, back on the infield. There's the hairpin where we've seen the overtakes get done. Now the full 180 up the bank. But we might see some cuts. Look how muddy it is on the outside of the upper section of that bank, Zach. They've only got to run a little bit too wide and they're going to go spinning.
Very expensive lawnmowers, to say the least. You can see straight away, even with the rain, they're all over the curbs now because you can't trust the track to give you the grip. You have to almost hook the curb and just have it sort of grab you and hook you around the corner. You'll see it into turn 1, maybe into turn 2 as well, into here. You can see they just clip that curb on the inside. They don't often do that when it's fully dry. It just gives them that extra little bite that they need. And when it's like this, when it's spitting and you're not too sure, you're going into every corner almost guessing where the grip is. One lap, it's, okay, I've got some grip. The next corner, the car doesn't turn, and that's a really difficult thing, especially when you're locked in a battle like this, seeing where your braking points are, because, like I say, in conditions like this, you really are guessing. Yeah, you really are, and I tell you what, the focus that Tristan Rennie must have in that kart right now, he must be concentrating so hard because he knows just how close Lewis Goff is behind him, and he can now feel him breathing down his neck as Lewis Goff has a look around the outside. Tristan Rennie closes it off in the final corner. This is the final lap. Look, he glances over his shoulder, then Goff is looking at Rennie thinking, I'm going to get you, I'm going to get you. On the next lap, I'm going to do it. It's playing into the hands of Macaulay Bishop then, who is out in front. Look at this. Goff swinging it wide, scissoring left and right, and Rennie just closing it off at every move as they're at the bottom end of the boot section. Rennie now getting the toe down. He needs to get away from him, but he just simply can't at the moment. Yeah, the race for the lead is almost over. Defensive to the inside and a squeeze to the outside there. Lewis Goff getting almost run off the road there on the limit, but not a centimetre over. It looked to the outside again. Bit of contact between the pair of them. Last lap of the race through this infield hairpin. The 173 of Tristan Rene just able to hang on. Macaulay Bishop then is set to win Senior Rotax Superheat B. Is there anything that the 51 can do? I think he's running out of opportunities out of the final corner. The number 1 play. Domination defined here in Senior Rotax Superheat B. Sees the checkered flag first and takes victory ahead of Tristan Rene and Lewis Goff. A good attempt in the last couple of laps and a good bit of spice to round it off as well. I wonder if it is still spitting. I don't think so. I think the weather is being a little bit sort of trying to keep us on our toes. But if you're sort of sat there on the dummy grid now waiting to go out, you're sort of thinking, oh, hang on, we could have an interesting race here. It could either stop and dry up again, or it could start pouring, and you need to be ready for any which way, and mechanics need to be sort of ready on the grid to react.
Yeah, because it is tricky. As we see that camera shot there, then, look, there's an umbrella up, there's a lady with her hood up. There is still some spots of rain on the glass here, but yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Full credit, though, to that man in second, Tristan Rene, for holding off Lewis Goff in the closing stages of that one.
Very much so. They finished P2 and P3 respectively, with Macaulay Bishop taking the race victory. John Brown from Neo Clark then rounds off the top 5, and Reese Bell and Joshua Graham in P7. Harrison Crowther from Jack Lilly and Max Taylor inside the top 10. Behind that, of course, a very close fight from pretty much 9th all the way down to sort of 12th, I believe it was, in Senior Rotax Superheat B. Lewis Harvey from Jack Thompson and Jack West, P13. Harry Hurst-Grover and Mikey Walker finishing inside the top 15. David Mitchell, Kieran Ives, Alex Moody, Benjamin Lee and Angus Scrivener, the top 20, with 7 more drivers behind that. Gemma Hyons, Miles Roby, Sam Kelbrick, Jason Haitley, Michael Dalton and Elliot Foster, the 26th and final driver to cross the checkered flag. And well, Kev, I mean, again, Senior Rotax in the book before we move on to the Micromaxes, and I'm looking forward to both the repechage and the final for these guys.
It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Senior Rotax delivering the goods. Really, really exciting racing. You know, I name-checked a moment ago, but shout out to Tristan Rene, shout out to Lewis Goff as well, because you were really going for it, young man. That was great to see. That was great racing. And Macaulay Bishop, business as usual, out in front. We've got a lot to look forward to, Zach.
We do indeed. Well, the Senior Rotax then going to be wrapping up for the morning. We'll see them back for the repechage, the last chance qualifying. We move to the Micromax. These drivers then on one of the first steps on what is a very long ladder up the ranks of motorsport. You can see there very small Diddy carts, very small Diddy drivers ready to take to the grid here at Larkhall. But just because they're small does not mean they're not mighty. These drivers have some of the fiercest racing that we have seen in karting and we see in motorsport generally. Alfie Garrett leads the way in the championship. 2 points clear of Benedictus Manasiokas. They were trading wins through the heats, and then of course fought for the lead in the final as well back at Wilton Mill. And this class is one to watch. These drivers, of course, not got a lot of experience under their belt, but that doesn't matter because in what experience they do have, they're learning, constantly growing with each sort of race that they take to. And even with that, the decision-making and maturity that we see from some of them is something that you sort of see in professional races, right? These young drivers have the decision-making in the head of someone a lot older.
Yeah, they do, and don't be fooled. They are as serious and as committed as anyone else here. I love walking around the paddock and seeing these young Micromax drivers sort of going about their business. Anyone would think they're patrolling the paddock in Monaco in Formula One because the steely focus of some of them and the confidence they've got is just tangible. Incredible to see, as we've got the O-plate man there sitting on the front row of the grid. Is he Benedictus Manasiokas? So good luck to you, sir, with what looks like from this rear angle. Is that a Senna-inspired yellow helmet there as well? Fantastic. Look at that. I mean, there is young man. Will we be saying his name again in the future? 10, 15 years from now? We might be. Or will it be that one? Kart number 33. Who are we looking at there then?
It's going to be
Elliot Foster. Good luck to you, Mr. Foster. Look, some wise words to the mechanic there going in through that helmet. This is what's fantastic about it, isn't it? He's sitting, where is he sitting? Right on the very back of the grid almost.
33 for the Micromatch. That's going to be Charlie Page.
Yes, sorry, Charlie
on
Page.
the front row, actually. So looking quite good in terms of maybe winning this race. Of course, it's going to be the O-plater, Benedictus Manasiokas, who takes pole position. So we're only through the full grid in just a few moments' time. But I did see, of course, watching, so I know you can see the rain actually just able, if you're able to squint spin. You can see the rain is coming down now. All of them, are they on wets? Are they on slicks? I think I can see a couple of karts there. You can see the number 40 sat there on wets. This is one of those. This is where it gets spicy. This is where it gets interesting. This is where I love it, because you can't pit stop in karting, right? You've not got long enough for one, and it takes way too long to do it. Now the rain's coming down. If you're on slicks, oh my word, good luck to you. Benedictus Masiokas will start from pole position ahead of Charlie Page and Alfie Garrett, championship leader, from third. Dimitar Uzanov there in fourth place. The rest of the grid as follows: Harris Barber, Dean Singh Pal, Ethan Lloyd and Teddy Murphy, the front 4 rows. Arlo Gamble, let's see if he's gambled on wets or slicks. Ollie Brunt, the top 10 ahead of Albert Farrow, and Albie J. Stubbs, the top 12. George Simmons from Ralph Martin, Archie Gupta and Oliver Woodall, the top 16, ahead of William Davison there in 17th place. Oh, that rain came out of nowhere in terms of how harsh it was coming down. If you are on slicks, you are going to have a tough time. If you've gambled and put the wets on, you are going to have a very fun time out there in terms of the grip that you're able to command. This is going to be a good race.
It really is. I would think most of them will be on wets. I would think if the mechanics and the teams got their heads in gear, they would have seen this coming, surely.
But you can't sort of predict when the weather's going to go. You can see a couple of spits, but we know what the UK is like, right? You don't want to sort of go, okay, yeah, no, it's going to rain in 3 minutes' time. Let's have a look, see who is on the wet. Of course, you're just looking for the tread. Similar to sort of your road tyres for those at home, that tread is going to displace all of that water, maximise the tyre contact patch on the tarmac and deliver as much grip as possible. If you're slick, you're not going to get that low grip off the exit then, and a false start, understandably so, because they're not understanding the grip conditions at all, and you put your power down at the final corner, you could very quickly find yourself looping around. So they'll go around once again. The UK is just so changeable. It can come down at a moment's notice, stop for 5 minutes, let the track dry out a bit more, and then just changeable conditions. The good news, though, with the false start, you get an extra lap just to try something into a corner, see where the kart's going to bite, see how much grip you've got, and that's invaluable experience to have just before the race start.
Yeah, it is, and obviously with these young Micromax drivers, getting it right on the start, like routine, getting the 2 lines perfectly, running into that acceleration zone and getting it all right when there's 20 or so of them out there. They are some of our smallest drivers here, least experienced. So getting this start procedure right with these youngsters could be tricky. They're going around again for a second time, but potentially we might see a third time.
Yeah, you've just got to be careful, because of course, even though they're going nice and slowly, that means they're not getting much heat into the tyres for one. Yeah. And then they go into the final corner trying to go side by side, and then one of them sort of messes it up a little bit, goes in a bit deep, goes sideways, and that sort of messes up and compromises those in behind. So very easy for it to go all wrong. Tentative nature then for the first couple of laps, I'd imagine.
This looks better. This looks better.
Frantic waving, actually, from one of the drivers. Not sure exactly what he's trying to convey there, but side by side then, Benedictus Masiokas will lead us in towards turn number 1, and another false start for this race. So not going to get 10 minutes plus the lap. So just going round and round, I think, just to allow these drivers to acclimatise to the grip levels and the changes. I think it is still spitting to some degree out there, so it is only going to get worse, especially before it starts getting better. Yeah, wets were the way to go, and I'm sure the majority of them have read that and put that on. But when you have conditions like this, you have to read what you've been given, because sometimes if you try and be a hero, the track then magically starts drying. So it is going to be very difficult in these changeable conditions. But yeah, I mean, as a driver now, you've had 3 go-arounds, and there we go, exactly why we've had 3 go-arounds. A driver spearing off into the grass there and backwards into the barrier and stuck. That wheel is spinning. Are they able to recover the car and get going again? They are. That's the number 12, I believe. That's Harris Barber that's gone off and has to push that car back onto the circuit.
Yeah, so Harris Barber there, I was just questioning whether or not they are all on wets from the outset. Obviously, if it was called a wet race before they started, then they would all be on wets. But if that call wasn't made and some of them have gambled on the slicks, then like Harris Barber there, who's just spun off, maybe they're on slicks.
Maybe so. Like I say, looking for the tread, but it's hard to sort of tell when they're rolling. I think a couple of people might well be on slicks. And, well, one of the biggest sort of lessons that you need to learn, these young drivers on the sort of first step, I can definitely see some slicks out there actually. Yeah. On the sort of the first step of their motorsport journey, these are one of the lessons that you need to learn: how to drive on slicks when it's wet. The cart's still being recovered, yeah, so I wonder if that's going to get us going, or another false start. No, the clock ticks down. We start the race once more. Masiokas leads in towards turn number 1, albeit with a slightly altered field. Very wet, very treacherous. A car already spinning round there in the background and recovering. Masiokas is then able to lead in the O-plate, just trying to test where that grip is. Sometimes you don't want to be on that race line. We've been saying the benefit, as another driver spins around, of rubber being laid down is great until it starts raining again, and then all of that rubber goes from a blessing to a burden.
Yeah, that was Ralph Martin just spinning in the back of the pack there, so hopefully he can rejoin the race. But yeah, sometimes, like you say, the rubber can be found elsewhere, slightly off the racing line. So you've got to be a little bit canny with the lines you take, as we are now, look, it looks like it's a drying surface again now. That was a passing shower. So there's a few little karts there making a few moves in the mid-pack, but they're stringing out in front with that man, Masiokas out in front, Garrett, Page. Sorry, Mr. Page, I got your name wrong at the start of this when you're on the dummy grid there. Kart number 33, Charlie Page. So keep your eyes on him. He started on the front row of the grid.
He did indeed. It's fallen down now to P3, but again, with changeable conditions, very quickly finds his way on the inside. And you'll see here, a couple of drivers opting for the inside, the normal racing line, others opting for the long way around. And the reason I say that, again, going back to rubber is slippery and the racing line is full of it. You try and go to the outside, fair enough, there's a few marbles or whatever, but typically in the wet it's going to give you a bit more grip, at least initially. So you'll often find drivers stabbing at the wheel, turning in a bit later, try and get a late apex, get the car rotated and exit straighter. Traction is so much more tricky in the wet conditions. The straighter you can keep the car, the quicker you can get that power down. Adjusting to those lines, where to do it, when not to do it. Side by side through there is brave in the dry, let alone in the wet, between that's Charlie Page and Dimitar Yuzunov, the 62 versus the 33. Treacherous conditions and adaptable conditions once again, because the track's going to be changing, the grip's going to be changing lap by lap.
Yeah, it really is. Look at this. The sun is out now, and we're looking at a drying tarmac once again. And what's going to happen now, of course, for any drivers that are on the wets, they're going to start to shred their wets through this superheat this morning. And then if they need them for this afternoon when it's actually wet, then they won't have the best condition for this afternoon's race. It is a complete gamble for them, as we see a move up the inside there. I couldn't quite see the numbers on that one, but one kart there looked like a zip kart running very wide. Was it Albufeiro making a move up the inside? Might well have been. Alfie Garrett then is on the fastest lap, currently second, half a second behind our leader, Benedictus Masiokas.
Fast lap coming in there for Alfie Garrett, so closing the gap. And back to what we were saying a bit earlier on with the first race of the juniors, actually. Having that reference, Alfie Garrett has got the reference of Masiokas. He can see what he's doing. He can learn from him. Masiokas, as brilliant of a driver as he is, right, he's having to do all of this by himself. He's having to go into every corner and think, okay, I tried this last lap. Let's see if this works. And with the track as changeable as it is, sometimes that will work, sometimes it won't. Alfie Garrett has got invaluable knowledge in front of him, seeing what Masiokas is doing. However, he can't wait around for too long because he'll have the drivers behind starting to close in. Thankfully, he's got a bit of breathing room back to Singh Bahal in third and then Albufeiro in fourth. Charlie Page just keeping him honest in behind. A big snap of oversteer there, going into the final corner, able to correct it. But in the low power Micromax, any slide is detrimental when it comes to that power delivery. Yeah, it absolutely is. You want to keep the kart running as smoothly as you can. Sliding it's not going to be good for you. And that was Charlie Page a moment or two ago making a move on Dimitar Uzunov. So 33 did get past number 62. And then Albufeiro then at the moment is getting chased down by Charlie Page. There's going to be a battle on there between number 42 and 33. Keep your eyes on Mr. Ferro and Mr. Page chasing for fourth at the moment. Out in front though, look at this, Benedictus Masiokas, then we've got Alfie Garrett, and then we've got Dean Singh Pahal. There's the battle I was just talking about. 62 chasing down 33 right now. So as we look at that then, that's Albufeiro, Charlie Page, and then Harris Barber there. In actual fact, that was Dimitar Uzunov, 62. It was trying to close in the very menacing liveried kart there. You can see often you see sort of bright striking colours like you see with the LN kart with the the blue and the fluorescent yellow, sort of Valentino Rossi-esque, as Lando Norris is a fan, but a very menacing sort of dark coloured kart there for the 62, closing in the dark coloured helmet, dark coloured suit. He looks like a beast in sort of, as you look over your shoulder, he looks menacing, and you've got to be careful to not let him through, because a driver like Uzunov is not going to let you get away with any mistakes. So too is Charlie Page up the inside there, lovely little switchback, and that's the importance of the exit in karting.
Yeah, well done to Charlie Page. Great move, an absolute textbook overtake. Up the inside now, leads that group of three then. So we've got Charlie Page from Albufeiro, from Dimitar Uzunov. Well done to you, sir. Look at this. He's now going to stretch his legs. And he, of course, did start on the front row of the grid, don't forget. So his next target in his sights will be Dean Singh Pahal from RCE Racing, who's a great little driver. We saw him get on the podium back end of last season. He's really gained in confidence since then, and his dad, we saw a moment or two ago, a shot on the pit wall, just giving him the signals that the dads and the mechanics do. But look at this, Charlie Page now starting to stretch his legs as he gets ahead of Albufeiro from Dan Holland Racing. This is a great little moment of racing for these three youngsters in the mid-pack then, or just outside of the top three, as we catch a picture there of kart number 40, which was Oliver Woodall. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, indeed so, running in P8 at the moment. 4.5 minutes left to go of this race, of course, then plus the lap. There you can see the rain very still apparent on the camera lens, so it's not dry by any means, right? It's going to be quite slick, going to be quite green. That rubber that we built up ever so slightly starting to wash off because it didn't come down in spit for a long time. It was sort of Hail Mary for a very short period of time. Now it's sort of now drying up again. And I think that's going to be sort of what we see over the course of the rest of the day. Maybe a spit here, drying up here, changeable conditions. Like we were saying when it comes to tyres, not usually a huge concern in karting is the 62 fights with the 90, bit of contact, rubbing is racing between the pair of them. The 96, they're just able to hang on. That's LBJ Stubbs keeping Uzanov at bay for now. But, well, these young drivers, like I say, they are small, but they are still very much feisty and mighty in their defence and attack.
Yeah, they are. And LBJ Stubbs has got himself the fastest lap at the moment at 57.23, so well done to you, sir. But he's having to work hard now to fight off the moves from the man behind him, which is kart number 62, Dimitar Uzanov. Well done. Ahead of those guys, of course, Albie Farrow and Charlie Page. So Charlie Page is pushing off on the way down the road, but Dean Singh Pahal, Alfie Garrett and Benedictus Masiokas in the top three seem to have it all their way out front at the moment. As we pick up pictures of Alfie Garrett with Dean Singh Pahal behind him, then the number 23 kart from RCE. So a good battle between those two, but out in front, Benedictus Masiokas has a 3.3 second gap back to second. So we're not seeing any pictures of him because he's so far on off the way down the road.
It's the best way to be in some capacity. Obviously, when you get sponsors and stuff, they want the airtime. But it's almost the best headache to have. You're like, well, where am I on broadcast? Well, we can't really watch you because you're so far in front. It would just be watching a car in a glorified practice session. A look to the inside there from the 23 Pahal going up for second place. The 47 tries to nip and tuck and get the switch back. The double switch back, slightly pushing the 23 wide up onto the curb, trying to get the switch back and find the space on the inside, but to no avail. Pahal then is through, up now in a second place. Alfie Garrett having to settle for third as things stand. But when it comes to the final, still going to be doing himself a lot of favours in terms of points scored, running quite wide on the exit there of that right-hander. And that fight between the pair of them, I think, far from over. Now into the hairpin. Let's see if Alfie Garrett can stay with the 23.
Yeah, well done to Dean Singh Pahal, just 10 years old, been racing, I think, for 4 years now, and he seems to be just gaining confidence weekend on weekend. So there he is there, the number 23 from RCE, being chased down by 47, which is Alfie Garrett. This one has still some legs to run, but Dean Singh Pahal starting to put a little bit of distance between him. There's his dad, waving his hands frantically there, just telling him, go, go, go. And look, he's got his eyes now off on the way down the road. He's stretching out a lead. Alfie Garrett just glances back over his shoulder. There's nothing behind you, mate. Look forwards. That's the man that you need to be, and he's in front of you right now. And his name's Dean Singh Pahal.
Exactly, and that's the thing, is as a driver, fair enough, you want to be aware of the race going on around you, and a quick look over your shoulder probably isn't going to do much harm. But the one thing that I was always sort of told, the race is in front of you. You don't care what's behind you, because the minute you look back is the minute you start sort of focusing back and drawing your pace in terms of focusing on them, and you then start defending. You then start defending thin air. If you look forward and keep your head up and eyes up and look where you want to go, you're going to then naturally start progressing forward. And if he keeps his eyes on Pahal and doesn't settle, he can stay with him. The minute he sort of settles and go, oh, Pahal got past me, he's quicker. That's then going to be the case. You sort of manifest it into reality. He needs to focus forward because second is still very much on the cards here with what now 2-3 laps left to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Eyes on where you want to be, not where you've been. That's what you've got to do here, youngsters. So let's keep it going. 23, then there he is, Dean Singh Pahal, but he hasn't shaken off Alfie Garrett, number 47. He hasn't shaken him off, and Charlie Page is just behind them. Charlie Page will start to close that gap, I'm sure, but Charlie Page has got his own little battle going on, because behind him is LBJ Stubbs, who's just clocked the fastest lap, which is a 56.6, so well done to you, Albie. Love it, love it, love it. Who's number 42? Who are we picking up there? There's Albie Farrow just behind LBJ Stubbs. So this is great racing from these Micromax youngsters. Wherever they are in the field, they're learning their craft, they're having a go, and they're having fun, which is what it's all about. So brilliant stuff from them. Great for us to watch. Using all of the bank then, the man that's just ahead of the 33 karts, which is Alfie Garrett. So Alfie Garrett just using all of the bank. Behind him though, Charlie Page just keeping him honest.
He is indeed. LBJ Stubbs now up into 4th place. Time tick 0, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Benedictus Masiokas leads by 5.6 seconds. Just looking at sort of the average lap times that they're doing, Masiokas is 4 to 6 tenths a lap quicker than Singh Pahal, which is nothing bad to say about Pahal. He's driving a fantastic race with some fantastic pace. it just sings the praises of how good Masiokas is in this superheat, because that is insane pace and an insane gap around here. I mean, 5/10 of a second is huge in karting and is huge at only a 50-second lap. That is insane pace from Masiokas. And it's not that he's just had like a one-lap wonder either. He's kept that pace up lap on lap on lap and built up a huge lead. He is going to be the one to beat over the course of the day and over the course of the season.
Yeah, he really is. He's a class act and he's out in front, and that's why he's got a lead of 5.74 seconds now as the on-screen graphics just adjust themselves, and that's why he's got that O plate on his kart as well. So well done to you, sir. But look at this battle. Here we go. Dean Singh Pahal, number 23. Behind him, it's the 47 of Alfie Garrett, and behind him then Albie J. Stubbs and Charlie Page. This is a great battle. Charlie Page is going to be thinking he can do something here. Who's going to end up in third? We'll find out in the next few moments, but it is all still going on. And Dimitar Yuzinov, number 62, he just flashed into the back of the picture there. But as we come into the last couple of laps of this then, or the last couple of corners, I should say, there's your race leader who's had it all his own way from the off. Benedictus Masiokas.
Indeed so. A star to watch for the future, no doubt. The fight, though, still drawing on for third place. Singh Pahal able to bridge the gap and consolidate second place out of the final corner. And Benedictus Masiokas, after winning at Wilton Mill, continues in strong form here in Scotland at Larkhall. Victorious in the Micromax Superheat. Second place. Eventually comes Singh Pahal for second. Albie J. Stubbs gets himself onto the podium with the fast lap of the race ahead of Charlie Page and Alfie Garrett, the top five. And like I say, it's fights all the way through the field, continuing a little bit further down as well, deciding the back end of the top 10. That's Ethan Lloyd in the 66 coming home for what is going to be 14th place, I think, at the line. What a race again, changeable conditions, but I think, again, I'm saying this with zero certainty whatsoever, it's going to be dry for at least a little while.
It might well be, mate. It might well be. That was a moment of just madness, wasn't it, at the start of that one? We had what was clearly just a passing shower, a quick shower. So if you did do that one on the slicks, well done to you.
Yeah, very good lesson learned there. Benedictus Masiokas, though, was absolutely flying out in front, victorious here at Larkhall. Dean Singh Pahal ahead of Albie J. Stubbs for the podium, Charlie Page and Alfie Garrett, the top five. Harris Barber from Albert Farrer and Ralph Martin in P8. Oliver Whittle from Teddy Murphy inside the top 10. Arlo Gamble, Ethan Lloyd, Ollie Brunt, George Simmons and William Davison, the top 15, with Archie Gupta there in 16th, rounding off our grid at the back end of the Micromax Superheat. Of course, we'll see these young drivers out later on for their super final. No repechage needed for them, so it's all to play for. If you arrive in the Micromax, you can still contend and still win the final later on. Of course, we'll be now going to the mini inters. Well, after the success of the first little class of the Micromax, we've now got the mini inters taking to the track, and I can see the general consensus there of slicks. We had a brief lapse where we were on the crossover between slicks and wets, but I think now the track is dry enough to get them on to the full slick compound of tyre. Of course, a fantastic grid of drivers to work our way through. We saw some brilliant racing back at Wilton Mill. But the big name is Emerson McAndrew-Urim. They're victorious in all four races. The only other class that we saw that then was the Junior Rotax with Jacob Ashcroft. And that's a very good way to start your season and continue that form into round two.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. So we step up from Micromax to Mini Inter. So these young drivers know a thing or two about kart racing by now. And certainly the man does at the front. And that is Emerson McAndrew-Urim. As we get a picture on screen now of Max Jolly on the O-plate. He's a youngster that has learnt his craft over the last 2 or 3 years. New to karting, but he has arrived in a very big way indeed. Making moves through every race that he's ever been in, and that's why he's on the front row of the grid right now. This is going to be really exciting. We have a lot of them on the grid as well. 18 rows of them for 36. This one, Zach. This is phenomenal. This is going to be so good. Bordering on needing the A and B group, right? Yeah. So really maxing out how many young drivers are on this grid. And yes, speaking of Max Jolly, obviously one of the drivers, as many who race in a plethora of different championships across the UK on a national level, but Max Jolly, one of them that really does succeed. Was watching a couple of them over the last couple of weeks. Of course, the BKC was racing in a few places, and Max Jolly was really impressing. So he's
doing it at so many different places, at so many different levels, against so many different drivers. Because it's one thing to say win your club championship or win one national championship. To compete at the front of multiple is a very big sort of talking point indeed. Yeah. Of course, they're making their way onto the formation lap now. So it's Emerson McAndrew-Uren who will lead Max Jolly from row number 1, Leo Livings and Austin Oman, the front 2. Of course, behind that, a very big grid to get through. Josh Cormack, Edward Haynes, Harry Ratcliffe and Tom Reed, the front 4 rows of the field. Tom Reed will be looking to make his way forward. Joshua Griffin from Soren Gallagher, Alfie Mayer and Lucian Smith rounds out in 12th, ahead of Ian Campbell and Riley Murray, keeping each other company on row 7. Ollie Thompson from Alfie Ward there in 16th place, ahead of Ryan White, Rian Townsend, Hamish Gordon and Sebastian Behrman, cousin to the driver that will be taking to the Monaco GP this afternoon.
Phenomenal.
Arthur Farrow from Lewis Stewart, Buddy Hugo and Maximilian Abrahart there in 24th place. Stanley Stafford, Eddie Duncan, Otis Cleary, Nelson Taylor in 28th place. James Sins, Hakeem Bart, Teddy Higgs and Adam Bart there in 32nd place. Drew Davison, Hugo McCluskey, Elijah West, and eventually, take a breath, George Swire there in 36th place for the Mini Inter Heat. Couple of corners left to go then. Who's winning this race?
Well, I don't know. The 2 men on the front, their calibre speaks for itself. You've got Emerson McAndrew and Max Jolly, but then behind them it's Leo Livings and Austin Oman. Micromax champion in 2024 was Austin, so good luck to him. Josh Cormack on home turf here on the next row of the grid alongside Edward Haynes, another hard charger, former RCE driver. Let's see what happens, Zach, as they get themselves round into the acceleration zone.
Yeah, Emerson McAndrew-Uren sets us off for another race. 10 minutes plus the lap on the inside of turn 1. What can Max Jolly do in terms of contention? In towards the very fast left-handed. Then, of course, into the boot section, we've got a driver cutting the grass on the inside and a kart there taking a jump, hop, skip and a jump in the background, spinning around, facing the wrong way. Good job from the rest of the pack to avoid them going every which way in order to get round the car. Not the way that you want to start your superheat by any stretch of the imagination, but McAndrew-Uren able to consolidate the pole position that he was so able to get over the course of Saturday in terms of a couple of race wins and fighting with Max Jolly throughout Saturday. Now into Sunday, let's see who's going to be able to take top step. I think so far a bit of contact further back. The number 10 has gone round as well through the hairpin. This really has been the sort of the caution zone, especially on lap 1.
Yeah, it really has. That inside hairpin there is where we'll start to see some overtakes get moved, and I can't quite see who's made it up to second, but I think Max Jolly has dropped from second to third. Let's say Max Jolly in third there, but Emerson McAndrew-Uren. It's Josh Cormack, that young man who gave us the demo lap on the opening segment of the live here this weekend. It's his local track, so good luck to you racing for Sam Pollitt Racing this weekend as we go to a checkered, a black, full course yellow, basically. The Battenberg flag has come out.
Essentially, for those unfamiliar with karting, a VSC, I guess.
Yeah.
You could call it. The pack will bunch up and McAndrew-Uren will get them round. So it neutralises the race. It's not like a full restart like we see with the green and the chevron. Neutralise the race and we get going again. So good practice for these young drivers when they go into karts to do sort of safety car restarts and things like that. Once that kart is clear, we can then go racing. Because if a kart's stationary in the middle of the track, it's hard for marshals to get on track to recover it, especially with a big grid.
Yeah, and I think what it was on that start there was those karts in the sort of middle to the back of the pack that we saw just having a little bit of bump and hustle. We saw some front wheels bounce up and down, didn't we? Obviously, one of those karts needed recovering because it hadn't moved from where it was, and that's why we've got the Battenbergs out and this effective virtual safety car as they move around. Now, this will be interesting, though, because the restart's going to be great, and it's a nervous moment as well for Emerson out in front there because it's all on him, right? So they can get some heat into their tyres right now, but it is all on him when he starts to get the hammer down. And he's got to go at the right time because behind him, that man, Josh Cormack, will be looking and thinking, you better get it right, mate, else I'm going. I think it's happening.
Yeah, foot to the floor, and we go racing once more here at Larkhall. McAndrew-Uren will lead. Josh Cormack and Max Jolly, who is going to be, well, this is a second chance for him in order to make his way back through. Josh Cormack, of course, at the moment with the fast lap of the race, albeit with only one lap of running under his belt. McAndrew-Uren is then able to once again consolidate the race lead. Max Jolly unable to find a way through on Cormack. I think we saw Austin Oman and Harry Ratcliffe doing battle for fourth place just in behind that as well. But a very big grid charging their way through the first couple of sectors here at Larkhall. McAndrew-Uren able to lead. Josh Cormack, though, keeping him honest in second.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting. Let's see what happens as we're out in the front right now, watching the front three. There are so many great names. Somebody just rolls off onto the mud, just gets onto the grass and back onto the track. Can't quite see who that was, but they've dropped themselves down a few positions there. was it number 41 might have been, or was it 47, Ryan White? Didn't quite see. So apologies if I'm just name checking the wrong driver there. But out in front, here we go then. Emerson McAndrew-Uren from Josh Cormack from Max Jolly. This is going to be great between these three. Austin Oman behind them. Riley Murrow, there's a name who's always out the front. Hang on a minute, what's happening with this order as they cross the start-finish line? It all sorts itself out.
Indeed it does. Through the first sector once more, the top three locked together. McAndrew-Uren from Cormac from Jolly. Riley Moreau a couple of kart lengths back. And this, I think, is going to settle ourselves into a three-horse fight at the front for the Mini Inter Super Heat. And if this is the battle that we carry forward into the Super Final later on as well, the 188, that's Lewis Stewart having an off as well. So clearly showing that the track far from over. Max Jolly, what a run that was out of the hairpin. Got 2 in 1. Now towards the banked hairpin. That was sensational. McAndrew-Uren had to defend. Cormac then tried to get the switch back, and then Jolly just said, thank you very much, I'm through as well. That battle has brought the rest of the field in as well. There goes the number 3 of Riley Moreau to the inside. Beautiful racing here in the Mini Inters.
Yeah, lovely move from Riley Murrow there. Absolutely loving that young man. What a move up the inside, but credit as well to Max Jolly for taking the opportunity. Emerson is now in the fight then in second. Look, and he's going to have a look up the inside, gets it straight back. Well done to Emerson. Max Jolly slotting into second then. Third place, Riley Murrow there. And Josh Cormac as well. Keep your eyes on kart number 9 as we now have 2, 4, 6, about 7 karts there running at the front. He could almost throw a blanket over the front 3 as well. Look at these 3 scrapping it out. We've still got 5 minutes to go.
And they're fighting as if it's for the championship.
This is amazing.
Is beautiful. To the outside. Riley Moreau, the number 3, gets forced wide there through the hairpin. Muscled up to the exit of the circuit. Now settles for 4th place, immediately having to defend. McAndrew-Uren just able to hang on from Max Jolly. He was not giving an inch on the exit of that corner there. And you almost have to expect it when you're trying an audacious move like that. But he settled back in. He needs to keep that composure. He needs to focus forward. Joshua Griffin found his way now into 3rd place in this race as they break the beam with the fastest lap. This is going down to the wire.
This is so good. Riley Murrow there obviously had the adrenaline coursing through his veins, and he'd done one overtake. He thought, I'll have a go at another one.
Why not?
And he just threw it in with like zero thought, but it nearly paid off. Good news for him is though he's still in 4th and he's got an opportunity to settle and make up some places as the race goes on. But brilliant racing from these youngsters out in front. Look as they all bunch up again. So exciting. Look at this. These front 4 are giving us a battle. Watch Murrow. Look, he's going around the outside. He's going to try it. No, he's going to drop from 4th to 5th as kart number 7, Edward Haynes, muscles his way in.
That's the risk that you take when you go to the outside. You're going the long way around. You open up the inside, and straight up there on the left was the 7 of Edward Haynes, and you almost have to expect it in karting. The outside very rarely works. The driver on the inside just takes the apex and almost Max Verstappen's you to the exit of the circuit. Max Jolly dropping down a couple of places. Wasn't long that he was going for the lead. Now down into 5th. Just goes to show how changeable the Mini Inter can be.
Yeah, and Josh Griffin, kart number 5. Keep your eyes on him. This guy is giving us a show. Look at him. He's all over the back of McAndrew-Uren there. He is really charging for the win in this one. This is the Super Heat, not the Super Final. And they're not fighting really for a place in that Super Final because they're all going to get there if they finish the race in the top 34, which, 34 out of 36 of them should.
Yeah, exactly. It's just incredible. They're all fighting essentially for what is going to be their grid position. This is a glorified qualifying session as such. There are championship points on offer, though, so maybe that's going through their head.
Must be.
And, of course, they're racing drivers. They see a car in front of them. They're going to go for an overtake, whether it means anything or not. Oh, there's contact.
We got
and
contact.
off there into the grass. That's the 1-2-6. That's Harry Radcliffe that gets muscled wide there. Still in the fight, still in it. But, oh, my goodness me, a very scary moment and probably a change of underwear needed.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not quite sure who the contact was from or whether it was a racing incident or what, but he got himself up onto the grass and then rejoins the action, which is good for him. But out in front, look, you can throw a blanket over the front 3 right now. Emerson McAndrew-Uren in first. That's your number 1 kart. Then you got Riley Murrow. Full credit to that man for muscling his way up to the front. And Josh Griffin in 3rd. Max Jolly back to 4th then. Look at this as we see the action once again. Hang on a minute. Murrow's have another go. Did McAndrew-Uren just run wide? He did. McAndrew-Uren has run wide then, and he's now gone from 1st back to about 5th or 6th. The graphics will catch up in a moment, but you won't see him at the front of this pack when the video pictures pick up the action once again.
And the shame is that was all of his own volition. There was no contact. He wasn't forced wide. He was just put onto the outside of the circuit. Less grip. We'll catch a replay. Look at this. The number 1, was there contact there with the number 3? I'm not sure, but it just seems that they do both run wide, probably both pushing so hard. The number 5 of Joshua Griffin, we said to keep our eye on him. He just looks over his shoulder and goes, cheers, boys. I'm going to go win this race.
That was really, really exciting stuff. Great to see on the replay as well as we rejoin the action now. Then Josh Griffin out in front. The gap back to Murrow is just 0.28. And then Max Jolly will be having his eyes on those two as he's sitting in third right now. This is what we're talking about. And look how close they all are through the rest of the field as well. This is all to play for with about 3 minutes to run, including the final lap.
When we sort of get asked what the race of the week is going to be, this is going to be one that strikes or maybe the final. Let's see if they ramp it up even more. We're at a sort of a 9.5. Let's see if we can get up to a 10 later on for the final. But these young drivers, again, like we were saying with the Micromaxes, claim your day one ticket now because these are the stars of the future. Into the final corner, there's our race leader, the number 5 of Joshua Griffin, who, by the way, started this race down in 9th place, now leads, showing how, even if you're sort of starting further back, don't give up, don't get disheartened, because very quickly he's put himself in a position to win this race. Riley Moreau, though, wants to put a nip in that bud and stop that from happening. They're starting to break away from Max Jolly. When do you fight? There's, 2 laps left to go after this. Riley Moreau, he doesn't want to make it a sort of a 1v1v1v1. He wants a straight fight just in front with Joshua Griffin. He does not want Jolly getting involved. There is a fight at the front. Defensive goes Griffin. Does he cover off the cutback?
I don't know. Riley Murrow's got ahead of him. There he goes. He ran wide and then pulled the cut back in. And now Murrow leads as they go into the full 180 up the bank. Can he carry his speed and keep it there? He absolutely can. Well done, Riley. That is a brilliant overtaking move. He's now going to be grinning from ear to ear inside that race helmet thinking, hang on a minute, there's nobody in front of me. I'm in the lead.
Beautiful stuff, and that is exactly what you want to see. Riley Moreau, of course, just at he didn't finish inside the top 5 all of Wilton Mill. Now leads the superheat. Insane level of competition.
So
just how quickly things can nip and change, and everything is all over the place in karting. As soon as a driver you're able to capitalize on one single event, you can pick up a huge heap of points. That's going to be invaluable later on in the championship. Joshua Griffin, though, far from being knocked out of contention. Max Jolly, Josh Cormack as well, 3 and 4. 4 cars are slightly wide there. Riley Moreau, a bit too hot into the hairpin, compromises his exit. 1 lap left to go after this, and it could go any which way.
Yeah, it really could. Full credit to Riley there from Sam Pollitt Racing. Brilliant stuff from him. All of those youngsters, I love going into the SPR awning because there's almost so much energy with the young drivers in there, and Sam does a great job of stewarding them and looking after them. As we look at number 5, Josh Griffin, just having a look up the inside, trying to get himself back, but brilliant stuff as we're on the last lap then. How much has Emerson McAndrew-Uren pulled himself back up after that incident a few laps ago? Currently running in 6th. Can he claw any more places up? That's going to be an interesting super final for him, because then we'll see the class that he's got, as he's going to have to come from lower down the grid to get himself on the podium if he has a chance.
Yeah, he is indeed, and that's going to be the sort of the making of a champion. It's not making mistakes, it's how do you come back from them when they do happen, and that's going to be a telling of his season to come. But the fight at the front still remains. Riley Moreau, Joshua Griffin, Max Jolly and Josh Cormack ever so slightly out of contention, and with just half a lap left to go, it's going to come down to these two, but opportunities wearing thin. Joshua Griffin needs a good run through this right-left flick, maybe a look into the final corner if he's brave enough, but Riley Moreau gets the exit. They're going to power towards the line. It's the number 3 that sees the checkered flag first, takes victory for a very chaotic Mini Inter superheat. Joshua Griffin comes home second, Max Jolly third. These drivers, look at that. It's a swarm of spin in the background as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Ultimate Karting Championship.
It really is, and what I'm loving there is drivers just claiming, wagging fingers as they cross the line. Others sort of like just, you know, we're just seeing arms going everywhere and just so much excitement. Love it, love it, love it. Look at Riley.
Cold. That is a lovely pose there. And, well, he takes victory for the superheat of the Mini Inters. Joshua Griffin from Max Jolly, the top 3 ahead of Josh Cormack and Austin Oman. But anyone inside that top 5 could have won. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, 4 wins at Wilton Mill. It's only 6th for the first superheat of Larkhall. Edward Haynes from Alfie Mayer and Ryan White ahead of Ollie Thompson, the top 10. Of course, behind that, Serene Gallagher, Sebastian Behrman able to make his way up a few places as well. From 20th place on the grid to 12th. Very respectable climb. Harry Radcliffe from Tom Reed and Leo Livings, the top 15. George Swire from Alfie Ward, Maximilian Abrahart, who we saw fight towards the front at Wilton Mill, down in 18th place. Ian Campbell from Hamish Gordon, the top 20. Very big grid to get through as well. 36 cars took to the start. Nelson Taylor, Eddie Duncan, Rian Townsend and Lucian Smith ahead of Otis Cleary. From Stanley Stafford, Arthur Farrow from Elijah West and Hugo McCluskey. And then comes James Sims in P30. A few more to get through. Adam Bart, Teddy Higgs, Hakeem Bart, Buddy Hugo and Lewis Stewart there in 35th. And final place for the Mini Inters. Well, that was a super heat. When there's a trophy on the line later on, what are these young kids going to be like?
I don't know, Zach. That is probably one of the most exciting mini-inter races that we've seen for quite some time. Maybe ever.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to be in for an absolute belter a little bit later on. We'll say goodbye to the mini-inters. We'll go back to senior Rotax machinery with the 177s. Well, back up into the big boys here for the Rotax 177, of course, relating to the weight of the combined driver, kit and kart that these drivers have to take to, of course, weight a big thing when it comes to karting. So if you're slightly on the big, bulkier side, this is the class you can race in order to have some good fun. We saw some brilliant racing at Wilton Mill, particularly that final. Edward Matthews versus James Lingard versus Harrison Crook, the top three at the end of it. I remember Edward Matthews having a stonking final race, and the battle that we saw was nothing short of fantastic. So really looking forward to this one. Of course, these drivers as well with a plethora of motorsport experience under their belt, whether they've sort of come up through karting, jumped in at an older age, or done other forms of motorsport before coming back. This is a race that you expect just absolutely everything thrown to the wall, nothing left on the table, and some good racing.
Yeah, really good racing as well. They're all absolute hard chargers, as you said there. It's a real mixed bag of experience. You've got former champions at national level and international level and club level, and then you've got, you know, other people who are just sort of coming back into it or just having a go. But this is really good. But what is also good about this, they are hard chargers, but there's a friendly rivalry when you see them down in the dummy grid area and making their moves around the paddock. Picture there of slick tyres on under sunny skies. So there's no wets, I don't think, here.
For how much longer, though, is the question. Just looking, some very menacing-looking dark clouds surrounding the circuit. None at the moment sort of letting go of their reservoirs, but we'll see as to when it starts dropping.
And I think the reason why we're seeing that slick tyre at the moment is because it is very sunny and very slick at the circuit. But if we look to our right, Zach, just in that direction,
yes,
it's very grey and ominous.
Miserable.
And if the wind brings that this way, well, those slicks might make this for a very interesting superheat indeed. We'll find out in the next few moments. Uh-oh. Are we seeing drivers looking to the sky and putting their eyes in the air? Look. Bit of chuckling, bit of laughing going on down there. We can just hear it picking up on our live camera. Wait a minute.
Can we just fucking get going?
Wait a minute. We're just standing by, waiting to get going.
Yeah,
so hopefully we can get going. But I'm just wondering what's happening. Are they, if the heavens do open, do the officials call it a wet race and give them time to get onto the wets? I'm not sure really. But like, there's a lot of wind coming through here as well. There's some weather on the way. James Lingard lining up on the front row of the grid there. I think he probably is. He had a couple of mishaps yesterday. I think he had a cart go down on him in qualifying. It's mechanical at one point in time for him.
It's raining.
Yeah, it is raining. Yeah, we glanced at the side of our commentary position here. Luckily, we've got some glass windows protecting us, but we haven't got the protection down there over our drivers, so they'll start to feel some spots of rain now on their race over. None of them with wetsuits on, none of them with wet tyres on. They're all on slicks. Not entirely sure. Oh, there it is. There is the rain. Look, umbrellas up.
Go on, send them on slicks.
What's going to happen? Do we give them time here? Do the officials give them time to call it and get the wets on, or do we just have to go? Because obviously, once they've gone into that dummy grid area, the gate's closed. There's no changing of tyres on the dummy grid unless the clerk of the course, I think, calls it a wet race.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, to then deem it, you then get a rush of mechanics come in, cars up on the trolley, wheels off, wheels on, and let's see, of course, discussions being made. Of course, from a spectator point of view, them out on slicks would be quite entertaining, to say the least, with judging the grip. From a safety standpoint, maybe not so much, but we'll wait and see as to what it gets called, as to whether or not they get on to their wets. And just when it was starting to dry, it's now pouring with rain. I was just consulting the weather app while we were sort of suspended in anticipation as whether or not the rain would be coming. I typed in Larkhall to my weather app. It said it was raining, just not over the track. Now it very much is, as you can see. It's going to be a wet one, and it'll be interesting to see if this can dry up over the course of the rest of the day. I doubt it, especially if the rain stays. You can see big shout out to the cameramen and of course to all of the camera people out on the track, braving the elements. Of course, going to be giving the give them all a shout out, and a shout out to everyone as well, the marshals who have to stand out, the race officials, everyone behind the scenes that do such a brilliant job of making sure that everything logistically gets delivered. Of course, shout out to Dylan, Kyle, Paul, Rory, Ryan, all of them that are out there sort of manning the cameras, making sure that we're following all of the action, all of everyone at Race Control as well. We get the nice easy job. We can sit here and talk about them, sheltered from the elements. And they don't, unfortunately. No. So they have to be cold.
Yeah, and what I'm thinking is as well, they're sitting right now in their fabric race overalls, their race suits, which are now getting soaked. And then later on, they got to get back into those damp suits to go out for the super final. So whatever happens, they're sitting right there right now, probably hating life. It
is the worst thing as a driver. Because your hands start getting cold, your feet start getting cold as well. Because karting boots, lightweight, right?
Yeah.
You don't want any fabric that doesn't need to be there. You want as much feeling as in your foot.
Well, I'm just sorry to interrupt you there. I can just see Paul Heath, the clerk of the course, just chatting with all of the mechanics and team members. It looks like they're just going to gather up and have a bit of a discussion. And then we're going to find out what's going to happen. Paul will be explaining to them their options right now. They're all grown-ups. They all know what's going on. So it'll probably be very fair. Let's have a listen.
Now, would you like to have 15 minutes to do whatever you want and you'll have to play it until out? Right, show of hands. Who would like the opportunity to change to wet tyres?
Being given the opportunity to have some time to change to wet tyres, a show of hands.
Not many hands go up.
Not many hands go up. I think the talk is that this is going to pass. It could pass in 2 minutes, because actually when we look out of our right-hand window here from our commentary position, it's blue skies and pillowy white clouds again. It's like the opening sequence of The Simpsons over there.
Yeah, it looks lovely. But yeah, at the moment, not the case. Just seen someone walk in after braving the elements. That is a wet man, if I've ever seen it. And yeah, the drivers out there, you can see, talking about the race suits and stuff, they get dirty, they get miserable. There you can see clear skies.
Yeah.
Absolutely not reminiscent of the condition of the track right now at all. That's going to be very slippery.
So, yeah, I think basically what they were deciding is, do you run it on your slicks and have a couple of minutes, or I think they're going to give them a couple of minutes now to see what happens with the rain, and then they go out on what will be a drying track on the slicks.
Well, the 72 wants to get going.
Yeah,
that's Harrison Crook, third place in the final at Wilton Mill. Did terribly, I say terribly, in the heats, 15th place in both of them. But then for the Super Heat and the final, finished P3 in both of them. So only was able to consolidate P9 in the championship, but definitely one of the front runners. He sort of wants to get going with it. And you can see how experienced these drivers are, because none of them have fresh race suits. You can see the Union Jack tearing there. You can see the name tearing on the back of his suit there. Frantic going on, because as soon as it's like this, you want to be fair to everyone. You want to be sort of diplomatic and say you have your vote, because it's treacherous conditions and not everyone wants to do it on slicks. Yeah,
well, full credit to Paul Heath, our clerk of the course there, for making the right call. Hang on, here's what we're going to do.
You can do 2 rolling laps so you can get used to the conditions, all right? And then hopefully we'll get you going. Thank you.
2 rolling laps so you can get used to the conditions, then hopefully we will get going, is what we just heard there. So that's good news. And I think all of these Rotax 177 drivers have been around the block long enough to know, good call. I'm happy with that. Let's give it a go. Come on, let's crack on. I like it. Good.
Because at the end of the day, racing is harsh. You are going to be stuck on a wet track in slicks. Because what if they'd have just left the pit lane and then it start coming up? You'd have been stuck in the same situation anyway. So, yeah, a good plan. Give them 2 laps, get used to it, because it would have been very harsh just to chuck them out there. Probably quite dangerous as well, everyone guessing into turn 1. So 2 rolling laps, get used to it, get acclimatized, understand not exclusively where the grip is, but have a general idea that you can navigate lap 1 to some extent. There you can see them rolling up. So we'll run you through the grid in a couple of moments' time for the Rotax 177 Super Heat here at Larkhall. It is going to be Joshua Gollan that takes the pole position. And James Lingard, second place in the championship, lines up second place on the grid. Jamie Zyra from Samuel Cornwell, the front 2 rows. Behind that, championship leader Edward Matthews from Harrison Crook in 6th. Stuart McLennan from Jonathan Railton there in 8th place. From Nicholas Walker, Rob Simpson, Jack Taylor and Mark Gillibrand in 12th and final place for the Rotax 177s. we're not going to rush because they've got a couple of warm-up laps just to get going. Of course, the track, you can see there's still some spits going on, so the track not getting any better. At best, it will stay the same, but you can see there, locking the rears, getting the kart sideways. Where is the grip? How much can I save it? And cranking on loads of steering lock, trying the curbs. This is your opportunity to try different things and see what works.
Yeah, it is, and 2 rolling laps is what they've got to try things and see if it works. So that's what they're doing right now. But look, I mean, even though we've just had all of that rain come hammering down for those moments, when we look at that tarmac out there on the far side of the circuit, it's a light grey. It's not a deep, dark, wet black. So it is drying really quickly on the tarmac, I feel.
It is. I mean, while it is wet, it's not cold. So
no.
It could dry quite quickly, and yeah, maybe not absorbing too much moisture. The thing, what we saw earlier with Gay Fairbrother a bit earlier on, the grass is still going to be very slippery.
That's true.
So the margin for error, even if the track starts to grip up a bit, will be slippery.
And also what I'm just seeing there, those curbs as well, and the runoff zones which are painted, they're sealed, aren't they? So the water is sitting on that kind of painted, sealed surface. The tarmac is kind of open and porous, whereas the painted curbs are perhaps less porous. So you will have to be careful dropping a wheel onto those sort of runoff zones, those track limit bits. Like you see there on the inside of that curb there, the blue surface. If you get a wheel anywhere near that, then that's going to be slippery.
That's just pure water.
That is,
at that point. And as well with the banking as well, the camber, the drainage will be on the inside.
On the inside.
So a lot of standing water to contend with. Obviously the rivets in the curb will fill up and there'll be puddles here, there and everywhere. So something to be careful of. It's not going to be at all plain sailing, but getting some temperature into what will be some very, very cold, slick tyres through the final couple of corners just to set themselves up. It's Joshua Gollin and James Lingard that share the front row with Jamie Zyra and Samuel Cornwell just in behind. Changeable conditions then for the Rotax 177 Superheat here at Larkhall. Are we going to put our foot to the floor and send us underway for 10 minutes plus the lap of racing? The lights go out and let's go into turn number 1. Joshua Gollin able to lead them then as there's all just trying to find the grip through the first couple of corners. Couple of spinners there. The 76 goes round and collects another cut with him as well. Backwards into the barrier. The 76 able to continue on. It's a very slow and tentative start, but oh my goodness me, even more contact through turn 3.
Yeah, that's James Lingard there, just spinning it round. He's going to be disappointed. He was on the front row of the grid there, now finds himself running at the back. But yeah, I mean, crikey, the jeopardy in this one, well, it's evident in the opening moments, isn't it?
So you can see they're braking on the inside of this long right-hander because of the way you approach that right-hander. You lock the rears. A lot of rubber is laid down on the left. You don't want to be anywhere near that. You want as straight line braking as possible with as much grip as possible. So altered lines being taken, and it looks as though they're on a formation lap with the way they're driving. It's slow, so tentative, but this is the quickest way round on slicks. You have almost no grip, no temperature, cranking in armfuls of lock that you never ever see in karting. They really do rotate it with the brakes in the dry. In the wet, it's all about just overloading the front tyres, getting some initial temperature into them before you can then put the power down. Edward Matthews leads then from Joshua Gollin.
Yeah, exciting stuff, but interesting stuff with these 177s in the opening stages of this. And it was, as I was talking about there, with the sort of sealed surface of the painted section of the curbs and the blue runoff zones that created that incident with Jamie Zyra. And I couldn't see who else it was that was with him. But look, on the inside of that boot section there, you can see just how wet it is. But a drying surface, but still umbrellas up because it is still, it's still raining. It's still spitting. It's not the torrential rain we had a moment ago, but it's still coming down. So very much they're going to be feeling their way.
Yeah, they are. They've got to be so tentative. But like I was saying, it's almost reminiscent. If anyone's seen sort of onboards of Fernando, that was very close from the 27 there, Nicholas Walker on the back of the 168. But anyone that's seen any onboards of Fernando Alonso's Renault back in 2005, 2006, you'd see him go into corners. And you wouldn't ever see it in anyone else's car. He'd go in and just do that, right, with the steering. He'd just put on 180 degrees of steering lock, overload the front tyres, induce some understeer, but what it would do is it would warm up that initial scrub, would put some temperature into the front tyres, give you a little bit of a bite so that you could then rotate the car round, get that straight line exit, which in the wet is paramount to getting that power down, especially in the Rotax 177s where you've got the full Senior Evo engine behind you. You need that power delivery, you need that torque going to the rear wheels. And that's the best way to go about it. So be looking to see who's the best with the pedals and, of course, with the steering, trying to find any grip that they can because the track is by no means getting better.
No, it's not. It is raining hard. But look at this. In second place right now, we saw Dan Holland Racing waving, Dan Holland Racing team and the mechanics like fist pumping the air. And that's because Jamie Zyra has got himself back up to second place with the fastest lap And don't forget, that was the driver that we saw spinning it backwards in the opening stages off on the grass. So he's in the last couple of moments while we've been talking, he's got himself back up to the front of this one. So well done. That's the class that he is.
Indeed so. Edward Matthews, though, leads from Jamie Zyra, who's got the fast lap of the race, but that will probably change and here, there and everywhere as drivers acclimatise to the conditions, try different things. Outside line being taken through the final corner. You can see there, the 72 of Harrison Crook tries the inside initially, loses out a little bit on the exit. So while, yes, he can get the kart there or thereabouts, Jamie Zyra is then able to just put the power down and accelerate, and there's no real sort of contention for the move. Slightly defensive, though, going into the boot section. And what I was talking about a little bit earlier on with the mini inters in terms of how much curb they were going to take in terms of when it started getting a little bit wet. They're clobbering those curbs just to help hook the kart round. Yeah,
they're doing exactly that. And it's what you'd expect from these drivers who are hugely experienced. But every one of them, when we get these close-up shots of the karts, it's really brilliant as we see Jamie Zyra there, number 95, just scissoring that wheel, seesawing that wheel. Just look, and he makes the move up the inside. Oh, he's so tentative, really good though. Brilliant move from him, kart number 95. Excellent racing, sir. Ahead of him now. Oh, as he just runs wide though, and somebody has a look up the inside. Who's that looking up the inside? Is it Harrison Crook, number 72? I think it was.
Beautifully done there on the inside, of course. That corner there, you can go in deep because you're not worried about understeer. The car is going to grip. The 95 of Jamie Zyra looks immediately back up the inside, but the 77 finds the space through. Joshua Gollin worked his way back in. The 72 of Harrison Crook, though, the almighty switch back on the pair of them. That's how racing lines can change when it gets wet. And here, there, and everywhere, they're sending it to the inside, getting switched back here, 3 wide here, and it's absolute excitement all the way through this race. 5 minutes plus the lap still left to go. But these drivers, they're braking late, and
it's just
really, the kart never looks out of shape. They're braking so late, but just teetering on the balance of locking the rears and just getting the kart stable, getting it to the inside, and still somehow getting that rotation.
Yeah, it's an absolute game of cat and mouse, this. I feel like we're watching a really exciting kart race at about 70% speed. Isn't it weird? They're kind of like, it's incredible, some of these moves that are going on. Look, as Jamie starts to put one up the inside, having a little look, can't make it stick though, and he won't on this wet surface. So 77, Josh Gollin now moves away from him, but you watch Jamie Zyra move back up and close that gap again. Ahead of them though, number 72 is Harrison Crook, and he's finding a little bit of free air in the front. Edward Matthews we haven't seen yet because he's off and away down the road, leading this one, kart number 79.
A really good suggestion just came in our ear from our production manager, James. Those watching on YouTube, if you want a full-speed race where they look like they're going rapid, ramp it up, 1.25 times speed. Obviously, we're going to sound a bit silly on the watch back, but yeah, ramp it up. See if you can go back to the start of the race and put it on 1.25 speed and see how different it looks compared to what it does now. But yeah, teetering their way around. 4 minutes left on the clock. Edward Matthews leads by 3 seconds ahead of Harrison Crook, who's keeping with Joshua Gollin and Jamie Zyra. Of course, the gap's there. You can send it late on the brakes, but then you compromise on the exit. And that's the juggling act that you have to have. How late can you pitch the car in? How soon can you get the car on the inside versus how quickly can you then get back on the power on the exit? It seems that Harrison Crook is settled in front of these two now. There's still battling going on for the final place on the podium. Yeah, there is. The battle now then is between Josh Gollin and Jamie Zyra, 77 and 95. Harrison Crook has put in a fastest lap, and that's why he's off and away down the road ahead of these two. So well done to him. Look at this, just running wide the Buralart chassis there of Josh Gollin. Jamie Zyra then just capitalising on that and closing the gap in the next couple of corners as we now head down to the boot section. It's that hard 90-degree left-hander before the right-hander then as they move up and away. This is it, look, up on the curve. Wow, Jamie Zyra completely off over the curve there, just complete all 4 wheels off the tarmac. They're now toe down on the right foot, pedal to the metal, just sweeping up the hill on that right-hander. But they're just starting to kind of like find their rhythm a bit after what was a really sort of tiptoey start. It was, yeah, and now they're sort of, like you say, settling into that rhythm, finding where the grip is and acclimatised. Initially, it was an unknown. Quick replay. Here's a replay. We're going to see. Look at this. Bosh, Jamie Zyra, well. All 4 wheels off, up and down. Zyra Airlines right there. A sore bottom. Like I say, no suspension in these karts, whatever. He felt every oscillation of that through his ribs, through his bum, through his hands. Hopefully his kart wasn't feeling the pain either, because when we went to Wilton Mill, obviously you have the big curbs there through the boot section, that chicane. Same here at Larkhall, but that's the quickest way around in the wet, and drivers, they don't care about what's the most reliable or whatever. They just care, how can I get around this track as quickly as possible? If that means clobbering the curb to get rotation, then so be it.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing then. And as these karts go into now with 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go, just picking up the action here then with what I think was number 70. Where are we looking here? Top two, 79. Here it is then, 79 and 77. Yeah, so there's 79 there. Edward Matthews out in front. Harrison Crook chasing down. This is the battle then for first place. This is the first time that we've seen Edward Matthews be challenged as Harrison Crook puts it up the inside and takes the lead.
Lovely stuff there from the 72. Harrison Crook has been quick for the last couple of laps, with now just a few to go. 79 looks to go to the inside. You can see that overloading the front tyre, even lifting up the rear right wheel there. Obviously, all of that load through that final corner goes to the outside. You want to press those outside tyres into the ground as much as possible, and that lifts that rear right up, giving you that little bit of extra grip that you need. Now into the boot section. Edward Matthews under hot contention here. Harrison Crook now in front. It wasn't long ago he was fighting for P3. Now he's closed the gap and gone for the lead.
Yeah, this is full credit to Harrison Crook. Well done to him. He's the master in the wet, obviously, because he's moved up through the places here and now has put himself out in front. And don't forget, Edward Matthews a couple of laps ago had a lead of about 3.5 seconds. So really the man who's made the measure of this one and got the balance just right is leading the race. So full credit to Harrison Crook, number 72. All eyes on him. Let's see what he does. We watch him and how much of a lead can he extend now from Edward Matthews, who finds himself in second, being chased down by number 77, Josh Gollin, who sort of just drifts it through that section there, almost sideways.
Get a montage of that, start playing the Tokyo Drift song over that. I wonder if that's copyrighted or not. But anyway, that would be a mega clip. But yeah, that's just the way you just sort of trying to get the car sideways, trying to sort of find where that grip is. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. The time will tick 0 by the time they get to the line, and then we'll have one extra lap. Harrison Crook is just acclimatized to the conditions. Of course, changing and drying. The rain has stopped, so the track is going to be getting better, changing lap on lap. Very reminiscent of a Canadian GP back in 2011, where you just have to adapt lap on lap. The grip isn't there, it's not there, it is there, it's not. And Harrison Crook is just finding that balance and really putting in some good laps.
Yeah, he really is. And full credit to you, Zach, for your knowledge of Formula One Grand Prix of past.
Yeah, I was 5 years old when that happened. But yeah, I remember it vividly. Watching back the replay at the very least. Look to the inside there on the penultimate lap there. The 79 versus the 77. That's Edward Matthews. Once Dom sort of 3 seconds out in front for the lead. Is he even going to finish on the podium at this rate? I don't think Jamie Zara's got the pace to catch him, but he's going to be on the bottom step of it. That's not going to do him any favours for his starting position a little bit later on for the final. And let's see if he's able to hang on. Last lap of the race, Harrison Crook looks to take the win.
Yeah, he might well do that. And of course, when we think about the super final that's coming a little bit later on, that might be a wet race if this weather does what it potentially could do. So that could be saving their wets for later on, which might be a useful thing to do. Yeah. Definitely the right call, I think, though, to run this one on the slicks. As we take a look up the inside, that was a move from Josh Gollin, overtaking Edward Matthews. Edward Matthews then now running in third from first in the opening stages. Number 72, though, on the final lap is Harrison Crook, and he's going to have this one all wrapped up as we pick up the action in the final couple of corners. There he goes then, 72, taking the win and the checkered flag. That was Harrison Crook. Great race, Zach.
Very, very good race. Not necessarily because we saw action from start to finish like we saw in the mini-inters, right? That was a different kind of exciting. This was exciting in the sense that you didn't know who was fast at any which point, right? Because a driver, like we saw there, Harrison Crook, one lap just went, oh, hang on. There's grip there.
He started to find
I can do this. And then it just switches on like that. You can find 0.3, half a second. Fast lap of the race. Not by much, actually. You look at the fast laps between Harrison Crook and Josh Gollin. Not much in it at all. No. Flexing, though. Smiling, of course, in his driver picture there. I'm sure he's going to be doing something very similar after this race. Joshua Gollin then in second. Edward Matthews in third. Jamie Zara and James Lingard there in fifth place. Samuel Cornwell from Nicholas Walker, Rob Simpson, Jack Taylor and Stuart McLennan. The top 10. Two drivers or one driver behind that, Mark Gillibrand. I think we lost one just before the race had started. There in 11th place. Very exciting race though, and once more I'm looking forward to see this battle like we saw at Wilton Mill later on for the final. Yeah,
a great on-screen graphic of him in that photo there, clearly sponsored by Tommy Hilfiger.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure he ever thought that would get shown on screen as a first place winner photo, but it has been, sir, so well done to you, Mr. Crook.
I wonder if he charged him for it. He definitely should, if not. That's the Rotax 177. That's their superheat done and dusted, of course. Go on.
Sorry, I've just interrupted you. Jamie Zira there, just as he was getting out of the cart, really, he's a tall fella, right? Yeah. He really had to sort of like stretch himself to get out and arch his back. He will have felt every one of those vibrations through his lower back as he was leaping over those curbs. look at the size of him in that kart there, and he really had to sort of leverage himself out of that one.
If Disney ever want to do a live action of the Hunchback of Notre Dame, give Jamie Zyra a call after Larkhall. He'll be looking like that. Rotax 177 then into the books. Coming up before the lunch break then, we've got our 2 repechages, the Junior Rotax and the Senior Rotax, to decide who takes the final places in the Super Final later on. Ladies and gentlemen, then, as we get ready for the first repechage, the last chance qualifier, if you will, for the juniors and the senior Rotaxes. We just saw very changeable conditions with the Rotax 177 Superheat, and that's going to be carried forward into the junior Rotax repechage. Of course, these drivers fighting for the final couple of spaces inside that super final. They get 34 places that they can take to, and the top 4 in this race will be filling the final few grid slots in the final. You've got to be in it to win it, even if you're starting towards the back. And we saw back at Will Mill, those that can cast their minds back a few weeks ago, the repechage for juniors and seniors was quite electric, and everyone fighting to not have their weekend end early. Albeit, I mean, as much as you don't want to end your weekend early, there's not too much disappointment, because at least you can start your drive home a bit sooner.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're this far north, for some of these drivers, that can indeed be a long drive home. But certainly for everyone that's made the journey up here to Larkhall this weekend, thank you ever so much. We've enjoyed some great racing already, and we're only halfway through this finals day on Sunday. Superheats, repechage and super final is what we're talking about then. And it's all to play for. Don't forget these repechage races then, we're fighting it out for the final 4 places on that junior Rotax grid. 34 make it to the super final, and it will be the top 4 in this one that go through to that super final. So this is last chance qualifier for them. So this should be an absolute humdinger. This should be a belter. We're just kind of seeing a flurry of action down there as well, aren't we?
There we are.
What is going on? Have we because normally they'd be ready on the dummy grid, so I'm wondering if there's been more talk of what tyres to go on or off. They'd be given a bit of extra time. Wets there, slicks there. I think wets are coming off. Well, that kart number 90 there, mechanic just checking the pressures on those wet tyres that are sitting on that kart up on the trolley, bottom right of our screen.
The 90, that's Joseph Mills. I saw also the 94 had slicks on. That's Lachlan Homer, starting at the back of the field. So, to be fair, when you're if you need a top 4 and you're starting 36th, you might as well try something different.
Yeah, exactly.
Because either you get it wrong and you finish 36th anyway, or you get it right and you potentially give yourself a chance to score some points or get yourself into the final. There you can see the wets.
He's on wets.
Yeah, and they're not going to change. I think that's why these guys were waiting so long to get onto the dummy grid, to give themselves as much time to react to the conditions as possible. The sun is out. I can't see any grey clouds, at least for a while. So it seems that the rain is gone. And we saw there was grip in the Rotax 177 on slicks, but would it be grippier with shredding a set of wets?
I'm not sure. Kart number 90 then, like say Joseph Mills, back on row 11. He's probably thinking, well, I'm back here on row 11. If I shred my wets, so be it. Yeah. But if it starts to rain midway through this race, it might play into my hands and I pull myself all the way up to the front.
Equally, if it stays dry until the end and wets are faster in this race, if you don't need them later on, you might as well have the advantage in this race. Those on slicks are like, okay, well, what if it rains later on and I need my wets? Yeah. If you're looking at the forecast and going, well, it's not going to rain again, I might as well shred them and use them and at least have an advantage in this race anyway. So a lot of decisions going on with what's going on. Obviously, I'm purely speculative on that one. I genuinely take everything I say with a pinch of salt. I'm a commentator. I know very little. But this could be what's going to be a very interesting race in terms of, again, the changeable conditions. The longer the sun is out beaming on the Larkhall circuit, the more it's going to start drying. And 36 karts about to take to the grid. They're going to displace that water, help dry it up as well. And that's going to help get it dry quicker than usual. We saw already the torrential downpour that we had very quickly was not necessarily reminiscent of dry conditions, but not reminiscent of how you'd expect the track to be in terms of grip levels.
No, exactly. There's a little bit of a flurry action there from kart number 18, which is Hasnain Khan. He leapt out of his kart and was gesticulating to his mechanic, a little bit unsettled about something, but he's now back and sitting down. The mechanic just giving him the reassurance that he needs. So they are now settling into the lineup that we expect on the dummy grid. But this should be really good. This is it. It's like this could be the last race of the weekend for some of these drivers, so they're going to do everything they can to get up to the front. It's only the front 4 that make it to the super final. But for everybody else, it's pride on the line. It's a chance to show us what they can do. It's a chance to give themselves the excitement of the final one of the weekend. So it's certainly going to be a good one, that's for sure.
Exactly that. Use it or lose it. You might as well just to send it. This is the race to do it, obviously within reason, but give it a go. Of course, this race will be getting underway in a couple of minutes' time. 11:29 as per the timing sheet. So just giving them a couple of minutes just to sort of ready themselves and get going. Hello and welcome, of course, to everyone that's now just joining us with the YouTube chat. Make sure to like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications to stay up to date with all things motorsport here on Alpha Live, and then of course the entirety of the 2025 season of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Hope everyone's enjoying the coverage thus far. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Kev Harris alongside me in the commentary box. Let us know who you're watching along for at home. Also shoot any questions, queries, thoughts, feelings, whatever really tickles your fancy in the YouTube chat. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know what race has been your favourite thus far, and let us know what you think of the fantastic Scottish circuit of Larkhall. And yeah, seeing throughout the day we've seen a few people. Svein Quecker fan club coming in, Albi Lappers support coming in as well. Emerson McAndrew Uren was being supported a little bit earlier on. Also, and just overall, it's nice to see that the parents are shooting some support, friends, family, also, and also those that, it's the first ever time watching some karting. Welcome in. Hopefully this is a good introduction to the sport, because a lot of people just see it as the grassroots entry into Formula cars or whatever, but for a lot of people, take sort of Caden McQueen, for example, you know, he's been in karts for ages. It seems that he's found a home, and because the racing is so enjoyable, you don't necessarily need to splurge out nearly double your budget to go car racing if you're loving the karting. Yeah, absolutely right. You can have so much excitement through kart racing, and it's why all of the top-level drivers, whatever formula they're racing, and if they're given an opportunity to come kart racing for the weekend, they will jump in a kart and do it. You see it all the time. I've worked at the SCUSA Super Nationals out in Las Vegas many, many times, and you have some incredibly talented top kart racers out at that event. But then you'll have Formula 1 stars just jumping back in a kart. You've got likes of Joey Newgarden and Will Power, IndyCar champions. They're there every year racing karts because they absolutely love it. And, I might add, they don't win, because they know this is a completely different discipline. So karting is it's the purest form of motorsport. It's an engine, 4 wheels, and you and a seat, basically, and that's it. And a steering wheel.
And a steering wheel. You need the steering wheel.
You need the steering wheel. But yeah, I remember hearing a clip actually with sort of how physical, sort of everyone's like, oh yeah, Formula 1 cars, blah, 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 so physical. Roman Grosjean goes, well, yeah, but I'm actually sorer after a session in a go-kart, because you're being flung around. In a F1 car, you're strapped in at 5 different points. Go-kart, you've got nothing. You're hanging on for dear life, pulling these Gs, and it's fantastic in terms of the physicality. We'll run you through the grid, of course. We've not got the graphic, but we'll go through it anyway. Alexander Wilson from Vlad Tomanchuk in second. He had some issues, but some good pace earlier on. Jake Graffiti from Alex Lynn is the top 4. There's the ones to look out for, but just on the sort of the outskirts of that, Charlie King, Hassan Khan, Ed Spain, and Evan Morris, the top 8. They're going to be the ones with the best chance to find their way into the super final. Maya Simpson, Lloyd Palmer, the top 10 from McDowell, Morgan, Baker, Sawyers, Taylor, Powell, the top 16 from McKay, Wilcox, Moffat, Chandaria rounds off the top 20. Behind that, Harney Sadiq from Joseph Mills, Blair Smith, Connor Large, Brown, Lovat, Richardson, Collar, Smith, Surtees, Burton, Gray, Stewart from Patrul, Elkard, and Lachlan Homer, 36th and final place on the grid. I did see him on some wets initially, well, he's going to be regretting that decision very much so, because as you can see, the track has dried on the formation lap. And well, we'll see who's going to be able to take the top spot for the repechage. Of course, no championship points scored, but you do get your ticket to the final. 10 minutes plus the lap, false start as well. So we'll go around. It's not 10 minutes, it's 8 minutes, slightly shorter for the repechage. Go around again. Gives me a chance to ask, who's coming out on top?
Who's coming out on top? I'm not sure is the answer. I'm going to sit firmly on the fence, but the name that you mentioned, Vlad Tomanchuk, he had the pace in the Super Heat earlier. He's running in second, or starting second on this one on the front row of the grid. So I would like to think he will get himself there. One name who I'm curious to see how he does is starting back in, I think, 6th, Ed Spain, or is he starting 8th?
Seventh.
Ed Spain then starting in 7th. I'd like to see what he can do because he's been around UKC for quite a few years now, coming up through the junior ranks or the kind of like the micros and the minis, and now here he's in juniors. I'd like to see what he can do. I'd like to see him get up into a super final if he can. So yeah, it's going to be exciting, this one for sure. And like I say, the top 4, they're sitting there in the box seat at the moment, but it's the 4, 6 or 8 or so behind them that are the ones to watch.
If you've ever needed a definition of a glass half full kind of guy, Alfred Matthews in the YouTube chat cheering on Lachlan Homer for the repechage win from 36th on the grid. Let's see if he can go from a 0 to hero moment. 8 minutes on the clock, and we get led into turn number 1. Top 4 go through to the super final a little bit later on, and they need to claim their ticket in towards the first major braking zone, and huge contact in the background. 3 or 4, 5 karts involved as well, and that is disappointment. That is day done for those drivers. They might as well stay on track because track time is invaluable for that experience, but they've got 0 chance of making it through into the super final a little bit later on. Karts here, there and everywhere, but the top 4 so far staying stationary. Yeah,
it was kart number 12 who got collected and found himself disappearing off. Blair Smith, sadly, from Lenny Messenger Motorsport, getting caught up in that action in the background there, off onto the grass. I hope he can rejoin, like you say, because laps are important. Kart time, seat time, it's all experience. Out in front, though, I mean, look at this in that mid-pack. Oh, my days. How can we call that? It's just all going on.
There are karts on a track and they're overtaking each other in some capacity. Can't tell you who, can't tell you where. There's contact. That's the 2-4-1 going round, unfortunately for them. And you've got to be so careful. Collected as well, the 1-3-3.
Calvin Moffat was 2-4-1.
And that is Calvin Moffat's day done. Karts going here, there and everywhere trying to avoid them. You've got to be so careful because you're sat in the middle of the track. Anyone that runs deep or misses the apex, they're going straight into the side of you. So you've got to almost brace for impact. First lap is done and dusted. It's Wilson that leads from Lynn and Khan, and Vlad Tomanchik falling down to P4.
I'm seeing Battenberg flags out, so we've got our virtual safety car, so we've got to now just kind of neutralise the race, hold your position and just follow a line. That will be because there's karts everywhere at the moment. And up at the hairpin there, the 180, I could see another kart just going sideways actually under this Battenberg flags.
Yeah, exactly. So again, just better to neutralise it. Unfamiliar conditions, albeit a dry track. Anything offline, again, it's slick, all the rubber's been worn off. You can see there that red and yellow striped flag, slippery surface flag. It's just warning you. Typically, it's sort of when rain first starts coming down, but can mean anything. Oil or anything that's going to be slippery, just warning drivers that it is going to be there in that particular section of the circuit. Still under that full course yellow then, and the pack bunches up. Gives you a chance to just breathe and almost recover from the intensity of the first couple of laps. And for those in 5th and 6th, they need to lock themselves back in and try and get themselves in that top 4, or it's day done.
Yeah, that was a really kind of like frenetic first couple of laps, wasn't it? It was all going on. But it's what you expect from these repechage races, which are, oh so important for the kind of, probably realistically, the top sort of 8 to 10 drivers, isn't it? They're the ones that are going to be charging for those top 4 places. The golden ticket, the Willy Wonka race, win that golden ticket, get yourself in the final.
If only they got a bar of chocolate to go with it as well. Some good sugar for the final is how I'm sure they'll justify it in terms of having a nice snack. And you do need to treat yourself sometimes when it comes to getting yourself ready. Some jelly tots or whatever, some sugar just to get you umped up, get your blood sugar levels up, and get ready. A red flag then has been called with 5 minutes left to go in this race. Obviously, that just means go slow, no overtaking, get back to the pit lane, and that's race neutralised. Will it be race done? There wasn't much race going on anyway.
No.
But how do you call this? I mean, less than half of the race distance has been completed, so they could go again from 5 minutes. But it depends as to how long it takes to clear up, because if it takes too long, people want to get on with the day. There are other races still to run, so how much delay can you have? And that's why you have to give so much control, sort of credit and respect to race control and the frantic job they do, judging all of these decisions, trying to keep hundreds of people relatively happy in terms of the decisions they make. It's always tricky, but a red flag, obviously, if they've called it, it's a serious thing. It's because it's necessary for the safety of the drivers.
Yeah, I do hope everyone is okay. Obviously, our thoughts are with whichever driver is involved in this red flag incident there. They're coming to a stop there on the far side of the circuit. Can't quite see what would have caused that, because we had obviously all the action, all the spins in the opening couple of laps, but then it looked like everyone had sort of safely rejoined the circuit. So not entirely sure what's going on at the moment. Like I say, our thoughts are with whoever is involved in whatever has caused this red flag incident right now. And we'll just wait a moment and we'll pause on these pictures till we can get going again. We do have the option, of course, of restarting the race from where we are at this point in time right now. 5:58 on the clock is where we were when the red flag was called and the race came to a halt.
What we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting, we'll go back. For those that are now just joining us, a quick reminder as to how the UKC works, where we're going, and an interesting chat as well with how the drivers balance education. Myself and Kev will step away for a few moments while the red flag is going, and we'll see you back in a few moments' time.
Hello and welcome to Scotland for round 2 of the 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship, where this weekend we're racing at what is the home of the West of Scotland kart club, Larkhall Circuit International, which is the only FIA homologated circuit in Scotland, and at just under 1,200 metres long, it's also the longest. And when you walk around the paddock and chat to the drivers who have travelled from all across the country to be here, it is a circuit that they're really looking forward to racing on. So let's take a look at an onboard lap then with one young driver who's running in Mini Inter this weekend, kart number 9 from Sam Pollitt Racing, Josh Cormack, because this is his home track. So we pick up Josh here as he goes under the start-finish gantry there, and it's all about left turns at first. It's this hard left. You can use plenty of runoff, then another left, and then you're coming into the boot section. Before that, it's an almost 90 left, and now we start to sweep on the right-hander. And at this point here, you can see Josh getting a little overtake done there. You start to put the hammer down because it is a big sweeping right-hander section where you can go almost flat, and you're heading to the far side of the circuit right now. And as you can see here, take plenty of runoff because you've carried so much speed, bringing you into the infield now after that little right-hander, and it's the first of a couple of hairpins then. This one brings you almost back in the direction that you've just came from, and this one really does a full 180 then that is banked. Use plenty of runoff here, go high up onto the bank and carry your speed because you're almost at the end of the lap. Another right, a left, a smooth chicane, and then get the hammer down because look, you're back on the start-finish straight here, and you can use plenty of runoff, and that is a lap of Larkhall. Well, big thanks to Josh from Sam Pollitt Racing for letting us take a look at one of his practice laps from earlier in the weekend. When you think about Josh, and in fact, many of the youngsters here, they're racing from a Friday through to a Sunday with UKC, and then they go off onto another championship somewhere else on another weekend, and they're busy all the time behind the wheel of a race car. You might wonder when they fit in their schoolwork. Well, one organisation who have come up with a solution to this are the Minerva Virtual Academy, who have partnered with the UKC for 2025. And earlier on, I called up with Sol from the MVA to tell me a little bit more about this online school. So Sol, MVA, Minerva Virtual Academy, is one of the logos that's on the UKC branding this year, but tell us a little bit more about exactly the work you guys do.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thanks for having me. Minerva Virtual Academy, I'm happy to be a big part of it. We've grown since 2022 when I first joined. We now have 200 plus athletes at the school, studying for their international GCSEs and A-levels across the world, in Europe, the UAE, it's everywhere. So yeah, the main point in this is to support athletes with flexibility so that they're not coming back to school on a Monday after sports competitions with anxiety, worrying about if they've completed their homework and so on.
And I guess the great thing is, so because it's a virtual academy, all the lessons are online?
Exactly. So they use a virtual learning platform, and literally they can just put their laptop in their bag, travel halfway across the world, compete at the highest level, and then tune in with their GCSEs and A-levels. What a life,
what a life. And I suppose as well, you're in charge of scheduling when they do all of this, but if it doesn't quite fit for them, they can watch stuff back or watch it ahead of time? Yeah,
exactly. So they have 2 to 3 live lessons a day, and they can watch them back, if they can't make it and they are traveling, time zone differences, things like that. Their academic mentor will help them plan ahead, so they know what they're going to miss and they know when they're going to catch up via watching the recorded lessons.
And that's the academic mentor, but your role, you originally were brought on board as a sporting mentor, because you've been there yourself and done it coming up through the ranks of pro basketball.
Yeah, I think it was a smart decision from my CEO because I know exactly what the athlete needs and how they feel when doing education, and I graduated, so I've been through the trials and tribulations of being an athlete, trying to get your education whilst playing sport at the highest level. And I think building the school for athletes has been fun for me, and I've really enjoyed it because again it's just real, right? It's real. It's what they go through every day, and they hold me accountable just like I hold them accountable. So.
Well, Listen, Sol, it's been great talking to you, mate. If people want to find out more and get in touch, do they reach out to you? How do they do it?
Yeah, sure. So if you're not here today or this weekend at this event, you can contact us through mva.athletes or minervavirtual.com.
Yeah.
If you are, then you can head down to the UKC race truck and you can get in touch with Sonia or Paul and they'll point you in the right direction.
So, thanks a million, mate. It's great to have yourself and the MVA on board.
Thank you so much for having me.
Teach me how to shoot hoops sometime.
For sure.
Well, big thanks to Sol from the MVA there for chatting to me earlier. It really does sound like a great opportunity for youngsters who clearly want to balance their schoolwork with their karting careers. And as we talk about schoolwork, maths is sometimes a big issue here for the organisers at the UKC, especially when we have numbers of drivers in excess of 190 running at a race weekend. And it's why in 2025 we have the addition of the repechage round for classes of over 34 drivers, which is effectively a last chance qualifier for those drivers that are going to make it onto the grid for the super final. So let's take a look at how it will work and remind ourselves of the road to the podium. Well, it all starts on a Saturday morning with time qualifying, which will determine your start position for the heat races. And it's those heat races that are up next, and all drivers will take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you can gain championship points and determine your start position for the superheat. The superheat comes next then, and it's from here that you will gain even more championship points, and it's the results from the qualifying heats and this superheat that will determine your start position for the super final. But new for 2025 and in classes of over 34 drivers, the top 30 will automatically qualify for the super final. The rest will go into the repechage, with the top 4 getting promoted to that super final. We will then have the top 34 drivers who will be competing in the super final to gain championship points and determine their finish position. And if you finish in the top 3, then you'll be on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the prizes and the trophy. So there it is then, through the time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, and maybe the repechage and the super final. That is your road to the podium.
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a bit of a delay over the last few minutes. As you can see, that is why. 2 marshals looking at a very dark patch of substance on the track with a broom in hand, trying to clear it as much as they can. We've been under red flag for a few moments. That's why we just went to the break. Hello and welcome. For those just joining us, you're probably joining us at one of the most inconvenient times. We've had some great racing throughout the rest of the morning, obviously with our super heats throughout the day. We're now through our repechages now to see who gets their final ticket into the super final a little bit later on for the junior and senior Rotax championships. My name is Zach Sweeney. Kev Harris still alongside me in the commentary box. Not for much longer though before you run off and do podium interviews for the finals after lunch. What have you made of the morning's action?
Well, the morning's action has been just outstanding up here in Scotland, Zach. I've really, really enjoyed it. We haven't been up to Larkhall since 2023, but the circuit here has really delivered some great overtaking, some fast racing. And I had to say the Scottish weather adding to the jeopardy of the morning. It's just been brilliant. It's been really enjoyable. I've loved watching every minute of it. But as you say, in a moment or two, after this repechage, I'll be leaving you. You'll have to do the super finals, which you can do admirably on your own on comms, because I'll be legging it over to the scrutineering bay. When the winners come in, the 1, 2, 3, we grab them out the carts and get their first words with those winners' interviews in front of the sponsors matrix board, which is kind of fun as well. But I have to say, I almost would rather be over here on comms with you, because the racing's been so exciting.
Oh, yeah.
And you get the best seat in the house watching it on the screen. When you're over in scrutineering, you can't see all the corners.
That's true.
You can't really see the racing. I'm just looking at the timing screens. But yeah. As we get some pictures there, look at this. Look how windy it is up here in Scotland.
Yeah.
The haggis are getting blown from the trees.
I know. It's terrible. It's like what is it? Dandelion with the buds. That's how they spread their haggis. That's how they deliver it. It's just they put it out to the wind and let it blow throughout the entirety of the country. But I have to say, Scotland is beautiful.
Stunning part of the world.
I'm from Norfolk, right? So you can imagine my shock when I see hills and valleys and things to drive through and undulation. It was astonishing. But yeah.
Did you drive up from Norfolk?
Yes. Whoa. Took me 7 hours yesterday.
What a drive.
And I'm right on the East Coast. I'm in a town called Great Yarmouth. which is right on the right-hand side, right on the beach. So I had a long old haul up yesterday. Stopped a couple of times, had a couple of snacks and stuff, and got myself on the road. But once you get sort of to the Lake District, which obviously is one of the most beautiful parts of England in of itself, in Cumbria, and that's why I'm so looking forward to going to Rowra later in the year. It's gorgeous. And then you get into Scotland and you just see all the valleys and stuff, and it is amazing how picturesque. I've been to Wales a couple of times. Obviously, with karting, you've got GYG and Landau. I went there for Anglesey, and again, just the picturesqueness of the track here at Larkhall as well, no exception, with just how stunning the countryside is. So if nothing else, it looks pretty, but as well it delivers some fantastic racing, as we have seen all morning long, to deliver for round number 2 of what is going to be a very exciting 2025 season of the Ultimate Karting Championship. There you can see just everyone sat very patiently on the track, just very sort of, well, can we get a move on with it? Obviously marshals and stuff working very, very hard to make sure that the race can get underway as smoothly as possible. Officials obviously looking over clipboards, engineers looking over data. There is the mystery substance.
It was a fuel spill.
Right. That's
what caused the red flag. So slippery surface, hazardous surface, and that's what we're looking at there right now.
Yes, indeed. We did see the slippery surface flag come out.
Yeah.
Didn't know what substance it was. It could have been oil, fuel, anything that leaks out of the engine, with the various liquids that go through it. Of course, probably from where we saw 2 karts mount each other. I think almost definitely it was from where we saw 2 karts mount each other in the first couple of laps through that particular corner. Like I say, hello and welcome to everyone that's now just joining us here on the YouTube chat, either on Alpha Live or on the Ultimate Karting Championship YouTube. Of course, we'll hope you're all enjoying all of the action, all of the coverage of the day so far. Let us know who you're supporting, let us know who you're cheering on for, and let us know what your favourite race of the day has been thus far. Mine's probably going to be the Mini Inters.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, it will be. Mini Inters is the best race today. But let's take a look at a replay of the incident that happened a little bit earlier on in the Junior Rotax repechage. This was, I think, the crash that maybe caused the fuel spill.
Let's have a look, see if we can see anything spilling out. Obviously, just a couple of carts going side by side. It was the 241 that goes sideways, and the 133 that mounts him there on the side. You can see nearly knocking his hand off.
Yeah.
The engine is mounted on the right-hand side of the cart. So any sort of bump there would have probably caused something. With no further contact though, and there you can see the granules, the kitty litter being laid down, absorb and soak up as much of that fuel as it possibly can, because the track not doing overly good. I mean, it would absorb some of it, but still that surface level will be very, very slippery. So getting some of those granules down, absorb it up, makes a huge mess and is very inconvenient to work with, but my God, does it work wonders in order to soak up all of that moisture, all of that fuel, because the last thing you want, first of all, it's flammable, so the last thing you want is something to set it alight, and the second thing is also going to be quite slippery, and the last thing you want going side by side through the final corner is to nip a rear wheel on that and go round sideways into the pack of karts behind you. So good job, obviously, from all of our marshals and race officials and stuff to get things done as quickly as possible. Obviously, red flags and delays happen in racing. That's unavoidable. As much as we love to go through and smash through each of the races and sort of call the day quickly, delays happen, and it's down to the efficiency of the Larkhall team to get this done as soon as possible, which, all things considered, we're getting done. The delays happen, but it's going to be as short of a delay as we can get away with.
Yeah, full credit to everyone for making the right decisions there then for this. Just a moment to get things back on track. And we still have 5 minutes, 58 seconds plus a lap in this race to run. So plenty of time for plenty more action in this Junior Rotax repechage. The last chance qualifier then for the last 4 spots in the super final that's coming up this afternoon in Junior Rotax. There's 30 drivers currently just sunning themselves in the paddock and under the awnings and in their motorhomes, knowing that they've made it to that super final. But there's space for 4 more young Junior Rotax drivers to get there, and 4 of those drivers are sitting there right now in their karts. Which 4 will it be? We'll find out in the next few moments. We will indeed. Of course, we'll update you as to how the race is going to run, how they're going to restart it, whether it's just the time left or whatever race control deem fit. Of course, after this, it will then be the Senior Rotax repechage. The same again, top 4 go through to the super final. Of course, we're seeing some really, really strong racing throughout. And again,
even if you win this race, it's going to put you, what, P31 on the grid for the super final. So even if you win this, it's a very short-lived solace, because you've then got a mammoth task of climbing through the field throughout the final. But at the end of the day, for those that want to do well in the championship or whatever, you're not, you know, if you get knocked out now, you're not going to be able to score any further points this weekend.
Yeah.
Even just being on the grid, anything can happen. We've seen it already. Weather, tyre changes, anything like that. Just being there, and you can maximise your chances of bagging any sort of points.
Yeah. Points mean prizes. Yes. And at the end of the season, the prizes in UKC are second to none. Some great prizes when you start winning the championships and getting yourself in the top fives, from engines to test drive days with Ginetta Juniors. Just so much kit, from like helmets, suits, race suits, gloves, all kinds of things. But brilliant prizes in the UK, seeing huge trophies as well.
The most important thing is the trophies. But yeah, the Ginetta Junior test days, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and quite a few of them get given away.
Again, invaluable stuff for the young drivers, because the adjustment from obviously karting to cars is quite big. As we get the karts rolling once again, Battenberg restart, of course, so we go from red flag to essentially a VSC. There you can see you won't miss it, the kitty litter are there on the right hand side.
There it is,
the drivers will be aware it's there, they'll be doing their utmost to avoid it, but at least it will be helped. So under full course yellows before we can get this underway, but the clock is ticking. Quick rundown as to how things rack up in terms of before the red flag. We had Alexander Wilson, Vlad Tomanchuk, Alex Lynn and Jake Graffiti, the top four. Those at the moment have got their ticket to the super final, but look out for Lloyd Palmer, Maya Simpson, Scott McDowell and Charlie King, the top 8, who could realistically find their way through and up into the top spots. Under Battenberg then, just to allow these drivers to get the karts running properly and again back into the swing of things. And then we go racing once more, 4.5 minutes plus the lap. A lengthy delay, but an efficient sort of restart as soon as we could get going once again. Karts back out on to circuit. And, well, let's see who's going to get their ticket to the final.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Like you say, at the moment, the top 4 are there. Wilson, Tomanchuk, Lynn and Graffiti. But the names that we'll have our eyes on then are Palmer, Simpson, McDowell, King and Spain. They're the next 5 drivers behind who'll be knocking on the door of those first 4 who are sitting there as the flags go green, and we're back and racing once again, Zach. And moves getting made straight away into the boot section, the bottom from that hard, sharp 90-degree left-hander, and then the sweep around to the right-hander then that is all the way up to the far end of the race course with the foot flat to the floor.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, a couple of moves being made into this long right-hander. We've already seen a bit of drama occur at this particular corner. It's combined G braking and turning, and a lot of speed going with it as well. A huge train going into this hairpin. Then the 166 gets pushed wide. That's Alex Lynn being overtaken by a couple of cars and up over onto the grass and into the barrier. He's just able to avoid it and make no contact with the barrier, but there was a bit of contact with the rear end. The rear end jumped up, and that is his day done. Alex Lynn, the 166, out of this race, out of contention, and out of this junior Rotax field. Yeah,
he's gone as we see more drivers just running really wide on that last corner there, coming around across the start-finish line once again. So, yeah, there's a lot going on in this one at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them at the front have booked their place in the final. We'll have some graphics on screen so we can tell you what's going on at home. But at the moment, it's Wilson from Tomanchuk, from King to Palmer. Those are your top 4. And then we will see what happens behind them. But look, on a very dry surface in sunny skies, moves getting made in the mid-pack there as drivers run wide then. But look, out in front, you can see they're starting to string out and stretch out a little bit.
They are indeed, as the pack will naturally start to have that effect. Those at the front will want to get as far gone as possible. Wilson and Tomanchuk then clear and away. Don't expect those two to really battle. They don't want to involve more people in that battle than is necessary. Charlie King versus Lloyd Palmer, though, the battle for 3 and 4. The final 2 places inside the transfer slots. Scott McDowell will try and close that gap. Lloyd Palmer then, yes, he's safe, but he's not really safe. It's a false sense of security because he's on the edge. He gets through now, but ideally he wants to be in P3. Having Charlie King is a bit of a buffer from those behind trying to work their way inside the top 4.
Yep, that is what's going to be going on. So Alex Wilson then safely in the final right now. The gap back to Vlad Tomanchuk, 0.56 of a second. Tomanchuk then just clocking a fastest lap of 50.86. Charlie King in the mix in 3rd. Lloyd Palmer there sitting in 4th. There's your top 4. There's your tickets to the super final right now.
See, half a second between the top 2.
74, Charlie King there. Sorry, just jumping in. 74 was the driver that we just had the close-up picture of.
Minute and a half left to go, plus the lap, of course, so not long. Bit of coaching going on there with the hands.
Loving the hands.
I know, it's great. The communication you have, obviously no team radios, but you've got to make do with some basic hand signals and sort of get a move on with a wave, or calm down when you're sort of pressing the air. Anything like that. It's communication, and not just between sort of engineer and driver, but also between driver and driver as well. You'll often see, obviously you always bring it up, the wag of the finger, either to tell them off or to celebrate or sort of make a statement, but also sort of a tap of the helmet to say, well, let's work together, let's make some moves, let's try and work forwards. And if Ed Spain gets onto the back of Scott McDowell, that'll probably be sort of a similar fashion there. Don't fight for P5. You get nothing for finishing 5th or 6th, right? There's no difference. There's no points difference. There's no nothing. It's just you're out or you're out.
Yeah.
Just you're out and you finish 5th, or you're out and you finish 6th. There's no game. For Ed Spain, he needs to be working with McDowell to close in on Lloyd Palmer, because that is the golden spot that they all want. And at the moment, Ed Spain, if he's able to close in, that's what he needs to do. He needs to work with Scott McDowell to work his way forward. Moves being made throughout the field, so even if you are a bit further down, you need to be having a bit of fun. That's Elliot Powell on the inside, I think, of Maya Simpson for 7th place. But yeah, Charlie King, Lloyd Palmer hanging on as things stand. Wilson and Tomachik, not much change going on there. As expected, really, with just a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, that was a great move that we saw there from Elliot Powell, just getting past Maya Simpson. Like you say, Ed Spain needs to be pushing himself on the back of Scott McDowell, and then they need to work as a team to get past Lloyd Palmer. But I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that. As we look at the clock countdown, then it's about to zero itself, and then we're into +1 lap. So the next time that Alexander Wilson crosses the start-finish line, that will be the final lap.
Will be indeed, and I suppose luckily for him, I guess, he was able to cross the line before. It was very close, a few seconds in it, so he gets another lap in this race. The only problem with the repechage, right, and again, we talk about tyres, you get one set of slicks for the whole weekend, and with the changeable weather, obviously, they've had some races and some sessions on wets and what have you. Those in the repechage have to do a whole extra 8 minutes of racing on the same set of tyres as those in the final. So they're fighting a constant uphill battle, and fair enough, you could say, well, do better in the heats, do better in qualifying. Fair enough, yeah, absolutely, just drive better and you'll start better. But equally, it's not always in their control. Tomanchuk had reliability problems. Yeah. He's fighting an uphill battle now. He's on a set of tyres that are already a session older, and he has to fight his way from the back. One more lap to go. Alexander Wilson to take the win. Yeah, absolutely right. But the battle that we've got here, this is Scott Palmer. So this is the bubble then. This is Scott McDowell chasing down Lloyd Palmer. Yes. So Scott McDowell is fighting for his position in that super final. Lloyd Palmer then having to defend right now as we are on the final lap. So all eyes on this, because this is the battle. This is the bubble. Will Lloyd Palmer book himself a place in the super final, or will Scott McDowell spoil the party? Ahead of them, King, Tomanchek and Wilson are already there. They are indeed. Final lap of the race then, and this is what it comes down to. The 64 of Scott McDowell. Either his race ends now or he's able to find a way through. Same too for Lloyd Palmer. He's been safe for the majority of this race. Goes defensive into the banked hairpin, trying to run your way onto this long stretch towards the final corner. The slipstream is there. This is it for the final space inside the final. The 64 able to find his way through. Alexander Wilson from Tomanchuk wins. The 64 goes through. The 46 tries to get the drive towards the line, but it's going to be Scott McDowell that claims his place inside the final. The final spot on the grid goes to the 64, and well, the 46 unfortunately able to find a way through. In that one, was able to control the race, but just couldn't quite get the counter-attack, and that was incredible driving from Scott McDowell to take that in the end for 4th place, and with it the final spot in the podium. Here it is. Talk us through it. Yeah, how about this then? So look, we can see the move getting done here with just a corner to go. Scott McDowell, there he is, up the inside. Lloyd Palmer tries to just hang on, but no, look at that. And there's the fist pump of the left fifth off the steering wheel. He's just booked himself into the final. Well done, sir. Very nicely done indeed. Of course, if you are if you're Lloyd Palmer, you're going to be a bit gutted that you were one corner away from another session. Maybe he'll argue that he was a bit hard done by. A little bit of rub towards the back end that I'm probably sure he's going to try and argue the toss with. But there you can see on home soil, Alexander Wilson there in P1 claiming a ticket to the final. Vlad Tomanchuk, Charlie King and Scott McDowell also get theirs to round off the grid for what is going to be the Junior Rotax final a little bit later on. Lloyd Palmer, Ed Spain, Shane Chandaria, Elliot Powell, Maya Simpson and Robin Wilcox, the top 10 for their final race of the day. Large from Sawyers, Burton, Graffiti from Collar in 15th, from the, well, Blair Smith has duplicated himself apparently in 16th and 17th for his place. Hardy Sadiq from Eva Morrison, Nathaniel Gray there in 20th. Richardson, McKay, Petril, then Stewart, Elkerd, Morgan, Mills, Brown, Lynn and Homer. Able to work his way through, not quite last to first, but from 36th to 30th at the very least. Hasnain Khan from Devon Taylor, Calvin Moffat, Baker and Surtees rounding off the field there. Of course, commiserations to the drivers that unfortunately didn't make their way into the final, but final checks being made in terms of drop downs, getting the clear to go back into the pit garage. That is the Junior Rotax Repechage, their penultimate race of the day. We'll be back for the Senior Rotax Repechage. One more race then before we go to lunch, and then before we go to the finals. The Senior Rotax Repechage about to get itself underway with the final lot of the morning's running. Of course, these drivers, we saw some electric battling in the main part of the Senior Rotax field earlier on in Superheat B, but this, once again, a last chance qualifier to get their ticket into the final 4 spots on the final.
This is going to be a great one. The final one then before lunch could be the last weekend for some of them. Senior Rotax Repechage. We're just going to wait a moment or two in the sunshine here. We'll get this one off the way as quickly as we can, I'm sure, because we had that delay, didn't we, in the Junior Rotax just before this. But for these drivers, it's either the last race of the weekend or an opportunity to give themselves one more go out after lunch in the Senior Rotax Super Final that is coming up. So fingers crossed, we have a clean race, a smooth race, a sunny race. I think looking out the windows here, Zach, that hopefully we should be good to go for this one with no issues with wet tyres or slick tyres, and we'll just have some fast, smooth racing, I would think. Because from where we're sat right now in our lofty commentary position, looking out through the glass, it's not the skies that we started the day with. The wind is still with us, but the rain clouds appear to have passed, I would think.
Well, let's see.
Go on. What's your radar telling you?
The weather app. This is my the Zach Sweeney Meteorology weather report. According to my phone, Larkhall says rain is expected to start in 41 minutes. And I am just looking around.
I've actually got a radar app.
I don't actually know how this was never there before, but technology is a wonderful thing. I don't know what this means. I'm assuming that's rain clouds coming across onto the location. So there could well still be more rain to come. Well, yes, it does look nice and sunny. Don't count that out just yet. And 1 o'clock will be just in time for the last couple of finals that we get towards the end of the day. So still some more intrigue still to come. The drivers now making their way on to the field. Of course, we will run you through the grid if we're able to. Yeah, we are. Kieran Ives takes pole position from Gemma Hyons, Deacon Russell and Harry Hurstgrover there in 4th place to round off row number 2. They're going to be the ones to watch to take their place inside the final. Myers Roby from Jack West in P6 ahead of Benjamin Lee and Luca Palazzo in 8th. Ethan Head from Jack Thompson, Aaron McKay and David Mitchell, the front 6 rows, ahead of Elliot Foster, Rachel Robertson, Jason Haitley, and James Philip King, rounding off row number 8. Sam Kelbrick, Caitlin Seabrook, Dominic Darling and Mikey Walker round off the top 20, ahead of Molly Pugh and Michael Dalton in 22nd and final place. Well, let's see if we've got any Michael Dalton fans wishing him on for a last to first, similar to how we had for Lachlan Homer in the juniors. But anyway, making their way on the formation lap, hopefully no delays or red flags. We can go straight to the 8 minutes plus the lap for the final 4 spots inside the final.
Yeah, I think 8 minutes plus a lap, we can assume that this is going to be a dry race. I don't think we're going to get rain in the next 8 minutes. The sun is shining, so good luck to all of them. Just to name check a couple down there. Number 19, Dominic Darling from Lenny Messenger Motorsport, the youngest senior licence holder in the UK. I think he just had his 15th birthday a couple of days before our first round at Wilton Mills. So a young driver, an inexperienced driver, but he's going to be enjoying himself this afternoon as we're off and away racing, Zach. Here we go.
And towards turn number 1, of course, the top 4 trying to keep themselves safe and no spins, no dramas. Just settle into the race as best you can. Quick look over the shoulder there for the 46 of Kieran Ives. He's safe for the lead and safe to take his spot into the final. Dives being made, a bit of contact as well to the rear end of the 66 there from the 49. Hopefully no drop down being applied there. 7.5 minutes still to run. Still plenty of laps still to indulge in this racing. Sideways going into that corner, especially when you're side by side, having to brake and turn. Makes a very, very beautiful picture. Look to the inside there. That's for 4th place. The 116 being overtaken. That's Gemma Hyons from the front row. Oh my goodness me. We've had a couple of cars now mount each other once again at a different hairpin on the circuit. This time, that's the 33. That's Elliot Foster involved. Not entirely sure who else it was. But, well, that was a lap 1.5.
Yeah, it really was. Already the excitement coming in this Senior Rotax Repechage race then just before lunch. the last chance to qualify, the final opportunity for these drivers to book their place in that Super this final this afternoon. And the 4 names that are there at the moment are Ives, Russell, Roby and West. So on the bubble, Ethan Head, Gemma Hyans, Harry Hurst-Grover and Aaron Mackay.
Fortunate for 116 of Gemma Hyon, she fell down 4 places on that previous lap, from 2nd down to 6th. I think just got caught out with a move at the hairpin, and again, that's the momentum. It's nothing sort of that she did wrong as such. It's just the door open there to the inside. The 192, Jack West trying to work his way into 3rd place. That could well cost him a spot inside the transfer zone. The 75, Ethan Head, works his way back through of Jack West, so he now works his way from what is 5th into the transfer slots. You've got to be so careful. You're already in there, but obviously you don't just want to settle for being just in. You want to be safe and in inside the top 3, and that's sort of the mentality that Jack West had there.
Yeah, Jack West just went for it, didn't he? And he got himself the place, but he obviously couldn't make it stick because he ran wide and then lost the place straight away then to what was number 75, Ethan Head. But we're going to expect to see Jack really pushing hard in this one, I'm sure. This is the excitement of the repechage. It's those races that are sort of running in 5th down to about 8th or 9th that give us the excitement. As we see another move going up the inside there, one of the TB karts getting overtaken by, I think, a Craft Motorsport driver from what I can see. As number 75, look, this battle between 75 and 192, Jack West, that's Ives and West then just duking it out for 4th place right now.
Brilliant stuff, and again, I'll never get over the character of Larkhall. Moving up the inside though, the 75, Ethan Head works his way back through. That's going to tamper the momentum of the 192 there of Jack West. Kieran Ives then looking all over his rear end. Aaron Mackay is actually the driver now in 5th place and directly behind, potentially going for a spot inside the transfer zone. 5 minutes left to go plus the lap. And this race far from over. It's a breakaway at the front. Deacon Russell leads Miles Roby there. Fairly safe as things stand. But 3rd and 4th, 2 more slots. And, well, about 6 drivers want it.
Yeah, 6 drivers really want this 4th place in that super final right now. And the names we're looking at, obviously, then are Jack West, Aaron Mackay, Kieran Ives. Keep your eyes on those. Luca Palazzo back in 7th. What can he do? Can he get himself up there? It's quite an ask, isn't it, from 7th up to 4th? But who knows? Anything could happen. Really exciting stuff, though, as we follow the action with the number 75 kart of Ethan Head and Jack West chasing him down. Dan Holland Racing colours, obvious there. And then Aaron Mackay from Craft Motorsport just behind them. They're stretching out a little bit, though. And ahead of them, gaps then up to 3rd, 2nd and 1st.
Amazing stuff. 4.5 minutes left to go. That's a little bit wide there. Maybe some track limits warnings coming in terms of using a bit more than what you're allowed to use in terms of the curb. Deacon Russell, like I say, leads from Roby, Head and West. That's that battle that we are following so eagerly into the second half of this race. Still a lot to play for. Fast lap goes the way of Jack West. There's a move to the inside of the man himself. Up now into 3rd place. Nicely done, and consolidating that move. Let's see if he's able to stay ahead. The 75 of Ethan Head now through and unsafe, because yes, he's got a spot in the transfer. However, Aaron Mackay looking feisty just over his rear end. So yes, you're in, but like I say, you're never safe.
No, he's not safe, because look where Jack West is right now, or rather Ethan Head, number 75, sorry. Look at where he is now. Behind him, he's got Jack West, Aaron Mackay, Kieran Ives, and they're all really close, and they're all still charging. They want that 4th spot, and as we just saw with the junior Rotax, you can lose that 4th spot on the final corner if you're not careful.
Yeah, exactly. You are not safe until you cross the checker flag, and even then, if you've got a drop down or a steward's inquiry, you're not safe even then. You're only safe once the grid is confirmed, but you can do yourself some favours right now. Jack West needs to put his head down and try and close in onto the top 2, latch onto the back of them and try and use them to pull away from the rest of this pack. Ethan Head then, the 75 car there you can see now making his way through. The 198 of Aaron Mackay just in behind. So look out, those at home, if this is your first time here, look out for the numbers and then correlate that to the timing screens. The 192 looks to go to the inside of the 119. That's Jack West on the inside. That's Deacon Russell falling back. A mistake potentially then for our leaders, and this throws the entire race into turmoil with places here, there and everywhere. Those that were safe, Miles Roby a secure 2nd place, now 5th.
So full credit to Jack West, as we were saying like earlier on, just a couple of 2 laps ago, he's putting some bold moves in to get the overtakes done, and in a few corners he's now leading the race with a fastest lap as well, so he will start to stretch his legs and get off and away down the road. He really wants that space in the super final, and at the moment it looks like he is going to get it. Deacon Russell drops back to 2nd. Then we've got Ethan Head, then we've got Aaron Mackay. Miles Roby was running in 2nd, wasn't he, a while back? Yeah,
exactly, literally only just fallen down. I've also just noticed as well, I thought Jack West, and it sort of tickled me wrong. I was like, why is he in the repechage? It's because at Wilton Mill, he was in the final. He finished P6 in the final. He'd come 2nd in the heat, and he'd won his super heat.
Yeah.
What is he doing in a repechage? And that just goes to show how brutal motorsport can be. It's not necessarily how good of a driver you are. It's how lucky you get reliability-wise, how well you perform in the heats. If you mess up your qualifying session, you start the entire weekend on the back foot. Jack West is clearly a capable driver to mix it up with the front end of the senior Rotax field. But that's the level of competition. You can't get complacent. You have to deliver from the start of the weekend all the way through.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And in the few seconds that we've just been talking there, Deacon Russell, who was leading the race a moment or two ago, is now down on 4th. He's on the bubble. He's fighting for his place to stay in this super final. And he was leading this race for at least the first 4 laps.
He was indeed. And again, you can't, sort of a level of hubris, right? You can't get complacent. You can't feel safe leading.
No.
Because motor racing just goes, no, not anymore, mate. Sorry, you're just going to come down a peg and you're going to be on the bubble. Miles Roby just in behind. So at least that's had some level of continuity. Deacon Russell from Miles Roby.
Yeah.
See if David Mitchell can sort of get involved. But it just shows how quickly things can flip. Aaron McKay was there in 5th. Now he's fairly safe there in 3rd place. A minute left to go, so this will be the 3rd to last lap. Next time by will be the penultimate time through. Still, things can change.
Yeah, they absolutely can. Blink and you will miss it, because you might think you're in a position and you're safe, but you're not, because behind you there's a dozen other drivers who think they're better than you, and they're out to show it as well. And that's what makes karting so great. As we're having a look there, look, the battle for 4th between Deacon Russell and Miles Roby, 119 and 24. That's what we were looking at there. That's it, those first 2 drivers of that pack there. And then it's behind them, it's David Mitchell in the Craft Motorsport colours, making this one oh so exciting. This is brilliant. This is great racing. I think with, what, a couple of laps to go?
Yeah, this will be the penultimate time.
This has legs to run. This could go. Look at this, up the inside, 24, making the move. That's Miles Roby then on Deacon Russell, and he gets it done around the boot section at the bottom, then putting the hammer down now as he makes his way off up to the top of the race circuit in the sunshine, beaming from ear to ear inside that helmet.
It will be indeed. The clock ticks closer to 0. This is the penultimate time by Deacon Russell versus Miles Roby. They were doing it for the lead earlier on. Now it's for the final place. Can they scrape their way, just keeping their head above the water in terms of this final? The 119, Deacon Russell straight back up the inside on the penultimate lap. The 19 of David Mitchell fighting so hard, trying to find his spot in as well, trying just to scrape through, get themselves onto their final place. There's contact. The 24 goes wide. Miles Roby, his chance is done. 1 more lap left to go, and Deacon Russell looks safe.
Yeah, he does. That was David Mitchell just clipping the back of the cart in front of him there and just said, his carts are going off into the water barriers. Yeah, that's number 19 there. That was David Mitchell. Yeah, he was really, really pushing hard. And
he'll feel that in the morning.
Oh, he is going to feel that in the morning. But was that maybe a little bit of karma as well? Because he did clip the back, didn't he, of, who was it, number cart?
Miles Roby.
It was Miles Roby he clipped the back of, wasn't it, a moment or two ago? So was that karma? I don't know.
Well, maybe so. Who knows? It will always find its way to worm its way and work out and even itself out. But it could just be a small mistake, anything that can happen. But it just goes to show you can feel high and then very quickly find yourself feeling quite sore in the barrier. A bit more contact further back as well. That's the 24 Miles Roby trying to hang on to any sort of thing that he can. Jack West from Ethan Head will win the repechage from Aaron McKay and Deacon Russell, who all unlock their tickets into the final. And like I say, just keeping their head above the water. Yellow flags through the first sector, of course, on the race end. So no major dramas there. But, well, that was a race and a half all the way through, trying to decide. And not the way you want to end it as such, but when you're fighting that hard, trying to keep your day alive, you can understand that you're going to get a little bit argy-bargy.
Yeah, you are. And I tell you what, as I look at that finish timing screen there, just shout out and kudos to Rachel Robertson, who finished in 5th, and Caitlin Seabrook, who was down in 9th. They're both in the top 10, both from Guy Cunnington Racing, and they were starting, I think, down in about 15th and 17th
Incredible
or something.
race.
So well done, ladies.
Capitalising on chaos, right? That's what you have to do. When things go wrong in front of you, you have to be there to deliver. Jack West, though, was able to win this race after momentarily being on the bubble throughout most of it. Ethan Head from Aaron McKay, Deacon Russell, they're through. Rachel Robertson, just not enough in the end, but still a fantastic effort there, finishing in 5th. Kieran Ives, Michael Walker, Miles Roby, Caitlin Seabrook from James Philip King, the top 10 in the Senior Rotax repechage. Haitley, Kelbrick, Molly Pugh, Michael Dalton and Gemma Hyons from the front row down to 15th. A really unfortunate race there. Dominic Darling from Elliot Foster, David Mitchell there, a bit of contact. Michael Dalton, we're being told, elevating his way through the field, and incredible there, even not to make it through to get up.
34th or 30th. Incredible race to work his way through. Elliot Foster, David Mitchell finishing there behind those.
you had the likes of Luca Palazzo, Jack Thompson, and Harry Hesgrover finishing the race in what would be 21st and final. That is the damage. Oh my word. I have never seen a kart look like that before. Not great, to say the least. That's that front left. That'll be a steering arm or something that's bent because, I mean, I know the DAS system for Mercedes worked well. I don't think that's going to be doing any favours.
That's Luca Palazzo there, kart number 45. Fastest lap, 49.12. But his kart in absolute pieces as we look at it right now on the inside.
When we say drive the wheels off it, we don't mean literally.
Wow.
That is a shame for the 44, wow, I can't even speak, 45 of Luca Palazzo. And well,
who have we got next to him, the Hunter Motorsport car?
That is something at 35 maybe?
There's so
or would it be
much,
the 65 potentially?
so much rubber on the side of that side pod of that Hunter Motorsport car. I can't quite see
It'll be
the
one
number.
of these that don't finish.
Yeah, exactly.
So it'll probably be the 65, I'd imagine.
Definitely looks at 5, isn't it? 65. Who is that?
It is a 65. That is Jack Thompson. Yeah,
Jack
it is.
Thompson.
There you go. Thompson. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
of course
There
it
we
is.
go. Yeah,
Oh,
so that's them out. They didn't cross the line to finish, and well, that's going to be a hefty repair job on the way home. That is going to wrap it up then for the Senior Rotax Repechage. And we're going to say goodbye to Kev Harris. I mean, we're going to see you a little bit later on with the interviews and stuff, but just quickly before lunch, what have you made of the morning's action?
It's been one of the best mornings of karting action that we've had in the UKC for quite some time. I've struggled to think of a morning on a Sunday where we've had as many incidents as we've had and as many overtakes as we had, and I think that's a credit to just the experience of the drivers that have had over the last 5 or 6 years or so, and also the circuit up here in Larkhall that has delivered some great racing. And as you said, I'm going to leg it off now to the winners' enclosure at Scrutineering to grab the winners' interviews when they get out the carts. And I'm going to leave you to the comms, which is a shame because this is the best seat in the house.
I'm looking forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back for the finals.
Hello and welcome to Scotland for round 2 of the 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship, where this weekend we're racing at what is the home of the West of Scotland kart club, Larkhall Circuit International, which is the only FIA homologated circuit in Scotland, and at just under 1,200 metres long, it's also the longest. And when you walk around the paddock and chat to the drivers who have travelled from all across the country to be here, it is a circuit that they're really looking forward to racing on. So let's take a look at an onboard lap then with one young driver who's running in Mini Inter this weekend, kart number 9 from Sam Pollitt Racing, Josh Cormack, because this is his home track. So we pick up Josh here as he goes under the start-finish gantry there, and it's all about left turns at first. It's this hard left, you can use plenty of runoff, then another left, and then you're coming into the boot section. Before that, it's an almost 90 left, and now we start to sweep on the right-hander. And at this point here, you can see Josh getting a little overtake done there. You start to put the hammer down because it is a big sweeping right-hander section where you can go almost flat, and you're heading to the far side of the circuit right now. And as you can see here, take plenty of runoff because you've carried so much speed, bringing you into the infield now after that little right-hander, and it's the first of a couple of hairpins then. This one brings you almost back in the direction that you've just came from, and this one really does a full 180 then that is banked. Use plenty of runoff here, go high up onto the bank and carry your speed because you're almost at the end of the lap. Another right, a left, a smooth chicane, and then get the hammer down because look, you're back on the start-finish straight here, and you can use plenty of runoff, and that is a lap of Larkhall. Well, big thanks to Josh from Sam Pollitt Racing for letting us take a look at one of his practice laps from earlier in the weekend. When you think about Josh, and in fact, many of the youngsters here, they're racing from a Friday through to a Sunday with UKC, and then they go off onto another championship somewhere else on another weekend, and they're busy all the time behind the wheel of a race car. You might wonder when they fit in their schoolwork. Well, one organisation who have come up with a solution to this are the Minerva Virtual Academy, who have partnered with the UKC for 2025. And earlier on, I called up with Sol from the MVA to tell me a little bit more about this online school. So Sol, MVA, Minerva Virtual Academy, is one of the logos that's on the UKC branding this year. But tell us a little bit more about exactly the work you guys do.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thanks for having me. Minerva Virtual Academy, I'm happy to be a big part of it. We've grown since 2022 when I first joined. We now have 200 plus athletes at the school, studying for their international GCSEs and A-levels across the world, in Europe, the UAE, it's everywhere. So yeah, the main point in this is to support athletes with flexibility so that they're not coming back to school on a Monday after sports competitions with anxiety, worrying about if they've completed their homework and so on.
And I guess the great thing is, so because it's a virtual academy, all the lessons are online.
Exactly. So they use a virtual learning platform, and literally they can just put their laptop in their bag, travel halfway across the world, compete at the highest level, and then tune in with their GCSEs and A-levels. What a life,
what a life. And I suppose as well, you're in charge of scheduling when they do all of this, but if it doesn't quite fit for them, they can watch stuff back or watch it ahead of time? Yeah,
exactly. So they have 2 to 3 live lessons a day, and they can watch them back, if they can't make it and they are traveling, time zone differences, things like that. Their academic mentor will help them plan ahead, so they know what they're going to miss and they know when they're going to catch up via watching the recorded lessons.
And that's the academic mentor, but your role, you originally were brought on board as a sporting mentor, because you've been there yourself and done it coming up through the ranks of pro basketball.
Yeah, I think it was a smart decision from my CEO because I know exactly what the athlete needs and how they feel when doing education, and I graduated, so I've been through the trials and tribulations of being an athlete, trying to get your education whilst playing sport at the highest level. And I think building the school for athletes has been fun for me, and I've really enjoyed it because again it's just real, right? It's real. It's what they go through every day, and they hold me accountable just like I hold them accountable. So.
Well, listen, Sol, it's been great talking to you, mate. If people want to find out more and get in touch, do they reach out to you? How do they do it? Yeah, sure. So if you're not here today or this weekend at this event, you can contact us through mva.athletes or minervavirtual.com. If you are, then you can head down to the UKC race truck and you can get in touch with Sonia or Paul, and they will point you in the right direction. So, thanks a million, mate. It's great to have yourself and the MVA on board. Thank you so much for having me. Teach me how to shoot hoops sometime.
For sure.
Well, big thanks to Sol from the MVA there for chatting to me earlier. It really does sound like a great opportunity for youngsters who clearly want to balance their schoolwork with their karting careers. And as we talk about schoolwork, maths is sometimes a big issue here for the organisers at the UKC, especially when we have numbers of drivers in excess of 190 running at a race weekend. And it's why in 2025 we have the addition of the repage round for classes of over 34 drivers, which is effectively a last chance qualifier for those drivers that are going to make it onto the grid for the super final. So let's take a look at how it will work and remind ourselves of the road to the podium. Well, it all starts on a Saturday morning with time qualifying, which will determine your start position for the heat races. And it's those heat races that are up next. And all drivers will take part in a minimum of 2 heat races, where you can gain championship points and determine your start position for the superheat. The superheat comes next then, and it's from here that you will gain even more championship points, and it's the results from the qualifying heats and this superheat that will determine your start position for the super final. But new for 2025, and in classes of over 34 drivers, the top 30 will automatically qualify for the super final. The rest will go into the repage, with the top 4 getting promoted to that super final. We will then have the top 34 drivers who will be competing in the super final to gain championship points and determine their finish position. And if you finish in the top 3, then you'll be on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the prizes and the trophy. So there it is then, through the time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, and maybe the repage and the super final. That is your road to the podium.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 2 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. As you can see, we're back out on track after lunch break, and we're back with the finals. And as you can see, the track, whilst not raining anymore, a lot of drivers, there you can see, taking to the treaded wet compound tyres. Over the lunch break, we had the expected sudden downpour, and then again, some more blue skies coming into the vision of everyone here at Larkhall. So the weather has been a bit temperamental. It's not really decided what it wants to do. Of course, my name is Zach Sweeney to talk you through all of the racing action, and Kev Harris will be down with the podium interviews. Here is the grid then for the Micromax final. Benedictus Masiokas on the O-plate will take to pole position ahead of Charlie Page. Alfie Garrett, championship leader, coming into this, will start from 3rd ahead of Dimitar Usanov in 4th. Dean Singh Powell from Albert Farrow ahead of Teddy Murphy, and Albie J. Stubbs there will start from row number 4. Behind that, Harris Barber and Ethan Lloyd rounding off the top 10. Arlo Gamble from 11th alongside Ollie Brunt on the 6th row of the field. Ralph Martin from George Simmons, Oliver Woodall and Archie Gupta there from 16th place. And then one lonely William Davidson on row number 9. As you can see, track still quite damp. It's not had any karts on track for the last sort of 40 minutes or so. So the rain that we have hasn't had an opportunity to properly dry up yet. But with these drivers taking to the field with the wet compound tyres, you'll see that dry line start to form, especially with no rain coming down. I don't think any more to be expected. So all plain sailing, at least for now. Just got to get used to the grip, of course, with the treaded wet compound tyres. On the front row, Benedictus Masiokas from Charlie Page. The front row into the final corner to start us off. 12 minutes plus the lap on the clock. We put foot to the floor. Oh, no, we don't. We go for a false start once again. So giving them the wave round just to sort of get used and acclimatise to the conditions. Of course, it's been a while since these young drivers have been on track, and when they last were on track, they were on slicks. So they've not driven on the wet compound just yet. Good news for them is that, of course, they're going to be nice and fresh, so scrub the tyre a little bit, get themselves back into formation, and then we'll go again for the next time by. Like I say, Benedictus Masiokas, really impressive with the way that he's been driving this weekend. Of course, trying to get after that championship lead. Very, very close between the pair of them, only 2 points between Masiokas and Alfie Garrett coming into this off the back of Wilton Mills. So one of the closest classes, actually, has been the Micromaxes. Of course, hello and welcome to everyone that's now just joining us. Hope you have been enjoying the broadcast thus far, here either on Alpha Live or from the Ultimate Karting Championship YouTube channel. Of course, make sure to like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications as well to stay up to date with all things UKC and, of course, all things motorsport as well for those joining us on Alpha Live. Let's try this again, shall we? Through the final couple of corners once more. Benedictus Masiokas from Charlie Page, the front row. Alfie Garrett and Dimitar Usanov just in behind. We go racing once more here at Larkhall. The Micromax final is underway. 12 minutes plus the lap on the clock. And a very tentative run towards turn number 1. Masiokas able to control the lead. Bit of contact between a couple of karts just in the background as they're all trying to settle their way into the rhythm of things. There you can see the O plate, though, able to consolidate an early lead. A couple of kart lengths just clear of Alfie Garrett as a couple of drivers there finally sort of work their way through the first few corners, especially through that boot section on the opening lap in wet conditions. It becomes very, very tricky because you're surrounded by different karts all over the place and you're trying to sort of judge the grip as well as give space to those around you. This is a very tricky long right-hander, really testing the limits of the car and yourself. So especially in wet conditions, again, testing where the grip is, trying to find where that is. Benedictus Masiokas runs in deep through the hairpin, and you can see there Alfie Garrett momentarily having a bit of look to the inside. But the exit there from Masiokas, that's why you run wide, is to get the power down, become straighter on the exit. And that was a really good run for the O-plate. Look to the inside there, that's Dimitar Usanov, who fell back initially off the race start to Dian Singh Pahal. Now up to 4th place is the 23. Now through the final corner for the first time. Still 10 minutes left to go. A couple of drivers side by side through the exit, the final corner. We've seen that all day long with drivers going for a move into that final hairpin and using that curb. You could just see how much that kart really wanted to step out from underneath that driver there. Very slippery, very bumpy, and just constantly having to then counter steer to keep it in a straight line. Now through the boot section, bit of a downhill dip there. It's quite, your camera doesn't quite do it justice there, but there is definitely a dip. Help you get that power down. Use gravity to sort of kind of accelerate the car, which you definitely need in the Micromaxes. Of course, some of the youngest drivers that we'll have at the UKC, some of the youngest drivers in terms of motorsport generally, they start obviously at a young age, driving around the track at sort of private test sessions or in their garden if they've got a big enough one, but then they take to the national stage at the UKC or adjacent karting championship and start to sort of develop their craft, make those decisions in terms of the raceability of each of them, when to go for a move, when to back out, when to try and go around the outside. We've seen that all day long with drivers being very audacious around the outside of others, especially into the hairpins. And then also just that raw, courage to be able to go, racing around at sort of 30, 40 miles an hour as they are, and in wet, slippery conditions, and while trying to race, and while with the pressure of a championship on your shoulders. It's a lot for a young head. There's a hop, skip, and a jump there for the 62 of Dimitar Usanov. Not the only time we've seen a driver take off over that curb, but the first time we've seen it in the Micromaxes for sure. Just under 10 minutes left to go, so still plenty of racing still to come, but at the minute a bit of a slow burner, purely because everyone's just feeling out the conditions. No one's really confident as to where to go for a move. And again, when that dry line starts to form, what you'll typically see is a nice light grey patch on the racing line and then dark grey either side of it. So you're almost discouraged for going for a move because the only grip is on the actual racing line itself. That doesn't stop Dimitar Usanov from looking for a move. That time on the inside of the 30, that's the 33, that's Charlie Page, working his way back forward now into 4th place. So marginally off the podium. Of course, the top 3 will be the ones making their way to the interview with Kev in about 10 minutes' time. Masiokas still leads with the fast lap of the race, that time by 0.7 of a second quicker than Alfie Garrett. And that's what we've seen from Masiokas all day long. I mean, we saw it earlier in the superheat. He was able to win by sort of 6 seconds, and that was only in changeable conditions. They were still on slicks, but it was damp, and that's showing how adaptable Masiokas can be. And one of the best traits a driver can have is that adaptability. It's not just about being quick on the best day. It's about how, okay, conditions have changed. Track's a bit colder now. It's a bit damp. I'm on different tyres. I'm in a different starting position, whatever it is. And you have to adapt. And those are the cars that you've been dealt. Masiokas has played them brilliantly thus far. Still a lot of race left to go, so not going to count them out too yet. There's a move there to the inside. That's the 96 of Albie J. Stubbs looking on the inside of Charlie Page. But unfortunately, that move was nipped. The 33 was able to close the door. Bit of contact, but nothing major, no one being spun round. The 47 of Alfie Garrett, though, championship leader coming into this round here at Larkhall. Currently second to Masiokas. Keeping the gap steady at about 2 seconds. Let's see what the lap times are as they break the beam. 1:03.68 for Masiokas, 4.4, so another 0.8 of a second there from Masiokas taking out on Garrett. So stretching that advantage, and Garrett might now need to sort of turn his attention backwards because Pahal, ever so slightly slower that previous lap time, but still within the slipstream, and able to look onto the back of the 47, maybe latch onto the rear end of him and start applying some pressure. Same to that fight for 5th. Charlie Page versus Albie J. Stubbs. You can see there, Alfie Garrett sort of seesawing at the wheel, trying to balance where the grip is, almost sort of micro-steering as such. No pun intended, of course, with it being the Micromaxes, but yeah, just sort of feeling where the cart's grip. Do I turn? Does it respond? Do I then have to straighten out and make a correction? Sort of just keeping the car balanced. There's not a lot of weight with the Micromaxes, so not a lot of force pushing the tyres down into the ground. I mean, there's ever so slight aero kits on the front. You can see the different shapes of sort of the nose cone, but how much difference of that makes is sort of debatable. So not a lot of weight pressing those tyres into the ground, and obviously the more you press something down, the more friction it generates, and of course the more grip that you then have. So these young drivers, obviously they've got skinny tyres as well, so not a lot of grip to contend with, so they're going to be snaking around, trying to balance the cart with their left foot, with the brakes, and then of course trying to apply the power gently. Throttle control, key in any form of karting, especially at this level, but especially so when you're in the wet, damp conditions, and with a lot of corners, especially with hairpins where you are getting on the power from a slow speed. A sudden sort of jolt of power to the rear tyres will very much unsettle the kart and very much spin you out if you're not careful, especially if you're using the track on the exit as well, like here where you'll see the drivers run out wide, use all of that curb. Use a bit too much of that. If you just get on it ever so slightly wrong, it doesn't take a lot for the kart then to just loop round on you. And you're almost a passenger, because as soon as it happens, the kart is made its mind up. It's going, it's spinning, and no amount of driving is going to be able to save you from that. Just got to be careful, because we saw earlier on it was Gabe Fairbrother in the superheats got caught on the curb on the exit of that hairpin, and it just hooked him, and it got him onto the grass. And as soon as he was onto the grass, there was no grip, no compliance from the go-kart whatsoever, and the grass just took him to the shadow realm. Bit of a slide there from Alfie Garrett, locking the rears up ever so slightly. That's going to put him on the back foot. Will that allow Singh Pahal to close the gap? Not quite enough, and there you can now start to see the dry line start to form. So with what is 17 karts driving around on wet compound tyres for what has been so far 7 minutes, the track already starting to dry. We've seen Larkhall dry quite quickly as well thus far already today. We've had a couple of showers changing the track, going us from slicks to wets to slicks. But with the sun beaming down, and at the moment no rain in sight, but of course never say never with the way that this day has gone thus far. So the light grey part of the track, that's where the grip is mainly going to be, but you need to adjust your race line. A couple of moves being made into the hairpin, nicely done from the drivers there. That's going to be the number 40 being overtaken. That's Oliver Whittle versus, I believe, William Davison then in the 31. That's the fight for 15th place, going through the hairpin, and you can see just how steep that banking is, especially on the exit, and that's going to help. Not necessarily now because it's starting to dry, but definitely when it was more wet. Because of the banking, you can chuck the kart in with a bit more speed and use the banking to hook you, so you're not necessarily worried as such about understeer as you would be at other corners where the front tyres don't grip and the kart almost goes straight on. And that's the thing with the wet, because obviously you've got less grip at the rear, you're battling oversteer, you've got less grip at the front, so on your initial turning you're battling the understeer. You're having to then make those micro adjustments. And these drivers, despite their young age, are doing such a good job of it. The driver doing the best job of it thus far, though, Benedictus Masiokas, who, like I say, had some success in other karting championships thus far, and of course has had some success in the UKC, winner of the final at Wilton Mill. At the moment looking to be the winner of the final here at Larkhall as well, keeping that streak up. Alfie Garrett, though, 5 seconds back. And when it comes to karting, obviously, you'll be used to sort of maybe 4 or 5 second gaps if you're watching, F1 or whatever, where you have a clear leader for at least a portion of the race. In karting, it's almost unheard of. You often see what we have for the rest of the field, 2, 3, 4 karts within a second of each other, nose to tail for the most of it. So to have a driver this dominant is special. There's a bit of another jump there from Dimitar, who's off practicing his takeoffs. And then again, that exit off the boot is so important because you're flat out all the way down here. And again, with the Micromaxes, with them being sort of the lowest powered karts that we've got here at the UKC, that exit even more important, because if you bog down, if you have a snap of oversteer, if the kart scrubs on the exit, you're just going to be scrubbing off too much speed and you'll lose time the entire way down. It exaggerates your problem. If you get a poor exit off one of the hairpins and then you're almost immediately back under the brakes, it's not that big of a deal. But like through here, again, when you're putting the power down and you're going to be flat out for a prolonged period of time, you need to be having that exit speed. 2.5 minutes left to go, of course, plus the lap, and like I say, Masiokas seems to be clear in front, but don't count out this battle just yet. Dimitar Usanov got off to a bit of a shaky start initially, fell back from about 5th place, well, he started 4th place on the grid, fell back to about 5th or 6th. Now worked his way up into what is 3rd place as things stand. Potentially there as well for 2nd. The win, I'd argue, unless Masiokas really makes a huge error, is going to be out of the question on raw pace, especially with such little time left to go in the race. But 2nd place still there, and a slightly bigger trophy there to go with it as well. Big snap of oversteer there from Alfie Garrett, but that's the way you have to drive the car, because you have to get that rotation. But that's the gap, and like I was saying earlier, look at the menacing livery, the contrast between the nice bright colours of Alfie Garrett's car and then the dark, mean, sleek look of the 62 of Dimitar Usanov, especially with the blacked out helmet as well. He looks incredibly menacing. As soon as you look over your shoulder, you know he's there. Also bringing with him Dean Singh Pahal and LBJ Stubbs. So we could well have a 4-way fight for 2nd place in this race still to come. 1.5 minutes left to go, so this is going to be the 3rd to last lap that they're going on to now. The O-plate at Masiokas. 8 seconds now is the gap. That last lap he put in was over a second quicker than Alfie Garrett. A 103.0 to a 104.3. So while Masiokas is finding time as the track is improving, Alfie Garrett is not. And you've got to be careful as the track starts to dry. You don't want to burn out your wet tyres too much. Look over the shoulder as well. And Usanov is all over the rear end of Alfie Garrett. We could have a standout finish between these two. Two different lines being taken. Slightly defensive from the 47. And look at the impact on the exit. The 62, while slightly slower going in, has got the acceleration coming out. Has he got the space to look to the inside for the hairpin? He does. Makes the move under brakes. Nicely done from Dimitar Usanov. Up now into 2nd place ahead of Alfie Garrett. Now the question is, does Garrett have some form of a counter-attack with just 2 laps left to go at the line? The up and under there through the banked hairpin, but not quite able to draw enough alongside through the sweeping section, through the right then the left. And a quick look over his shoulder. Does he want to fight too hard and potentially detriment this podium and lose out to Pahal and Stubbs behind? That's going to be the tricky thing. 2 laps left to go, like I say. 7 seconds on the clock. Side by side through turn number 1. There's the 23 side by side with the 96 of LBJ Stubbs. Nicely defended then from the RCE driver of Singh Pahal. Through the left of the boot. Then into the right as well. There's the 32. That's Ralph Martin in 7th place. Side by side as well as they approach through this right-hander. And the gap between Usanov and Garrett has sort of stayed the same-ish. Of course, Garrett now maybe looking at what Usanov is doing, maybe slightly adjusting his lines as such, and finding a bit more speed, but whether that's going to be the case to stay with him and launch a counter-attack, I don't know. The gap has opened up by a couple of kart lengths. Through the sweepers into the final corner. Masiokas starts the final lap of the race. The checker flag will wave, of course, the next time by. He's got an 11-second gap to Dimitar Usanov. LBJ Stubbs crosses the line ahead now of Pahal, so the 96 through on the 23. But it's more a parade lap now of Masiokas. The O-plate, just it's been domination from the young driver. And one to look out for the future, absolutely. There he is, the O-plate. So clear of everyone else, channeling the centerisms of his helmet. Something, because that drive is reminiscent of every driver that's made it far. They all start right here. They all start in karting. They all start nurturing their craft. And Masiokas is a star of the future. In a race that was unsure what tyres to go on, uncertainty in terms of the grip, he's risen to the occasion, and Benedictus Masiokas on the O-plate wins his 2nd final of 2025, victorious here at Larkhall, and will wait for the rest of the field. 11 seconds the gap to Dimitar Usanov, who's got the fist in the air, happy with 2nd place. Alfie Garrett comes home in 3rd as well. A very deserved podium, and all 3 of them have driven fantastically, but Masiokas rose to the occasion. And that is the first final of the day, done and dusted. Of course, a bit of a slow burner in terms of the action. We saw a couple of really strong overtakes, though, for a number of drivers, particularly, obviously, Stubbs versus Pahal. And then we saw that move. Usmanov on the inside of Garrett as well. Just saw the move to the inside, put the kart there, and that was job done. Didn't look back from that point. The gap in the end, only 6 seconds. But again, the best lap time, Benediktas Masiokas, a 1:02.5. The next quickest that I can see is a 1:03.52. So he is basically a second a lap faster than the rest of the field. Anyone watching along thinking, any companies watching along, any corporations watching, thinking, who might I sort of invest in as a driver? Benediktas Masiokas is going to be one of them. Anyone on this field is going to be one of them. But that O-plate, obviously he won it, very deservedly so. And he's not wasted the opportunity. The O-plate pulls into scrutineering, and you can see actually what's happened to some of the wet tyres where they've been running on the dry track. They've sort of had that band in the middle, almost the interslick. There you can see Dimitar Usmanov very happy in the 62 with second place, able to get it from Alfie Garrett. Not quite the victory, but a trophy to go home with. And there you can see the camaraderie. That's so fantastic to see in the UKC. Masioka's happy, and all three of them exchanging some high fives and handshakes. That's great to see. Great sportsmanship, great humility from Masiokas after dominating the field. Gets out and is smiling. He is just a kid, but there he is, victorious for the Micromax final. Dimitar Usmanov from Alfie Garrett at the podium. Then comes LBJ Stubbs, Stian Singh Pahal and Harris Barber, the front six. Ralph Martin, Charlie Page and Albert Farrow ahead of Teddy Murphy for the top 10. Arlo Gamble from George Simmons and Oliver Whittle ahead of Ethan Lloyd, Archie Gupta, William Davison and Ollie Brunt. They're in 17th place for the Micromax final. Of course, we'll see them back out at Dunkswell in a few weeks' time. Here are the highlights then, and we got underway for 12 minutes of racing action. It was Masiokas that was able to dominate at the front, consolidate that lead, and didn't look back since. We had a bit of skirmish in the background. You can see there the 66 of Ethan Lloyd getting a bit of a tap from behind. But overall, it was that gap that was trying to be chased from Dimitar Usmanov. A few seconds, and of course the kart in the way. There is Alfie Garrett. A couple of mistakes from him throughout the race. Overall, a pretty consistent drive, just not on pace with Masiokas. And that just allowed Usmanov to slowly reel him in, bit by bit, as the race developed. Overall, it was just a case of trying to find the gap, thread the needle, similar to that driver there on the inside of the 40. That was George Simmons on the inside of Oliver Whittle. In the end, they were able to finish 12th and 13th place, respectively, in the final. And then this was the move, the 47 versus the 62. It was all set up through that long right-hander to give him the run towards the infield hairpin. The 62, with the decisiveness, gets himself up the inside and found that move up into second place. Quick look over the shoulder as well, and that's how they would stay second and third throughout this race. But it was all eyes on Benediktas Masiokas channeling his inner centre. The O-plate driver led from start to finish. Didn't even look back. It was a glorified practice session for Masiokas, who was just bringing it home for the last couple of laps through the final sweepers. And it would be him that would see the checker flag first for the second time in 2025 in the final. For the Ultimate Karting Championship, slam of the kart, finger in the air. He's happy with his day here at Larkhall. What a weekend it's been. And, well, understandably, will be commanding in the championship. Of course, Kev will be down there to conduct some post-race interviews. We'll head down to him.
Alfie, great to see you here, back in the winner's enclosure. You were second last time out at Wilton Mill. You're on the podium again, this time in third. Another good weekend for you?
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. Just happy we've got a podium.
Yeah, it's another podium. Those championship points are oh so important. Today's been a bit tricky with the wet weather and the dry weather, hasn't it? And in the finish there, I think you got the balance just right with the tyres and keeping the kart on the track, didn't you?
Yeah, we didn't really have the pace compared to Benediktas. Usmanov was faster. Usmanov got past us, and I just kept my head and tried to get podium.
Mate, and that's exactly what you did, so huge congratulations. Well done to you for that. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible this weekend?
SFR, Cream Racing Engines, my mum, my dad, and that's it.
And that's it. Round 3 then is the next one. We're heading down south towards Devon. Dunk as well is where we're racing. Are we going to see you there? And are we going to see you on the podium next time?
Yeah, we're going to see me there. Hopefully we can get another podium.
Well done, sir. All the very best for that round. Go and high-five your team. Congratulations on your podium. Let's see if we can now get our second place man in Dimitar. Come on in, sir. Well done. Here he is. So, young man, second place on the podium. How does that sound?
Really good. I haven't had a second place in a long time. I'm really happy.
Oh, mate, you should be really happy. I enjoyed commentating you in that super heat this morning because you were charging hard this morning. You had a lot to prove today, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. First sessions weren't that great, but then we turned it around in the second place.
You absolutely did. Further down the road ahead of you, that man, Benedictus Masiokas, he was just a little bit too quick today, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was very quick.
Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Jason, my dad, my mum, my brother for watching, and yeah, that's it.
Listen, I've really enjoyed watching this weekend. We didn't see you at round 1 at Wilton Mill. Will we see you again in the UKC this season?
Yeah, we will. I will come back.
Well, we shall look forward to that. Go on, go on, what do you want to say?
So, the people who are watching me, I'd like to thank them for all the support.
That is a great thing to say. Very kind words. Well done, sir. And I'm sure they've really enjoyed watching. You've been a champ this weekend. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Yep.
All right, there he goes. Let's get our first place in, man, though. Benedictus Masiokas with the Senna-inspired helmet. Oh, boy. Mate, you were just too quick for these boys this weekend, weren't you?
Yeah.
What do you think was your key to your success this weekend? Because you've linked it all up right once again. We saw you do it at Wilton Mill, and you've turned up for round 2, and you've done it again.
Just never give up.
Just what?
Never give up.
Just never give up. And I tell you what, you haven't given up this weekend as well. Cast your mind back to that final that you've just raced in there. It was wet and then it was dry, but you got a lead. And then once you got that lead, it seemed like you were just way out on your own for the whole of the race.
Yeah, when I saw the gap, I just knew I was going to win again. And yeah.
I absolutely love it. And when you crossed the line by some margin, I'd have to double check the timing screens, but you had at least 3 seconds, I think, on your second place man, Dimitar there. When you crossed the line, I saw you tapping the engine and wagging a finger at everyone watching behind the railings. Who was watching you and who made it possible?
My dad, Joe, Nathan, and RPM Racing Engines.
All of those people backing you behind the scenes have done a great job, and you've done the business out on track, so well done. It's back-to-back wins for you in the UKC. Round 3 is next at Dunk as well. Will we see you there, and can you do it again?
Yeah, hopefully I get a great weekend again.
Mate, I'm sure you will. Well done to you. Go and high-five your team, get the scrutiny done, and we'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Bye.
How about that one? That's the first one done here then at Larkhall, and those Micromax little young racers didn't disappoint. And that man, well, he's grinning from ear to ear. Huge congratulations to him. Your winner then, Benedictus Masiokas. It was a first at Wilton and it was a first at Larkhall. Zach, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, Kev, and good to speak to our race winners then of the Micromax as we move to the Mini Inters. And this was the talk of the town throughout the morning. What a race that we saw in their super heats, with the battles all throughout the field, at the front, and for the places throughout the rest of the top 10 as well. Emerson Makanji-Uren, though, is the driver to be keeping an eye out for. In fact, obviously we'll start this race from pole position. We'll run you through the full grid in a few moments' time, but of course, the rest of the grid quite close. Only a couple of points in it in terms of deciding who starts where. A couple of them having to be decided on tiebreakers as to who gets the fastest lap. Makanji-Uren, 10 points clear in terms of securing that pole position. It wasn't ever in question. As they make their way on to the grid, they have to set themselves up on the actual grid as opposed to the dummy grid. And as you can see, still on those wet compound tyres. So the track not quite dry yet. And with word that there could well be more rain coming, I can see some dark clouds. All it needs is a nice, convincing gust of wind to bring it over, and again, we'll have more rain. Doesn't really want to. It's been one of the two extremes. It's either been pouring of rain. We've very rarely had spitting, and if it has been spitting, it's only been for sort of 5 minutes after a torrential downpour. Other than that, it's been a really lovely day. You could sort of, you know, set up on the beach with the weather we've had. Obviously, it's a little bit windy, as you can see. Few flags around the circuit, but nothing major. Yeah, the main talk, like I say, with the weather, they are deciding still to go for the wet compound tyres, and like I say, as you can see, with the treaded tyres. So for those at home, similar to what you'd see on the road car with the grooves in the tyre. So not completely slick and smooth, instead designed to disperse water out of the way. So to maximize the rubber contact patch on the road, the more of that you have, the more friction you generate, the more grip that you have, the faster you can take your corners. And without it, obviously, there's just no contact patch at all. It's just track, water, rubber, and no contact in between, which is why it's so difficult to race on slicks like we saw earlier with the Rotax 177 class that were forced to go onto track after, well, they weren't forced, they voted to go onto track after a downpour on slick compound tyres. And open the door for some very, very interesting racing, to say the absolute least. As you can see, plenty of drivers to take to this grid, 36 in fact. So a full grid of mini-inters, the maximum that you're allowed to take to the start, from Emerson McAndrew and all the way down to Drew Davidson in 36th and final place on row number 18. Final couple of minutes being thrown up, and then we'll go racing once more here at Larkhall. It's been such a good day of racing. I hope everyone's been enjoying the coverage at home. Let me know where you're watching from. If you are now just joining us, you're joining us at the perfect time as we're about to get racing for the second final of the day. But if you haven't been watching all day long, of course, you'll know the story of Larkhall for the Ultimate Karting Championship round number 2 of 2025. And how electric it's been from start to finish. Adapting conditions, incredible races, a few incidents as well to go with it. Of course, a couple of drivers making contact or spinning on their own volition, costing them the race. We saw that over, well, the majority of the morning. In almost every category, there was some form of drama with the race leader or championship leader or someone to talk of interest. But this is the place to be if you want to watch some aspiring talent working their way through the ranks of motorsport, up the ladder. It's a tough one to climb. Not many make it, but of course, the Ultimate Karting Championship, very, very good at nurturing that talent, giving these drivers a place to, again, hone their craft. Not been around for, you know, generations, only a few years, the Ultimate Karting Championship. I think we're entering our 6th season now in 2025. But in that time, it's given young drivers and, you know, more experienced drivers alike a platform to, again, showcase their skills for sponsors. And people take it very seriously. There are some very good prizes on offer. Like Kev was saying earlier, Ginetta Jr. sort of test drives with you know, there's gear to be won, and of course big trophies as well. Everyone loves a big trophy at the end of a season of hard work. That's also just friendships as well. It gets, you know, you walk around the paddock, you meet different people, you learn new things, you connect with people that you would never meet because you go to completely different schools on completely different sides of the country. But here you've got a platform, you can make friends, you can, you know, have a game of football or whatever in between races or after the day's done. Of course, you have to remember a lot of these drivers. Of course, we have got a lot of older drivers, particularly in the senior Rotax and in the Rotax 177, but the majority of them are sort of 16 and under. You know, a lot of them are going to be doing their GCSEs, have been doing their GCSEs over the last couple of weeks. Wish them all the very best with that. I remember when that was me, just a couple of years ago. Seems like the most important thing in your life at the time, and I'm sure they're putting a lot of hard work in to manage their racing and, of course, their schoolwork, as we saw earlier with the amazing guys at the Minerva Virtual Academy, giving them that platform to help support their learning, because it is a big thing. Obviously, athletes, that you're talented at a sport, it's not a, you know, it's a wonderful thing to chase those passions, but maximizing your academic, getting the paperwork as such, getting the certificate, just to give you something to fall back on. And also, like I say, with these guys, especially the minis and the micros, they are just kids, you know, sort of less than 13, maybe between 8 and 13 in terms of how old they are. It's a lot of weight on some very little shoulders, but very aggressive. And as you saw there with Kev, with the, you know, the likes of Masiokas and Dimitar, who, you know, they speak with such maturity. You know, they know what it's like to have a camera shoved in their face. And, you know, Kev, who's a lovely bloke, but, you know, with a microphone and asking you questions, you can get quite intimidated and quite scared and quite shy. But they're not. You know, they're very happy to answer questions. They speak with long, methodical answers. It's not just yes, no, here, whatever. They give in-depth sort of thoughts about their race and how they're feeling, and that's exactly what we want to see. And again, a skill that's going to be needed to go far in the world of racing. That media presence is going to be very, very important, appeasing to sponsors and interviews and such. I think we'll be looking to go racing in the next couple of minutes. See some very hard work being done from all the mechanics and, of course, media around the track, taking pictures, clerks of the course, race officials as well, man with a clipboard, making sure everything is done to regulation, make sure it's as fair as possible for as many people as possible, for everyone, to get the most out of their weekend. Trolley's now being wheeled off the grid, so all the drivers sat down in their karts, ready to go. Engines will start, and then we'll go around for a formation lap, and then into the finals. 12 minutes plus the lap, as we've seen. Gives us a little bit more racing than what we saw throughout the morning. Just an extra 2 minutes. For these guys, be an extra lap or so. It'd be interesting to see what lap times these guys do, because, like I say, the sun is now beaming down, albeit I'm unsure as to when maybe more rain will come, if it comes. But the track, for the most part, does look quite dry. So those out there on wets now will probably shred through them, but the good news is their last race of the day, so it doesn't matter too much. But when it comes to the difference between sort of slicks and wets, and you might be thinking, well, most of the track is dry, just go on to slicks. But that part of the track where it's not, you're going to want to lean on the wets. You're better off being wet tyres on a dry track than you are dry tyres on a wet track in terms of the difference that it makes. Wet tyres will grip a dry track. Dry tyres will not grip a wet track at all. So in terms of the lesser of two evils, you're better off doing this, and especially, again, with it being the last race of the weekend. They might as well get through them if it is going to be beneficial to them. But that being said, it does look very dry, so I'm sure for the rest of the day, obviously after this, we'll be going to the Rotax 177s for their final before we then go to junior and senior Rotax to round off the day. They will more than likely be on the dry tyres. There you can see a nice close-up view of the tyre themselves. You can see the little tyre valve, making sure you've got the right tyre pressures. Probably for those, you don't want very much in them at all. You want probably quite low tyre pressures, because naturally as the race goes on and those wet tyres heat up, they'll expand themselves, and you don't want to over-pressurize them and have them sliding all over the place. But yeah, very good shot there of the wet tyres. Nice to see the tread. Trying to expel as much water as possible. Like I say, to maximise the contact patch. Let us know who you're watching, who's watching and where you're watching from. Of course, keep an eye on both YouTube chats, both with Alpha Live and on the Ultimate Karting Championship YouTube channel as well. Some people watching from Bathurst, some people from New Zealand, so it's great to see that it's not just a UK audience. We've got a worldwide audience here on the Ultimate Karting Championship. The stars of tomorrow here today. There you can see drivers, Nelson Taylor just getting himself into the zone. He'll be starting from 23rd place on the field. It was very close between himself and Stanley Stafford. So the lap time between them, fastest lap time was 6:10, so it went in the favour of Nelson Taylor to get that position, but he got a lot of work to do to work his way forward from 23rd place on the grid. Of course, you've also got Emerson McAndrew-Uren on pole position alongside Josh Cormack, who we saw have a very strong race earlier on. Same to Joshua Griffin as well, the number 5. We saw not dominate, but able to carve his way through what was a very tightly packed field without the rest of it. Big name in P9 as well, Max Jolly. He'll be on the O-plate. Bit of success in the British Kart Championships, and obviously here as well in the Ultimate Karting Championship. He's a very, very strong driver. Just got a little bit out of luck earlier on in the super final, in the super heat. Just couldn't quite find the pace, or just couldn't quite find the momentum, whatever it was. Just seemed that he was sort of making an overtake, then losing a place, making an overtake, losing a place. And it's a very, very tight field as such. It was very competitive, and it could go any which way. So one wrong decision, and you could very quickly lose sort of 2 or 3 places at once. So be interesting to see how the O-plate can start from 9th place on the field. Still waiting to get the confirmation that we'll be able to go racing. Of course, we've got 18 rows strong, an army of mini Inter karts. Drivers just trying to lock themselves into the zone. Still having maybe final chats with driver coaches or mechanics or dads or whoever they've got supporting them alongside the kart. You can see there the 01 Emerson McAndrew-Uren championship leader coming into this round. Did the sweep, I believe, at Wilton Mill. And we'll be looking to replicate that success here today as well. You can see one of the drivers, I think, actually getting out of the car, the 183, a little bit further down the field. It's Alfie Ward jumping out, stretching his legs a little bit, making sure his suit's on properly. And that's one thing as well, comfortability, right? It's not just a case of putting your helmet on, zipping your suit up and going. Very much not. I mean, even one small thing like the cuff of your sleeve being in the wrong place, or your glove not quite fitting right, or like that, just adjusting the ankle cuffs. Anything like that, ever so slightly out of place, you can feel maybe the clothes you're wearing underneath dragging up, like if you've got long sleeve sort of bottoms on, you know, if that drags up from the suit, you can feel it and you can feel the difference on your leg. Anything like that can really sort of not trigger a driver, but just give them that sense of unease and not be 100% comfortable in the kart. And again, when you sit in the kart, having your seating position exactly right. If you need, you know, a slight adjustment, tilt forwards, tilt back, the pedals, making sure they're in the right place as well. If it's not 100% comfortable and you feel ever so slightly off, that's an extra variable to throw in. And you'll never be 100% with it. Just getting an announcement over the tannoy as well from race control. I think a few drivers now jumping out, sitting on the wheels, unzipping their race suits as well, so could well be a while. Just got a couple of things to sort out behind the scenes before we can go racing again, so could be a couple of minutes. Hopefully we'll get ourselves back onto track as soon as possible. You can see the number 9 running onto into the kart, and I think that's perfect timing. We're going to go racing. You can see clearing off the grid. Straight in there was Josh Cormack. Home soil, of course, you can see the Scottish flag on the top of his head, flying the flag and looking to maybe go for home soil victory. But he's got a mighty foe in order to do it. Ahead of Emerson Makanji-Uren, who will be taking pole position on the outside as well, Josh Cormack. And there they are, Makanji-Uren from Cormack. That's the front row that we're going to be looking at, the star-studded grid. Edward Haynes from Joshua Griffin, row 2. Behind that is Austin Oman from Leo Livings, Harry Radcliffe, and Soren Gallagher. Max Jolly from Ollie Thompson, Riley Moreau, who we saw make some moves earlier on, ahead of Alfie Marr on row number 6. Ryan White, Tom Reed, Ian Campbell, and Sebastian Behrman there in 16th place. From Lucian Smith, Hamish Gordon, and Rian Townsend, ahead of Arthur Farrow on row number 10. It's then Alfie Ward, Eddie Duncan, Nelson Taylor from Stanley Stafford in 24th place. Otis Cleary, Maximilian Abrahart, Buddy Hugo just in behind as well. From Lewis Stewart, James Sims, Adam Bart, Teddy Higgs, Hakeem Bart, George Swire, Elijah West, Hugo McCluxley, and Drew Davison, 36th and final place for the Mini Interfield. They're on their formation lap now. As you can see, track pretty dry. They're on the wet compound tyres, so they will have slightly less grip and they will start to sort of cook their tyres as such. The lateral load that you put into them, because there's a smaller contact patch, because there's, you know, tread, there's less rubber, it heats up quicker and you scrub it a lot more. So you've got to be careful of managing your tyre temps and your tyre pressures. So I wonder if any sort of teams were able to take a couple of PSI or whatever it is out just to mandate for that, because the track, I mean, it's dry line definitely forming. You can see a couple of dark spots starting to form, or still formed, they're past tense. But overall, it's going to be a dry line. Hopefully with it, a very electric race as well. And as they wear that tread down, they then get a slightly slick surface. So you actually maybe want to get rid of that tread as soon as you can to give yourself almost an inter tyre, a slick tyre, if you will, to give you maybe a little bit more grip. But the main focus is to get through lap 1. The main focus is to gain track position. Emerson Makanji-Uren lines up on the left-hand side of the field. It's the right-hand side of your screen as they approach turn number 1. Green flag waves, 12 minutes plus the lap. And a look to the outside already from the number 9 of Josh Cormack, trying to work his way around the outside of the O plate of Emerson Makanji-Uren. I think he was just able to hang on. No, he's not. The number 1 plate looks to go to the inside once more. Cormack's lead was short-lived. Couple of drivers going side by side. We almost saw 3 wide towards the back end field for sort of P30. As they now accelerate their way onto this sort of straightaway section towards the next braking zone. Who's going to be able to get the measure of who? Makanji-Uren able to hang on to the race lead. 0-1 from the number 9. Cormack looking to maybe go to the inside. There's third place. That's the 77 getting absolutely mugged by the number 5. Joshua Griffin on the inside of Edward Haynes. Now into the banked hairpin for the first time. It's Mackenzie Uren that leads from Cormac. They've got a big breakaway though. The number 5, as you can see, that's Joshua Griffin. Look for him to close in that gap as this race develops, because the rivalry and the racing that we saw over the course of the Superheat earlier on was electric. The number 3, under pressure. That's Riley Moreau trying to work his way forward. Already now up to 4th place. Started what was 11th place. Up 7 places on the opening lap for Riley Moreau. Up over the grass. Who's that? That's gone off. Oh my word, just able to keep it on. Speaking of Riley Moreau, that was him, slightly wide off through turn 1. Bit too much curb. And now tumbles down a couple of places, but still here. Down, but not out. 10.5 minutes still to go. Plenty of laps of racing. Mackenzie Uren leads from Josh Cormac. Then comes the 15. That's Alfie Mayer down in 5th place. So a bit of a breakaway from the top sort of 4 into the hairpin. He's got in front, actually, of Joshua Griffin. So the number 15 able to capitalise and now into 3rd place. So from what was 5th up to 3rd and currently on the podium. But you can see the top 2 breaking away. Mackenzie Uren able to lead Josh McCormack. As they break the beam, it won't be Josh Griffin anymore in 3rd place. He's lost he's lost a place to the 15, who's now starting to break away. And that could well be down to tyres. How much tyre have they got left? Who's got the tyre pressures right? Because there's only slight differences that can make a huge change in terms of the pace or grip that someone has. The 47, Ryan White, under pressure from the 11 of Austin Oman. You can see the green cut there. That's the number 5. That's Joshua Griffin, who very much impressed throughout the Superheat earlier on. And that's the gap between Mackenzie Uren and Josh Cormac, who sets the fast lap of the race. Those two firmly locked in terms of their battle. What can the 15 do? He's starting to break away from those behind. Is he starting to catch those in front? We'll see, obviously, once he's had a full lap in clear air as to what his true pace is like, especially if the 01 and the 9 begin to battle into the hairpin. And again, just trying to see where that grip is. The dry line is entirely there, but is there anything different you can do with your racing line to account for the fact that you are on wets on a dry track? The 03, Riley Moreau, looks to go to the inside of the final corner. Nicely done. Pitches the kart. Claims the apex. Claims the position. Simple as that. Takes the fast lap of the race as well to go with it. And you'll often see that. The lap times will go down and down as the race develops. More rubber gets put down. The track gets ever so slightly drier. And they settle in to that rhythm. 9 minutes left to go then. A good drive from the 77 of Leo Livings. Could well be looking to get another position and work his way past Joshua Griffin. Track limits warning coming in for Lucian Smith. That's the 44, currently running 12th place. That's wide from the number 5 of Joshua Griffin. That's going to allow Leo Livings to potentially have a bit of a look into the hairpin, but not quite to any avail on this particular occasion. Still locked in a train, though. And Alfie Mayer still got Riley Moreau for company. So nice to see that even at such a young age, obviously he had the off earlier on, running onto the grass, able to save it, right? Didn't panic. Kept his composure and is now locking back in, finding that rhythm to now maybe chase still for a podium. Maybe not a race win, unless Mackenzie Uren and Josh Cormac continue to battle at a rate that allows them to break away still. But with 8 minutes left to go, still anything can happen. Just looking at the live timing, of course, which you can follow on alphatimer.co.uk/UKC/live. Follow along, follow the story of your favourite drivers and where they're doing relative to everyone else. You can also see all the lap times, all the data as to who's catching who, and really live the story of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Mackenzie Uren versus Josh Cormac. Their lap times virtually matched, slightly in the favour. Look to the inside from the 77, forces Joshua Griffin wide. That's going to allow Ryan White and Austin Oman to capitalise and work their way through a place apiece. Bit of contact there from the 77, took the inside, of course. Ever so slightly started to open up the steering on the exit of the hairpin. Was he right to do that, or should have Joshua Griffin maybe gone for a cut back into the next braking zone at the final hairpin? The 47 now still ahead of the 11. And you can see there, Joshua Griffin losing, 3 places that lap. Behind White, behind Oman, and behind Livings as well. And that just shows how quick the pendulum can swing against you. Sometimes it swings in your favour, other times not so much. Mackenzie Uren able to open the gap at the front, just by about a car length or so to Josh Cormac. Keeping that about half a second for now, but still plenty of race still to run. Just under 7 minutes left to go. Leo Livings versus what is going to be Ryan White, Austin Oman, and Josh Griffin. It's a shame to see, not struggling for pace, because the pace is definitely there, but just not quite able to lock into a bit of a rhythm with the pack ahead of him. Just got overtaken once, and that opened the door for so many more people to have a bit of a look. Max Jolly as well on the O-plate, looking to work his way past Edward Haynes and get involved in this fight as well. Getting told that it's spitting around the track once again. Slightly dark clouds and a few bits here and there. Not going to be drastic in terms of the grip changes just yet, but don't get complacent. The grip might not be there for long. And a good thing they're already on the wet tyres, but a lot of that tread will already have been worn through. We'll see as they go into scrutineering at the end of the race just how much of a brutal taking these tyres take. But there you can see the rain is coming down. It's not just spit. That looks quite heavier. Actually, similar to what we've seen throughout the day. So the grip will start to decrease, and that could open the door for Josh Cormack to maybe close the gap on Mackenzie Uren. That is the gap. Of course, Cormack can see what Mackenzie Uren can do and has that reference. Emerson has to do that all by himself. He has to figure out the braking points, adapt to the changing in the grip on the fly while still holding a race-leading pace. Alfie Mayer, Riley Moreau closing in actually for second place. We could have a four-way scrap for the lead here. Lovely sort of drivability there from the 15 of Alfie Mayer, just sort of balancing the kart through in the middle of the track, trying to shorten the distance and have some grip. Side by side through turn number 1. Slippery surface flags in flying high just to warn the drivers of the grip changes. Riley Moreau closing the gap all over now the rear end of Alfie Mayer. Are they closing in to Josh Cormack and Mackenzie Uren? That last lap, 57.3 for Mackenzie Uren, fastest of anyone inside, well, the entire field actually. So that gap doesn't look like it's closing anytime soon. Into the hairpin, and you can see there, like I was saying earlier, just cranking on so much lock. And usually, you know, cranking on lock induces more understeer. It's almost a case of you've worked so hard and you've reached a limit, but here's even more work. If someone done that to you, you would say, absolutely not, I'm not going to work anymore. And that almost exacerbates the problem. Side by side here, Joshua Griffin looks on the inside, trying to recover some places and capitalize off the weather changes. Trying to adapt his driving style, maybe himself cranking on a bit more lock, just to activate the front tires a bit more. It's become a bit of an accordion effect in the background as well on the exit of that hairpin. That's Max Jolly going slowly. The O-plate, and one of the championship contenders, not got a problem. Unfortunately, just had a slight lapse of judgment, a bit of a spin on the exit of the final corner, able to get going again, albeit now in a jeopardized position. Up and under there from Joshua Griffin on Ryan White. Nicely done to move his way back inside the top 5. There you can see how hard the rain is coming down, but for how long will it come down? Emerson Mackenzie Uren able to dominate out in front, but the fight is still there for second. Riley Moreau, very aggressive to the inside of the hairpin, takes the track away. Bit too much, he's overshot it. He does his best Tony Hawk impression over the curb, can't quite bring it back onto the track, and Alfie Mayer is able to work his way back through. That was an audacious dive, almost made it work, but Alfie Mayer was able to get the switch back, find his way back through. Joshua Griffin on the outside of the hairpin, trying to maximize his time on the banking, and to the outside of the sweeping section as well. He's now into 6th place, I think now 5th. We'll see as they break the beam. Yeah, he's now ahead of the 47 of Ryan White. 3 minutes plus the lap still to go. Contact warning for Max Jolly. Interesting if he made contact and that resulted in the spin. Now the 77, that's Leo Livings just in behind. See there in the blue and white striped kart, just in behind the 47. Be interesting to see how this then favours the Rotax 177s. Of course, they're going to be looking at this thinking, okay, yeah, time for wets. So at least they've got time to react. But again, if the rain stops now, will it dry up in time for them to go onto slicks? Who knows? As is the changeable weather here at Larkhall. Defensive goes the 47 of Ryan White, just pointing the kart sort of at the apex. But that is going to jeopardise his exit. You can see there the 77 just pulled up onto the rear end. Nice lines being taken there from Griffin. Like I say, maximising the camber. Inside line for the 77 on the exit through the sweepers. That's going to put Ryan White offline. But maybe with the switch back there, you can see, not immediately, but able to get the run into the final corner. Hooks the curb, runs in a bit too deep. The up and under is there. And Leo Livings finds his way back through now into 6th place. 2 minutes plus the lap still to go. Through turn 1, into 2. Pitch yourself to the right-hand side, under braking. Putting it in the middle of the circuit very cleverly from Leo Livings. Like I was saying, hooking that curb. Yes, they're painted. Yes, they're going to be slippery, but if you can get your car on it convincingly, not sort of tapping it. If you tap it, you're going to spin. If you eat it, you will then hook the kart round and just not necessarily give you more grip, but just help the kart to sort of rotate around the corner. There's the number 3. That's Riley Moreau, who showcased some really good pace. Just looking at the lap times now coming in. Alfie Mayer, as things stand, that last time by was quickest on track. Mackenzie Uren close second, a 103.3 going the way of the 01. Contact warnings coming in as well. Have got to be careful of that. Don't want to pick up too many or even a drop down. Rain firmly is there. A look to the inside. And the number 11, that's Austin Oman with an insane run through the sweepers in the dry, just easily flat, but in the wet, really a sequence where you can set up some moves. Works his way past Ryan White, who seems to be struggling in the early stages of this rain. The fight for second, though, right here. Josh Cormack versus Alfie Mayer. Josh Cormack, the kart just in front. There you can see the 15, the orange and the white SFR racing machine just in behind. They're side by side as they draw towards the next braking zone. The long right-hander, where you've got to load up the car on both the front and the sides. Where's Josh Cormack versus Alfie Mayer? There they emerge. It's going to be Cormack that gets himself behind Alfie Mayer. Sun back shining once again. The rain has stopped. But Alfie Mayer now leads Josh Cormack in the fight for second. 4 seconds clear, though, is Emerson McAndrew-Uren. And another contact warning going the way of Max Jolly. What could have been a home hero. Josh Cormack starting on the front row, potentially tipping the benchmark driver of McAndrew-Uren to the win. He's going to be able to do a podium here at Larkhall on home soil. Will he be able to scrape second place? The track once more will continue to dry, albeit now very wet. That's going to open the door for some intrigue for the 177s. Bit wide on the exit of the curb there, and with the bumps and, of course, the slippery nature, can be very easy to lose the kart. Time is 6-0, so we're on the penultimate lap of the race. McAndrew-Uren, 4.5 seconds clear of Alfie Mayer. Wasn't it in the micros I literally said that a gap bigger than a second was almost unheard of in karting? Well, changeable weather has thrown that straight out the window. What do I know? McAndrew-Uren dominating this race. Alfie Mayer, Josh Cormack just in behind. That gap opened by a couple of kart lengths and a really good move actually from Mayer. There is our race leader, about to start the final lap of the race, and again, just composed. He's having to learn all of this himself, right? Each lap, and you saw there, just look at how much steering he put in, trying to lift that rear right up, because, of course, as the kart goes in, if you turn left, your body, your weight wants to go to the outside, and that presses the outside tyres into the floor, giving them grip. The more you can aggressively turn in and have that weight shift to the outside, even to the extent of lifting up that inside rear tyre, is going to press those tyres down into the ground, give you that grip to get round, especially when you're having to do 180 degrees in the wet. Very good driving from McAndrew-Uren, and a driving style that's very much going to help him as he progresses up the ranks through the Rotax and potentially into cars one day as well. There he is, the 01 plate in the LN kart chassis, with the yellow helmet, drifting his way around, getting the style points as well. Not that he needed them with how well he's been driving. All he's got to do is bring it home. All he's got to do is keep it on the tarmac. His last lap, half a second quicker than the rest of the pack. The only person close to matching it was Josh Griffin, about a tenth or so behind. But this driver right here, final corner for the final time. Emerson McAndrew-Uren has tamed the conditions. He's tamed Larkhall. He sees the checkered flag first and wins round number 2 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Alfie Mayer comes home second, ahead of home hero Josh Cormack in third. Riley Moreau, fastest lap in 4th place for the 03. Josh Griffin, kart 5 in 5th. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time before we head to Kev down in scrutineering. But what a race that was. And again, changeable weather, changing things up. Big name, though, of Max Jolly. Maybe not going to be so jolly after this race. With, oh, wow, that's a weave and a half. Oh, my goodness me. Yeah, with the way that, unfortunately, young Max was able to... just struggled really for pace. And a couple of contact warnings, of course, that spin didn't help, maybe just knocked his confidence. Of course, there is one thing, Max Jolly, of course, one race does not define you as a driver. He'll be back stronger, absolutely, 100%. Of course, those racing the BKC will be back in a few weeks for that round. Of course, we'll be back for Dunkswell, I think in about 4 weeks' time, towards the end of June. I believe we take to Devonshire. Max Jolly will be there. He'll be fighting fit. He'll be ready to claw back some points after not devastation, but not the showing that he would have liked at all. But the celebration there for Emerson McAndrew-Uren, victorious, number 1, taking to the number 1. When Kev's down there, we'll throw to him, of course, just to chat with him and how he must be feeling after a very tricky race of attrition more than anything, and adaptability. Key things that you need to have as a racing driver. Look how little they are, right? They're kids, and they've just had to deal with that. They've had to tame the conditions, adapt to the kart. They should be very, very proud of themselves, all of them. Handshakes going on. Josh Cormack there, and with a race leader. Amazing to see from each of these drivers, the camaraderie, the brotherhoods that you can form, and the friendships and stuff. The rivalry is there. I think Kev is down there. We'll throw to him in a few moments' time. But that is the Mini Inter final, one of the most anticipated ones. We'll run you through the results first. The Mini Inters, fantastic racing, like we saw in the Super Heats, was translated into the final. Emerson McAndrew-Uren does the double here at Larkhall. Alfie Mayer from Josh Cormack, the podium, had a Riley Moreau and Joshua Griffin in 5th. Leo Livings from Ryan White and Austin Oman had a Lucian Smith and Edward Haynes in the top 10. Ollie Thompson, Max Jolly down in 12th place from Ian Campbell, Alfie Ward and Arthur Thero at the top 15 from Rian Townsend, Harry Ratcliffe, Sebastian Behrman unable to really find more pace to climb his way forward from Otis Cleary and Buddy Hugo in 20th place. Behind that, we've got Maximilian Abrahart, Lewis Stewart, Elijah West and Stanley Stafford, Eddie Duncan in 25th from Nelson Taylor, George Swire, Hamish Gordon, Hugo McCluskey and James Sims in 30th. Interesting for Abrahart, he was fighting towards the front of Wilton Mill, seems to have struggled with the conditions maybe here at Larkhall. Teddy Higgs, Adam Bartz from Hakeem Bartz, Ciaran Gallagher and Tom Reed in 35th place. That's going to do it then for the Mini Inter finals. We'll have a chat with our podium sitters. Well, we'll run to the highlights first, actually, before we take a chat to them, because, well, there were plenty of highlights over the course of that. As you can see, started sunny, nice and sunny for the initial get-go of 12 minutes plus the lap of racing, and then that would not tell the full story of this race by one bit. Looks like a nice, calm, easy race in terms of the conditions. It was initially the number 9 of Josh Cormack that was able to take to the lead. Before then, the 01 of McAndrew-Uren was able to get through and did not look back from that point. There you could see the number 3 of Riley Moreau getting all sorts of wrong on the exit of turn 1. He would fight his way back to 4th place by the end of that race, but that was a huge stump in the progress, but one that he was able to fight back from and combat all the way through. Into the final corner for a couple of drivers as well, and we saw a lot of action throughout here. Drivers being sent and, of course, loading up those front tyres, especially when it started to get wet, as you could see. Started off sunny, the clouds started to draw in. The number 5, that was, of course, Joshua Griffin, was having an amazing battle throughout the field. The 77 was able to look to the inside, muscle in wide, and that invited a couple of drivers to find their way through. Ryan White and Austin Oman got through after a very aggressive move to the inside from Leo Livings. He was able to finish in front, nonetheless, the number 5. And now you can see a very different race to the one we saw earlier on. A huge move to the inside from Riley Moreau, another stump in his progress, potentially costing him a podium, that small mistake there, riding over the curb. And it's night and day the difference between the start of the race and the end. Here is our race winner, though, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, throwing the cart around, trying to generate some form of grip, a slide to the line as well. He's got the gap to do it. Finger in the air, checker flag, and victory. And with it, the championship lead of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Now we'll head down to Kev to have a chat with our podium.
Well, Josh, great to see you here on the podium. You're on the 3rd step of it, but I rather get the impression that you probably could have taken the 2nd step. 2nd place was yours for the taking this weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was hard, but yeah, as well as I'm still happy with a podium.
Yeah, you should be really happy with that podium, and clearly this is your home track. We used one of your laps at the start of the live stream this morning. You know your way around this circuit, and it showed this weekend. Did you feel from the outset of the weekend that you were going to get yourself on the podium?
Yeah, on Saturday I felt like I had the pace to be in top 5-3, and yeah, I kind of showed it in the final in our race.
Yeah, and in that final, we were just chatting a moment or two ago, your tyres started to go off the longer the race went on, I think.
Yeah, because just kind of drove it a bit hard and then the tyres went off, but yeah, still drove good.
Who would you like to thank? You're wearing the KR Sport overalls this weekend, but you haven't been with them, have you?
No, I've went to SPR this weekend and forever now, hopefully.
Yeah, so well done to Sam Pollitt Racing and the rest of the team for looking after you. Who's been on the spanners and who's been cheering you on from the sidelines?
My dad, some of the team, my mum, my uncle, and yeah, I'm grateful for all of them watching me.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. You've been great to watch all weekend long. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. Go and high-five your team, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Right, let's get our 2nd place up, man. There is Alfie Muir. Alfie Meyer, sorry, Alfie. What a race from you, sir. Starting back in 12th on the 6th row of the grid, you've ended up 2nd. You must be absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, I'm thrilled with the drive. I think Emerson was a bit too quick to catch up to, but we did our best.
Mate, you did fantastically well. Your best was excellent, from 12th to a podium in that final in wet conditions. Just how tricky was it out there? You were all on the wet tyres, but I could see as the rain fell in that final, you were really having to wrestle with the kart, weren't you?
Yeah, at the start when it was drying up on the wets, I felt like I was catching them, but once the rain came down, I struggled to catch up to them.
Yeah, I think anyone would have struggled in those conditions, but you just showed us what a great driver you were by putting yourself on the podium. Who would you like to thank? Who's been in your corner this weekend from your team or from your family or your friends?
I'd like to thank my dad for being here, Chrissy, my mechanic, Joan and Nathan for data and tips how to be quick.
Well, brilliant. Well done to all of those guys, and well done to you. Huge congratulations. Round 3 is down at Dunkerswell, down in Devon. Are we going to see you for round 3 in the UKC?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Maybe.
Maybe. We hope so. You've been a champ. Thanks ever so much. Go and high-five your team. We'll see you for the podium a little bit later on. As we welcome in our first place man. We've done these a few times now, Emerson, haven't we? And it's another weekend, and it's another top step of the podium. Well done to you. What was the key to your success this weekend, do you think?
I know we've had a tough weekend with pace. Obviously, in the heats we had a first, a second, and then in that pre-final, it was very hard. I don't think we had the pace, but somehow managed to get P3. And then in that final, we had a good start. Just kind of kept my head forward, and then just really drove off from there.
You did drive off from there, and casting your mind back to that superheat this morning, full credit where it's due to Riley Muro. Riley did fantastically, didn't he, in that superheat? He gave you a real challenge, and he took the win.
Yeah, it was really tough in that superheat. Obviously, well done to Riley for winning it. But yeah, I just got shuffled back and I had to make my way back through it, so it was really tough.
Yeah, well done to you. You kind of like just ran a bit wide, didn't you? I think you ended up, well, I can't even remember where you ended up. You're way out the order, about 6th or something like that. But you pulled it back. You've taken the weekend win. Quick word about that final as well. It was wet out there. You were on the wet tyres, but you were still having to be really careful on those tyres, weren't you? I saw you sliding the kart sideways a couple of times in the last few laps.
The start it was dry, so the tyres were getting shredded a lot, which means when it comes to wet they're going to be way worse, so it was way slippier. And then towards the last couple of laps I was starting to relax and just try and bring it home.
And you did bring it home, and I know you enjoy those last few corners. I was watching you from down here. Who would you like to thank, as always? Who's made it all possible?
I'd like to thank Dan Holland Racing, Time Engines, Ross, Darryl, my family, Matthew Higgins, and everyone who supported me.
And a final shout out, is there something else you'd like to say?
What up?
There he goes. Well done, fella. See you later on for the podiums.
We're straight back into the racing action then for the Rotax 177. They put foot to the floor and send themselves racing. 14 minutes plus the lap. Under treacherous and adaptable conditions here at Larkhall, the rain has once again decided to fall. There's a spinner already in the background. It was Josh Godden on pole from Harrison Crook. Has that stood through the first sector side by side between multiple karts. A couple of karts looking to the inside. They're 3 wide through turn number 3. 4 wide on the exit. Goodness me. It's the 79 of Edward Matthews, our race winner last time out at Wilton Mill, working his way back through on the opening lap, adapting to the conditions. These drivers had to do it on slicks earlier. This time they've got the benefit of the wets, but unfortunately it's going to be a red flag to open up the first race or the first lap for these guys. That is very unfortunate for the first attempt. At the moment I think we again are experiencing a couple of issues with technical problems behind the scenes, of course. As soon as they're rectified, we'll be able to go racing again. Whatever the issue is, it's red flagged again in the interest of the championship and for the drivers as well. In the meantime, hello, welcome. Anyone now joining us? I know I've said it a few times already today, but I've got the live chat open, having a look as to who's supporting who. Some Harry Ratcliffe fans, Strawberry Racing fans as well. Of course, overall, the vibe in the chat has been really good. It's amazing to see anyone watching along both on Alpha Live and, of course, in the Ultimate Karting Championship YouTube as well. Make sure, like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications, stay up to date with all things motorsport here on Alpha Live, and also the 2025 season of the UKC, the Stars of Tomorrow, here today. At the moment you join us for round number 2 here at Larkhall. We've had some brilliant racing all throughout the day. And if you're joining us now, you're in a brilliant brilliant timing, because while, yeah, we're under red flags, we've still got the majority of our finals to run. We'll run you through, actually, the official grid when we go racing again, just to confirm, because we were very rushed for time on the end. Like I say, always credit the maturity of the answers of the young drivers. Yeah, the Rotax 177 stick to the track, and we had to jump our way back in, and now we're back neutralised again, sat stationary on the grid, all of them up. Speaking to one of the race officials, I think, just about what the plan is. I can see the majority of them, they're all on slicks, I think they are. I know a couple of people on wets, so I can see some tread just as the camera focuses in. A few people then, you can see the race leader was on wets, a couple of them on slicks, so probably to answer why we saw such a disparity through the first couple of corners. Let's see, can we listen in? I don't quite think we're going to be able to pick up the audio, but oh, back into the cars, the instruction. Oh no, maybe back into the pits. That's a very hefty pickup there from the 95. That was Jamie Zyra, who was then able to lead, got into the lead of the race on the opening lap, and will then way back into their grid slot. So we'll be going for a full race restart in just a few minutes' time. I think as they are, because when we run you through the full grid, don't know if they're going to count it back as a full race restart or go from as they are. No, they're not. Jamie Zyra lining up from what will be 4th place, which is where he's meant to start. There we can see the grid then before we get going. James Lingard from Harrison Crick on the front row. It's Edward Matthews from Samuel Cornwell as well in 4th. Jamie Zyra will start from 5th place on the field ahead of Stuart McLennan, from Nicholas Walker and Rob Simpson in 8th. Jack Taylor from Mark Gillibrand in 10th and 11th on 2 separate rows, of course. So a bit of a staggered start maybe for a couple of people, with some drivers maybe not taking it to the final race of the day. Quick reminder as to the talent that we've got here, by the way, and how it racked up after Wilton Mill. The gap in the championship, obviously coming into this weekend, was only 3 points, 150 to 147 between Edward Matthews and the 79. You'll see him just on the right-hand side. You can see the man in the blue, white, and sort of green suit stood next talking to the driver in the peppermint OTK suit. Edward Matthews took 3 of the wins at Wilton Mill. He only lost heat 2. It was then James Lingard that picked up the heat that Edward Matthews didn't win and was P2 in the rest of them. So very, very close between all 3 of them, between all of the races. And of course it was close as well. Harrison Crook was getting involved, especially in the super heat and in the final. So it was a very close three-way fight as well. Probably have a similar fashion as well. So look out for the 72, the 23 and the 79. James Lingard, 23, will be lining up from 3rd place. There you can see him there. He's front of the shot. Again in the peppermint OTK colours. I think he'll actually be inheriting what will be P2 if we haven't got the 77. Just trying to look. As they get the wave around for another formation lap, and we'll be going for just 1 lap and then straight into racing. The 77, so Josh Gollan is here. So everyone is on track, everyone is accounted for, and we'll be ready to go racing. You can see there, just again, trying to acclimatise to the grip. The rain, once again, no, it's not stopped, but it's sunny. That has summed up the entire day. It's not stopped raining, but it is still sunny out on track. So, an oxymoron, a juxtaposition of sorts. With, yeah, look at that. Looks like a lovely day. You wouldn't know there's no grip on the track whatsoever. Larkhall, what have you delivered up here in Scotland? It's my first time up here, and I don't regret it at all. It's been incredible fun. The morning delivered some amazing action, and of course for the Rotax 177s, they have had probably the biggest brunt of it. They were sat on the dummy grid for their superheat. Then the heavens opened. They're sat there on slicks. They then all vote to go on track on slicks. As the track then starts drying up, now once again they get the back end of another shower. On the front row, Josh Gollan, Harrison Crook, as they put foot to the floor and go racing for their final. The Rotax 177s once again tentatively through turn number 1. The 23 of James Lingard trying to go to the outside and take that final win that he just missed out on at Wilton Mill. Dancing in towards turn number 2. Look to the outside there from the 95. That's Jamie Zyra, who got into the race lead on the opening lap a little bit earlier on for the first attempt. And look at the traction of turn number 3. That is insane. Definitely on the wet compound tyres, just able to accelerate the kart off the corner. And look at the confidence and the grip that he's got through this long right-hander. The disparity between the slicks and the wets will become apparent. Who's made the right choice in the Rotax 177s? Into the first major braking zone of the lap, and the 77 goes in wide. Josh Gollan, our pole sitter, struggling for grip and for acceleration out there. Through the banked hairpin for the first time this race. The 79 of Edward Matthews, our race leader and race winner of Wilton Mill and championship leader, struggling to get to grips early doors, but still a lot of potential to move forward in this race. Into the final corner, and look at the jump that Jamie Zara was able to make, and look at the gap that he's got already, 2.5 seconds clear of Nicholas Walker, who himself has made up 5 places, biggest gainer on the field in the 27. Can he hang on to it, though, is going to be the next question. There's the 77, that's Josh Gollin. Still ever so slightly struggling for grip. You can see there just pressing on a bit deep going into the next right-hander, and ideally you want to open it up as much as you can to get the car in a straight line for the exit. You're flat all the way down here, even in the wet, towards this long right-hander. Try and keep the steering wheel in as straight as line as possible. Hook that curb if you can, just to get the bite. Josh Gollin leading Edward Matthews and Harrison Crick in the 72. Any looks to the hairpin? Not on this occasion, and it seems that Gollin has got that hairpin under wraps. Small bit of understeer that we saw on the opening lap. Edward Matthews might well look to go for a move to the inside as well. Takes a nice tight line, gets the car. Does he get the acceleration towards the sweeper? Does he keep the cut there? Yes, he does, towards the inside of the sweeping section. The 77 forced onto the marbles, nearly swiping the rear bumper off the 79. Now towards the final hairpin. Does he able to get the acceleration? Not quite. The 77 of Josh Gollin then losing the podium place to championship leader Edward Matthews, who crucially is ahead of all of his current championship rivals. James Lingard is behind him. Scott Clee is not here. Scott Smith not here. Josh Gollin is then the next driver, and he's just overtaken him. So looking to extend the points gap in the championship. James Lingard in 6th place as well, really struggling as one of the championship contenders. Again, maybe took the gamble on slicks. It's not quite paid off. We'll see the true extent as to who's on which tyre at the end. But I think Jamie Zara definitely on the wets, because the way they're dancing these karts around and the lines they're taking, the wet tyres will by far be quicker than any slicks. Of course, the track will continue to dry. Just trying to look outside the window if it's still raining. I don't think it is. I think it finally has made its mind up to stop. Whether that's going to stay the case or not, again, don't take what I say as gospel, because largely today, regarding the weather, it's been wrong. Through the sweepers, and again, it's just about hooking the curbs up, trying to use them to help rotate the car, almost sort of latching it on like rails. Right, you grab onto it, and it brings you round. 10 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Jamie Zara leads with the fastest lap. He's running, at the moment, over a second quicker than anyone else. His best lap time is nearly a second and a half quicker than the rest of the field, as the pace that Jamie Zara is showcasing in this final. The one that everyone wants to win. Sure, you win, you get points on Saturday, you get points Sunday morning, but the final is the one that gives you the trophy. The final is the one that you want to win, even if it's not, you know, super efficient for championship points to sacrifice the early morning and just do well in the final. You want to win. A little bit scruffy there from Edward Matthews, but it's just seemed that, oh, that's wide from the 72, Harrison Crick. Just a touch on the grass there. I think he got quite lucky. Yes, he's lost a lot of time to those in front of him, but we saw earlier, a touch on the grass meant death in terms of running a little bit too wide and just the kart just understeering and taking you off. It was Gabe Fairbrother a bit earlier on, I think in the junior Rotax. So he got a bit of a lucky escape there in the fight for third. 9.5 minutes still to go. You can see that Matthews holding the slide on the exit of T1, halfway on that sort of stretch towards turn number 2. There is our race leader. Dan Holland Racing Machine, the 95 of Jamie Zara in the LN Kart chassis. Just look at it. He's got such a prowess about him. Definitely on the wets, as you can see, the treaded tyres, even though it's hard to see when they're rolling, but yeah, definitely got that confidence and that grip. Of course, as the track continues to dry, the advantage of the wets will diminish. They'll sort of overcook themselves, and those that on the slicks will come back into their own. But again, the advantage that he had, you're better off, like I said earlier, driving wet on a dry track than dry on a wet track. And initially, at the very least, still with very minimal grip out there, even if the slicks come into their own, I think the gap that Zara will have will be too substantial for anyone to beat, close and overtake. But then again, who knows? I think, could it just be like bits falling off the tree? I don't know. I can see water falling. I don't think it's rain, at least for now. Again, there is more overcast coming. It's been sunny, overcast, rainy, you name it. We've had it today at Larkhall, ladies and gentlemen. There's Josh Gollin, pole sitter, a little bit scruffy, just soaring at the wheel. Can't really trust the kart as to where the grip is. Does it bite? Does it not? Turning in and out of the corner. There's our race leader, and look at that. Oh, no, it's not. That's the 79. That's Edwin Matthews, I should say. Dan Holland Racing, of course, teammates. We're controlling that third place. And again, when it comes to champions, right, you're not going to win every race. I mean, the Formula 3 champion of last year, Formula Only, didn't win a race all season. It was just sheer consistency that he won the championship with. And it's not the only time you see that. I mean, Formula 1 and all sorts of racing, champions will only win with 1 or 2 races a season. If they've had a really strong, consistent drive, it's not necessarily a case of winning every race. It's when you don't win, what do you do? Do you languish down in sort of P10, P11? Or do you pick up points where it counts? P2, P3, inside the top 5. That consistency is what's going to win you championships. As they add up over the course of the season, Edward Matthews doing a pretty good job thus far. But this early in the season, the championship more of a novelty than anything. Of course, we've got 6 rounds to take to over the course of 2025. We're only on round 2. So it's not until we really get to sort of round 4, 5, 6 that we're going to start. The second half of the season, the championship will really start to matter. But when you get to that final round at PFI in a few months' time, and you start looking back thinking, well, where could I have made up some points? Now. Do yourself the favour in the present, as that is a car off. That's Jack Taylor. Not very happy by any stretch of the imagination. And walking off there. Head in his hands and leaning over, both exhausted. And probably quite frustrated, whatever issue has seen him out of this race, costing him a 7th place. There's a fight further back. The 76, that's going to be Stuart McLennan versus Rob Simpson. See the red and white car, that's just in front, that's the 76. And then just in behind the blue and white, that's going to be Simpson, I should say, who ran very wide through the final corner. Just didn't quite get the bite in for the turning point, and that just cost him on the exit. There's the 76. Still McLennan ahead of Simpson, and that gap opened up. One small mistake can really be costly. Trying to find some trust. You could see that had to get off the throttle, did McLennan. Initially got the bite, but then had to come off again just to keep the car in check. 7.7 seconds now, the gap between Jamie Zara and Nicholas Walker. Still, with just under 6 minutes plus the lap to go. Could we see an even bigger gap than what we saw from Benedictus Masiokas earlier in the Micromaxes? The grip is definitely there. Oh, I say that. No, it's not. Is that Rob Simpson that went off through the hairpin? Yellow flags, of course, being waved while he recovers, but you're trying to go all the way around the outside. You're trying to brake as late as possible, go as deep into the corner as you can, and almost just hug it around the outside. That is going to be the 18. That's Mark Gillibrand that went off, pointing Nicholas Walker through. So now lapped is the 18. But that's the thing. You're trying to brake in and brake late and just go all the way around the outside, carry that speed, keep that minimum speed up. But if you're going a bit too deep and you try and turn it, it just won't. And then it's a very slippery slope from then. Through the final corner. The 95 of Jamie Zira still continuing to put in some good laps. Very consistent. His best is a 58.8. His last a 59.0. So keeping it really consistent over the course of this race. Really impressive stuff. Where did he finish over the course of Wilton Mill? His best result was 4th place. It was 14th in the final for Jamie Zira. Just goes to show, like, how changeable things can be, right? Come up to Larkhall with changeable conditions, and you've got to maximise. You've got to be the best driver on the day, and that's exactly what he's been, right? He made the right choice, and you could argue he got a bit lucky with the tyre choice or whatever, but nothing was stopping anyone else put the wets on, for example. And again, you've still got to drive it, right? You can put the wets on, do a terrible job driving, as he's now making his way through some lap traffic. That's the 168 now, Samuel Cornwell, the 95. He's still got to drive it, and drive it he has. I mean, he started what was P4 on the grid, worked his way through the lead on the opening lap, up 3 places, dealt with the overwhelming sense of the start twice because we had the red flag on the opening lap. He'd done it twice in a row and has not looked back. He's not made a single mistake. Now with just under 4 minutes left to go, he's been bulletproof. This will probably go down as one of the best drives of the season, I'd imagine. Depends as to how the rest of the season goes, which I'm very much looking forward to. I hope everyone has been enjoying the coverage so far. Of course, make sure to like, subscribe, turn the bell on for whatever channel you're watching on, whether that's the UKC or the Alpha Live one. Make sure you follow us for the rest of the 2025 season. In a few weeks, we'll be back down in Devonshire at Dunkswell. Even more racing, and hopefully down south in the summertime. It should be nice and dry, as has been the topsy-turvy nature, let's put it, of Larkhall, not really deciding which weather it wants to give us up here in Scotland. 3 minutes plus the lap. It's Zyra from Walker, Matthews, Gollin and Crook, the top 5. From James Lingard, second place in the championship. From Stuart McLennan, Rob Simpson and Samuel Cornwall. And then comes Mark Gillibrand and Jack Taylor, who is out of this race, pulled over a few laps ago. And that's going to put him out of contention. Like we saw, the frustration was there, as it always will be. You put a lot of effort in, money as well, and time to invest in a championship. And unfortunately, motorsport is indiscriminate. Another car lapped from Jamie Zyra. Yeah, motorsport indiscriminate in who it claims as a victim. Doesn't matter who you are, how good you've been. A chain can fall off or anything can happen, and that just puts you straight out of contention. But we're following the story here of the Dan Holland racing machine. Jamie Zyra, the 95. In terms of highlights for this race, definitely the opening lap was one to watch, especially with this man right here carving his way through the field. You can see now as the track starts to dry, his lines also start to change. You can see the light grey beginning to form. Obviously the sun now shining, albeit with some daunting grey clouds over the skies here at Larkhall. Are we going to have another shower? We've only got 2 more heat finals after this one. We've got the juniors, then your seniors still to come. Could one of those have an interesting display? And again, when it comes to racing and lessons learned, you are going to face these weekends as a driver, right? And that's where, again, it's the word of the day, adaptability comes into play, because you can go into a weekend with a plan and know exactly what you're going to do and how you're going to approach it. As soon as you're sat in the dummy grid and a cloud rolls over the circuit, then you start to panic. It's going to be the drivers and the teams that capitalize on that most and make the right decisions in the moment that are going to win championships. Sometimes you get a zero to hero moment where a driver puts on slicks at the right time or wets at the right time and climbs through the field, and good on them. But as an overall, as a general rule, it will be the best team and the best driver that comes out on top at the end of the season. Those that can ride the wave and tame the conditions best. Today in the Rotax 177s, it has been Jamie Zyra. Just a couple of laps left to go. I think we're on the 3rd to last lap of this race. They're running in the 58, so 10 seconds off, or about 4 or 5 seconds off where they would like to be. Definitely looking more into the dry aspect of this day. It was drenched just 14 minutes ago. Now 19 seconds on the clock. Looks a little bit more drivable. Still slippery, still got to be careful. As we saw there, the Nicholas Walker taking home a very respectable P2 as well, by the way. He didn't break the, well, he broke the top 10 once in the superheat back at Wilton Mill. One lap left to run. Timer has tucked 0, so the next time Jamie Zyra crosses the line will be the final lap of the race. Zyra from Walker, Matthews, Gollin and Crook, the top 5. Just looking as to who is a lap down. So far, Zyra and Walker have competed at 8. Still waiting on Matthews and Gollin to cross over and start their 8th lap. It's been an incredible drive from Zyra and also from Walker, actually, because now that the race is settled, he's consistently been running within a couple of tenths of Zyra's times, which, given how good the 95 has been driving, very Lightning McQueen-esque, as is the number stake. Final lap of the race. Nicholas Walker has done a brilliant job, but nothing can be taken away from Jamie Zyra here. Just more of a parade lap than anything. Is that more spit coming down? It is. It's raining again here at Larkhall. Just when you thought the sunshine was back, it's not. More rain through this long right-hander stretch towards a combined G, and you can hear the tyres screaming out for help because that part of the track was just able to dry. Now it's going to start getting a little bit more moist again. Jamie Zyra just got half a lap left to go to bring it home for his first Rotax 177 victory of the year. As the rain comes down once more, just going to show how changeable these conditions have been. There you can see he's still got another couple of corners left to go, but he's pointing at number 1. He is the man. He has risen to the occasion from 4th on the grid. He accelerates out of the final corner. Number 1 in the air. drifts through turn number 1. Checker flag goes to Jamie Zyra. 95 with the fastest lap of the race will take victory. Nicholas Walker will come home in second place as they decide the lap traffic amongst themselves. I think that's a battle between McLennan and Simpson, maybe Cornwall involved as well, but the checker flag will wave. And what a race that was for Jamie Zyra. That was incredible driving. We'll run you through, of course, the full race results, the highlights, and then run down to Kev for some interviews. But the rain once again falling lightly. It's not heavy, but there is a lot of it coming down. Will it moisten up the track enough to make some intrigue? And there you can see 72. That's Harrison Crook coming across the line. James Lingard will then be next. Checker flag being waved. Umbrellas promptly up. And all the drivers now have crossed the start-finish line. Take the checker flag. Race in the books for the Rotax 177 final. With the red flag delaying us for a couple of moments, we got racing once again. Massive respect to all of these drivers taming those conditions. It's not easy. There you can see them running into scrutineering. That's Emerson McAndrew Urine. Race winner to race winner. Teammate to teammate as well. Celebrating together. So, yeah, our mini Inter winner celebrating with our Rotax 177. The old and the young, or older, I should say. He's by no means old, but celebrations, fist bumps all around. Jamie Zyra is the one that, of course, was taking off earlier in the superheat, testing the conditions, trying to find where that grip was. In the end, launched his way over some of the curves. We even got a slow-mo replay of it from Jamie Zyra. He had to channel a similar prowess in that race, and you can see there the scales 177, I think 0.8 or something. So cutting it very, very close to the minimum weight. Obviously 177 kilograms, of course, of Jamie Zyra. Smiles all around though. He's very, very happy. Of course, we'll get a lovely bit of championship points and some a nice trophy to go with it as well. There you can see the rain coming down, but Jamie Zyra, number 1 from Nicholas Walker, who capitalised up in his second place. Edward Matthews from third, ahead of Josh Garland, and Harrison Crook in 5th. James Lingard, Stuart McLennan, Rob Simpson, Samuel Cornwall, and Mark Gillibrand, the top 10. Behind that, just the lonely Jack Taylor, DNF from the Rotax 177 final. But what a race that was from Jamie Zyra. From lap number 1, he was able to carve his way through the field twice with the red flag. He did it the first time, got into the lead of the race, just for it to be red flagged, and then he goes, okay, well, I'll do it again. The rain is coming down, so we'll jump straight to Kev, who will have a word with our top 3 before we move on to the Junior Rotax final.
Ed, huge congratulations to you, mate. There were 2 drivers out there on wet weather tyres, the rest of you on slicks, and I think the class showed there your 3rd step of the podium, but the tyre choice was maybe what let you down in that one.
Yeah, so basically, obviously, we just went with the majority. We had wets on up until about 2 minutes to go, and then they extended the grid time, so by that point the track was going to be dry, so we bolted the slicks back on, but obviously the wrong call, so all you can hope for is be first time on slicks, which is what we've done.
Yeah, well done to you. I mean, you won the open round at Wilton Mill and you're on the podium for the second round, so consistency is key if you're going to win a championship.
Yeah, exactly. We had a bit of a poor heat race yesterday, got taken out in the first corner, which put us on the back foot for the superheat in the final, but still on the podium, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, really well done to you. As always, who's made it possible? Who's been in your corner?
Big thanks, as always, to Dan Holland Racing and Tom Racing Engines. They've got a great package under me again. My mechanic, my sister Jess. I just want to say a big well done to Jamie Zyra, winning, made the right choice with the wets, and he's good in the wet, to be fair to him.
Yeah, he really was. Even on those wet tyres, I was watching him come around the last few corners. He's still wrestling that car. Still got to be careful out there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's all well and good getting the right tyre, but if you throw it in the fence, then there's no point even putting the tyres on.
And shout out to the sun hat as well. The weather up here in Scotland, well, we've needed that hat a few times this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. It was a dare to wear the Aperol bucket hat for the final, and yeah.
Top man, well done. We'll see you for round 3, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Just depends with obviously working for DHR. Depends if we do UKC or if I go to work, but hopefully we do the race.
Well, brilliant. Well done, mate. Another great weekend for DHR. We saw Emerson McAndrew in there from Mini Inter. He's just won his, so good times under the awning as always.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a great bunch of people in the tent, and yeah, we always really enjoy it. It's great. I wouldn't want to be with a different team.
Brilliant, well done. We love watching you. Go and high five the team. Well done. Let's get our second place man in. Where is he, Nicholas? Come on in, Nicholas. Second place man on the day, Nicholas Walker. As there are high fives going on all round. So Nicholas, well done, mate. Made the right call on the wet weather tyres out there.
Yeah, so we literally decided last minute. There's a bit of confusion because we had a bit of added time. So everyone changed back to dryers and we were like, flipped the coin, stayed wet. Made the right decision. Struggled towards the end. They started overheating in the last 2 laps, so I lost the rears and wouldn't stop under braking. But yeah, we got there. Good shout.
Yeah, well done, mate. Great shout. And like you say, struggling towards the end there. I think when I speak to Jamie in a moment, he'll be saying the same thing. You're on the wets, but you're still wrestling with that car. It's a fine line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really tight. At the start, obviously, we was a lot quicker. But as it goes on, we caught up to the dry runners. And then you could start to see the dry runners pull away, and you're like, no, come on, where's the last lap board? But yeah, we got there. It's good. It's really fine line. It's good fun, though. It's really nice to have the mixed conditions because it levels up the playing field a little bit, so it's really good.
And what's also great to see with you, Rotax 177 lads, is the camaraderie on the grid. Looks like good fun out there.
Yeah, that's it. You know, we're just all old boys who've been around the game for a long time. It's a bit different now, you know. We're just here to have a bit of fun. We all got to go work tomorrow. We don't want to be beat up. So, yeah, it's all good fun. Handshakes at the end and well done's all round.
Brilliant. Well done to you, mate. We'll go and see you on the podium a little bit later on. Let's try and get Jamie in here. Where's my man, Jamie Zara, tallest man in the room. It's going to do me no favours whatsoever. I need to get a box to stand on. Jamie, you got a moment for us? Oh, he's doing his fuel check. I can just see back there. Just going to hand Keith the fuel sample. I'll get a quick word with him because it was fantastic drive. Good to see you again, mate. Here we are then, top step of the podium.
Thank you.
The right tyre choice for you this weekend.
Yeah, just got to roll the dice, haven't you, sometimes. Everyone was scrapping back to the dry, so I just said to my dad, we'll just leave it, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and fantastic choice that was, because in the early stage of the race, you were on those wet weather tyres, but it was dry for most of the race, but you got out in the front and you managed to stay there.
Yeah, just got a big gap, I think, just seeing them coming around the start-finish line and then just sort of stayed there, so pretty good.
In the latter stages, though, with the tyres going off a bit, I saw you wrestling with it on a few of the corners, and this bottom corner here by scrutineering, you were very careful around that one every time you came by.
Yeah, I think I just started to stop pushing towards the end a little bit. Just didn't want to cook them and then fall off.
Brilliant. An enjoyable weekend for you then? Must be, top step of the podium, but overall just good fun?
Yeah, it's really good. It's
brilliant. All right, mate, go and high-five the team, and we'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. There you go, Rotax 177. Some of the most experienced racers here this weekend doing the business for us and entertaining the crowd. Zach, it's back to you.
One of, if not the most competitive grid in UK motorsport. It is the Ultimate Karting Championship Junior Rotax Super Final about to take place here at Larkhall. Round number 2 has very much delivered in 2025. The weather has been temperamental. It's been changing here, there and everywhere. We've just seen the Rotax 177s have to combat with changeable conditions. Of course, it was wet, then it dried, then it rained again towards the end. At the moment, the skies seem slightly clearer for the juniors, albeit with now a slightly wetter track. Who's going to take the gamble on slicks? Who's going to stay on wets? For the most part of the race that we just saw, the wets seem to be better, but towards the end, maybe starting to slightly cook. So it'll be slick, just slow. We'll run you through, of course, the grid as soon as everyone's ready to get going. Everyone's just making the final preparations. 36 karts strong is this grid. We've got the 32 that we had from the sort of results for the 2 heats and the super heat, and then the 4 from the top 4 in the Junior Rotax repechage that we saw just before lunch. The likes of Alexander Wilson, Vlad Tomanchik, Charlie King and Lloyd Palmer making up the rear end of the field. You've got to be in it to win it, and especially in changeable conditions like this. Being at the back end of the field, fair enough, it's not ideal, but there's still opportunity for you to move forward. At least your day was not done. You can see a sort of congregation of drivers speaking with the officials. A couple of them staying towards the back. I'm not entirely sure as to what's being said there. Maybe just a quick briefing as to the weather or whatever. But some chats going on nonetheless. Before we go racing, all the karts still on their trolleys. You can see actually how sort of prepared the teams are with, they've got obviously their slick tyres on, but they'll keep the wet tyres on the trolley just in case they need a quick swap around. Obviously, all held on by only one nut. each of the wheels, so it's just a case of on and off. They don't need to do any elaborate changing, but it still takes a couple of minutes, maybe a minute if you're quick. Hello and welcome, of course, again to everyone in the YouTube chat. Just seeing Barbara Lapper, of course, cheering on at Albie Lapper, who'll be starting from 7th place for this race. Lucky for them, they're at the Costa del Sol, wishing Albie some luck. Of course, rubbing in the fact that the weather is glorious over there. You can hear it's quite windy. You can see it's sunny. You can also see it's been wet. And again, those characteristics have summed up this weekend very much so in terms of Larkhall and the changeable weather that we've had. Good luck coming in for Zion Quecker as well. He'll be starting this race from what will be P5. Just 10 points to his name. Also, by the way, the fight for pole was a 3-way tie between Leon Hasty, Jacob Ashcroft and Matteo Palazzo, all of them with 2 points. And basically, the less points you have, obviously you score championship points, but then you score heat points as well. The less heat points you have, the higher up you start. And it had to come down to fastest lap. Leon Hasty on the O-plate, 59.1. Ashcroft, 59.3. Palazzo, 59.4. And earlier on, they were in separate heats as well. So even though they had the same points, the track was different. And that's going to benefit the O-plate. Leon Hasty, who got off to a really good start initially earlier on. But Jacob Ashcroft was then able to sort of dominate the race from there. Matteo Palazzo also had a pretty strong race. So overall, should be a very, very close fight for 3rd place. We also saw some good racing from Cole Denholm. Zion Quecker as well was very, very quick through the superheats. Just having a quick scan through the grid before we go through it properly as to who could be one to look out for. Charlie Wolfett was looking quite quick in the 95. And then obviously look out for Vat Tomachik, who had the pace earlier on, again in the superheat and in the repechage as well, but unfortunately just I think it was a reliability issue that caused him to be out of the superheat and then, of course, put him into the repechage. And now, at best, even if you make it into the repechage, your best grid position is going to be 33rd on the field, which isn't ideal to say the least. We're just getting word, of course, the chat on the little debrief that we saw was to say you can't change tyres once you're on the grid. So now that they've wheeled the karts out, that's it. Decision has been made. Those that are on the tyres that are on now, that's how it's got to be. No changing from here. So whether it's slick, whether it's wet, whichever one is right, you've got to deal with it now. You've got to play the cards that have been dealt. You should have made the decision in the holding area, of course, or back at your awning. But it's so tricky to read these conditions because one lap it could be slicks are quicker, one lap it could be wets are quicker. And again, with the changeable conditions, what do you gamble with? The sort of general consensus that I've sort of seen overall is, and something that I sort of try and follow whenever I'm racing in changeable conditions, is don't try and be a hero. Don't try and predict, right? Try and drive with the track that you've got on at the moment. Because at the moment, fair enough, it could be maybe a slicks are a bit quicker. You can't guarantee that rain is going to come. If you try and guarantee and predict that rain is going to come, and then it doesn't, then you're going to look a little bit silly on wet tyres when you don't necessarily need to be. So judge the track as it is right now, not as what you could think it could be in a few moments' time, because nothing is guaranteed, nothing is absolute. So they're all sat there now. I think the vast majority of them are on slicks. Seen towards the back end, they're all on slicks, unless they're taking sort of gambles. We'll see towards the front when we start rolling, but yeah, interesting to say the least. Good luck to Rory Armstrong, to Charlie Wolfett in there. Oh yeah, and you can see, I've just seen from Barbara Lapper, yeah, there are a few nuts there on the wheel. That's the 23. That's going to be, well, I say it's going to be, it is Jared Fox-Whiteley, who'll be starting this race from 16th place on the grid. There are our front two. The O-plate of Leon Hasty alongside the world champion. And I was astonished when Kev told me he was 13 earlier. That was ridiculous. How much he's achieved in such a short life thus far. Going places for sure is Jacob Ashcroft. So too is the entirety of this field, really, with the talent that they've shown. Able to mix it up on a national level already. So karts being set down. Just 2 races left to go for round number 2 of the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Larkhall. It's not been an easy day by any stretch of the imagination. It's been quite easy for me in the commentary box. I've been warm, been sheltered. Just had to talk about some go-karts on a racetrack all day. Those out on track, though, definitely have had a tougher time of it. Obviously, those walking around, the marshals, obviously they've got their marshal huts, but very barely sheltered from the elements. All of our camera operators around as well, doing a fantastic job of delivering the live action, following the story of each race. Also, all the race officials, marshals, ambulance crew, everyone involved at making sure that we can run the UKC as effectively and efficiently as possible. Whenever we have a delay, oil, fuel spillage on track or whatever, we get it cleaned up, we get it ready, and we get the track safe, more importantly. But as an added bonus, we get it done quickly as possible as well. What do we think then, for those watching along in the YouTube chat, in both Alpha Live and the Ultimate Karting Championship YouTube? Who do we think is going to win this race? Who do we think is going to come out on top? Obviously, quick run through. Hasty from Ashcroft, Palazzo and Denom, the top 2 rows. Could it be one of them? Could it be someone else? What are the conditions going to say? At the moment, it looks pretty sunny. It looks like a really, really nice day. Will that stay the same throughout the rest of this race? Driver and either dad or mechanic, or both, sat next to who's going to be further down. That's Oakley Garthwaite, I think, in the number 40. He'll be starting from 28th place on the field. Quick wipe of the visor as well, keep it nice and clean. Last thing you want, especially on a tinted visor as well, which look amazing, look awesome. But the last thing you want is water droplets on the precipitation, because when it does get sunny, it sort of glares through, right? It acts as a bit of a prism, right? It splits the light and it just blinds you so much more. So you've got to make sure that that visor is clean and dry. Otherwise, you find it very hard to see. That's something that often... Franz Hermann for the win. I've just seen in the YouTube chat as well, yeah. Haven't not got quite a Franz Hermann on the grid. Maybe we could see a guest appearance, though, if he's not too busy. For those unaware, of course, following along in social media, Max Verstappen took to the Nürburgring in a GT3 car under the NLS balance of performance, set the lap record, and he'd done it under the alias of Franz Hermann. It's now become a bit of a gag within the F1 community, as to Franz Hermann being his alter ego to the 4-time world champion of Max Verstappen. Zuynkweka, fans in the chat cheering him on. He'll be starting from 5th place, a realistic chance of winning, especially with the conditions as they are. Opens the door for anything to happen, and the pace that we saw from Zuynkweka as well has been incredible throughout the day, and obviously back at Wilton Mill as well. Took 2 podiums on Saturday and 2 top 5 finishes on the Sunday. At worst, if he replicates it, great result. Currently sat 3rd place in the championship, with an absence of Kai Clark as well, not making the trip up to Larkhall. So he'll be making his way up a couple of places in the championship. Very, very close, obviously, because, like I say, we've only had 1 round. Charlie Wolfett being cheered on. Where's he going to be starting this race? Down in 13th. Going to be a tough ask, but we have seen someone win a race from further. I think it was around there earlier on in the super heats. It might well have been senior Rotax. Saw a driver go from what was, I think it was 9th or 10th, up to lead the race and win. So it's doable. Can it be done for the junior Rotax, though? We'll wait and see, as we're just sort of eagerly anticipating. I think we've got someone tuning in from the middle of the Baltic Sea on a ferry. So Jack Collinson Racing there, tuning in. Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Perfect time. We've got the 2 Rotax finals. We've got the junior Rotax and, of course, the senior Rotax to come after this. Just waiting for the final preparations to be done before we can get ourselves away and racing for 14 minutes plus the lap. Again, like I say, if you are just joining us, you did just miss the question. Who's going to win this race? Who's coming out on top? On our way to a kart track, of course. Racing is life. Jack Collinson, where are you off to? What are you racing in? And best of luck as well for the racing that you've got ahead of you. Because that's the commitment that you've got to have, right? You thought Larkhall was a trek away. Forget having to load all your kit onto a ferry and go across the Baltic Sea to get to a karting track. It's the commitment that these drivers have to face if they want to climb the ranks. Of course, a lot of them will be off racing in Europe at some point. Just being called that it is Zane Quecker, I did think it was. Just wanted to make sure. Can never be 100% with the pronunciation, so thank you for sort of letting me know. Because again, I'm only a commentator. So any pronunciations that I completely butcher, please do let me know. Either send me a message on Instagram or whatever, or just put it in the live chat. Tell me that I'm being silly. Got the Nordic Championships going on as well. We've got Jack Collinson racing in the juniors, Lizzie Mentier in the seniors as well. So it'd be good to cheer you guys on. Wish you all the best. Some very cheerful tunes, almost like the beginning of an old Disney film there. Some very blissful whistling as we anticipate the start of the Junior Rotax Super Final. So just being sat, again waiting for the go-ahead from race control. Most of the carts, a couple of spaces on the grid are there and ready to go. Drivers, got a couple of drivers sat in carts, a couple of drivers stood up. It was a conversation we were having with Kev a little bit earlier on in sort of what approach do you go? Do you sort of lock yourself in early? Do you sit in the cart, get that adrenaline pumping, or do you sort of relax, stand up, keep the muscles sort of loose and stretch your legs as much as you can? I'd rather just be sat down, to be honest. I'm too lazy to be stood up. I'm stood up right now, but I wasn't for the entirety of the morning. I was sat firmly. Yeah, I'd rather just be sat down, sat in the cart, get ready to go, nice and comfy, soak in some of the sunshine while you can. Just looking, some overcast. I don't think it's going to be rain clouds coming in. Welcome, Stuart Pemble, bringing you to the sunshine vibes from Marbella. Everyone's rubbing it in, aren't they? Everyone is rubbing it in. Cheers, guys. Really appreciate that. Here at Larkhall, of course, we've had some very changeable weather. I think changeable. Everyone take a sip of fruit shoot every time I say changeable weather, and you'll go for a lot of fruit shoot. Or go for something stronger if you're feeling a little bit frisky on a Sunday evening. Got a couple of minutes before we get going again. Appreciate everyone and their patience. If you are now just joining us, doing it at the right time, you've missed most of the delay. If you are been sat for a while, go grab yourself a coffee, grab yourself a cup of tea, whatever tickles your fancy, because you're not going to want to get up off your seat. Go for the toilet right now. You're not going to be able to get up for the next 14 minutes. You're going to be glued to your screens watching the racing action. Again, particularly Leon Hasty, Jacob Ashcroft, Matteo Palazzo, and Cole Denham, the front two rows. You've got a world champion lining up in second place. The O-plate of Leon Hasty alongside, who we didn't see back at Wilton Mill. So his first round of the UKC in 2025. And he's hit the ground running very, very strongly indeed. Jacob Ashcroft, of course, looking to go for the championship, understandably so, and continue that strong form that we saw from 2024. We are going to see you on lap one, indeed. The driver that was talking into the camera. Not sure as to exactly what we're going to see him do, but we are definitely going to see him on lap one. That is for sure, unless his kart doesn't start for whatever reason. But that would be unfortunate if it was the case. Like I say, I appreciate everyone's patience waiting for us. There we are, onto the grid. That's the 82. It's going to be Lewis Radcliffe down in 25th place, or Kim Bernard, it says on the helmet, in fact. So we've just got a couple of logistical problems behind the scenes. Again, there's a lot that sort of needs to be plugged in and sorted to make sure that everything runs properly and everyone can be sort of in their right position, and make sure that we have eyes and ears everywhere. Of course, transponders turned on, timing working as properly as possible as well. So once those issues get ironed out, which unfortunately we can't help, things happen. Obviously issues on track with red flags and things, and of course as well with some logistical problems behind the scenes. Appreciate everyone's patience though in letting us go. In waiting, of course, as soon as these things are sorted, we can then get on to track. Of course, hopefully it won't be too lengthy of a delay. Just waiting, of course, for the go-ahead from race control once they've got it sorted. Nice to see some chat going on. Again, the YouTube chat has been really, really good. It's nice to have you all here. Nice to keep me company, of course. Kev's abandoned me. He's gone to do the post-race interviews and stuff, so he's down in scrutineering. So I'm all by myself. I'm surrounded by people, but I'm talking all by myself. So I probably sound a little bit insane to any passerbys. But you guys in chat keeping me company. It's very nice to have you. Of course, like I say, thoughts, feelings, queries, questions, whatever really tickles your fancy, drop them into the YouTube chat. Have a chat amongst yourselves as well. Feel free. I can see a couple of people, Dirk and Jack, having a little chinwag in the YouTube comment section. I have to say, like I say, the UKC 2025. It's been my first time doing a full karting championship. It's been my first time commentating sort of at this level of karting, and I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I have been around karting for a while, obviously corporate level and things, and racing in Norfolk, a place called Cromer, with the track coach Jack Tritton. He won the Senior Rotax Super 1 Championship a few years ago. He now races in the British Supercut Championship. He's the 125 and the Division 1 champion. And I've always enjoyed karting, always loved watching it. And the UKC has been a really good stepping into doing the commentary because I've loved it. I've loved every second. There's never a boring race. Everything in some capacity is exciting. There's always action to watch, and the racing and the atmosphere is, again, second to none. It's been really, really good to watch. And again, all of these stars, you look at them and you sort of know who's gonna go on and do well. And you look around and you've got a wide choice of who's gonna make it with their talent they're already showing. For some of them at such a young age, so it'd be nice to track that progress and again see them in a few years racing in the likes of British F4 or GB4, GB3, even into sports car racing. Going into the likes of sort of GT4 racing or the like. MX-5s, always a bit of fun as well, these drivers. A lot of transferable skills you can take from karting into MX-5s if that's the way they want to go, or they stay in karting. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. The world stage of karting, very high levels of prestige. And a lot of prizes on the line. In regards to the delay, again, apologies and thank you for your patience. Just a couple of technical and logistical issues just behind the scenes that we're trying to get ourselves ironed out, and then we'll go racing again. Been stood here for a good few minutes now. So like I say, use this opportunity. Get yourself a cup of tea, get yourself a cup of coffee, get yourself a snack, go to the toilet, be back for the final two races of the day. I know James definitely has been doing our production manager, controlling all of the cameras, being a very, very busy man, frantic man. Just behind me, he's got a lovely big bag of hula hoops that he's necking down while we've got a moment to wait and chill. So do the same. Go get yourself some hula hoops, or other crisp brands are available. Feel free to indulge in whichever ones you want, unless hula hoops want to sponsor us. Feel free to do that as well. But yeah, again, and like I say, another big thank you to all of the marshals for all of their hard work. Again, being stood out in what has been some pretty temperamental elements for the best part. You know, they don't know whether to keep their jacket on or off for the most part of the day. Out there running around, collecting carts, waving flags, and a lot of them as well, volunteers. Some of them, of course, it's their job here at Larkhall, but even then, you know, without them we couldn't go racing. Of course, all the ambulance crew, medic crew, race control, and all our camera operators as well, for all of their hard work in delivering the action and making sure that the UKC can go ahead in 2025. And of course all the drivers as well, because, well, there's no championship without drivers on the grid, let's put it that way. But it's a combination of loads of different people's efforts and delivering some fantastic racing and a fantastic atmosphere as well up here in Scotland. A lot of people exhausted from the drive up. Of course, even those in the north of the UK, sort of those from Newcastle, from England, it's still a 2.5, 3 hour drive for them. Those down south, even longer. Those in Scotland, handy that they're close by. But when we go to Dunkswell in a few weeks' time, they're going to have an even longer drive. So good that they're keeping the effort in, turning up, and it's not easy as a racing driver. And again, when it comes to school, right? We heard about it earlier with the Minerva Vetched Academy, with Kev speaking to one of the guys that does a lot of work over there, and a lot of these drivers, junior Rotax especially, having to balance that school life and of course their studies. Really, really impressive stuff to do that, especially obviously the older guys in the junior Rotax, the younger guys in the senior Rotax, those sort of 15, 16 year 11s will be doing their GCSEs. So very, very best luck to them. Of course, they're already going. I know the first few have been underway, but of course, best luck for the rest of their exams and anyone that's going to be taking exams, A-levels as well. Just going to take a quick look at my weather app. Let's have a look. Of course, right now it looks sunny, but that's not stopped anyone at Larkhall today. Just going to try and whip up my weather app. See if there is any more rain on the horizon. Just looking over, some overcast, maybe. I think for the most part it's been okay. Of course, yeah, absolutely. Don't forget the mechanics who duck and dive, set up tyres, especially today, last minute. Do we go on slicks? Do we go on wets? Of course, the best part of today has been looking to finish around about 3 o'clock. That's not quite been the case due to some unfortunate delay. So everyone's sort of tunnel visioned onto 3 o'clock being the cut-off for the weather. At the moment, the weather app is saying that it's raining in Larkhall. As you can see, that's not the case, but that could mean that we've got some on the way. I'm going to look at the very fancy radar that apparently now exists on the phone weather app. I'm not seeing any close. Just looking out the window. As you can see from that camera shot, I mean, the top left corner, very tippy top, is a bit grey. The rest of it, beautiful skies. Looks like the opening of Toy Story. There you can see a bit more of a half and half. Is any of it? Let's say to everyone at home, put your bets in. Is it going to rain? If so, when? If so, how hard? Put your bets in. Obviously, no prizes, just a well done. And you can pat yourself on the back if you get it right. James is going for 5 minutes. I'm probably going to maybe second that with just how the day has gone thus far. We'll put your bets in the chat. What do you think? Is it going to rain? They're all sat there on slicks at the moment. If it rains, do they have time to change tyres, or are they just going to go out on slicks? Be a very electric end to the day. Just a quick reminder as well in regards to the delay itself. Again, appreciate all of your patience in getting this Junior Rotax final underway. Just a couple of technical and logistical problems behind the scenes that we need to iron out before we can go racing once again. There you can see on the right-hand side of your picture, that'll be Liam Hasty. He'll be starting from pole position. It's a long wait. The anticipation is going to be high. I mean, the drivers, when you're sat sort of on the dummy grid, or even those that got into their karts, right? The 182 you can see there, Kean Bernard in his kart. You sat there, the adrenaline is going, the anxiety is going, you're nervous, you're pumped, you're ready to go. And that's almost just being strung out and prolonged for a long, long time with the delay. So it'll be interesting to see how sort of lap one nerves get settled. See Matteo Palazzo as well on the right-hand side. Again, just speaking. Any final tips or whatever needs to be said? Zane Quecker as well, you can see in the navy blue, the orange and the white with a green accent on his helmet and the Union Jack on the top. The number 11 will be starting from 5th place on the field. Good point being made in the YouTube chat as well. As soon as you place a bet on English weather, you've already lost. Fair enough. Yeah, that's a very, very good point. And it has been very unbettable today. Well, you can bet it's going to change. That's all it's been absolute. We had rain, sun, rain, all in the span of the 14-minute Rotax 177 final just a few moments ago. And as you can hear, it is a very windy day as well out there. Some of the flags flying quite ferociously, and that, like we've been saying, can influence the slipstream of each of the carts. So if you're stuck behind a cart and you get a nice little headwind, as you can see, into that infield hairpin, and of course towards the back end of the circuit. So a lot of the heavy braking zones here are going against the wind, which means that with a slipstream, you can very easily sort of nip your way up the inside of another car, because they're taking the full brunt of the air, and like being stood behind someone on a windy day, you get a nice drag-free channel to drive your way through past them. A few drivers there having a nice little chat. You can see one of the mechanics checking tyre pressures, making sure everything is all good on the slick tyres that everyone is on. At least for, you know, some consolation. If it doesn't rain, the track is now going to be hopefully a little bit drier, but never say never. Hopefully give you an update as to when the delay is going to end. And a few times do know that race control are working very, very hard behind the scenes to make sure that we can get on track. No one wants to have a long delay. No one's stringing it out, I can promise you that much. So we'll be back on track. Well, we're on track. We'll be back racing as soon as we can. There is Dixon Cohen, TUI Motorsport. Very nice livery. Looks very, very cool indeed with the blue, the red and the white. Who's been the standout driver? What's been the standout class for everyone thus far today? Of course, we've got the junior Rotax, the senior Rotax 177, then of course the two minis and the micro Inter, the mini Inter and the micro, I should say Micromax. Which of those fives has impressed you so much? Of course, the young drivers having to battle with the conditions on wets, and Emerson McAnder-Uren, of course, earlier with the first final of the day, having to go on what was a pretty soaking track. Was it the 177s in the drive from Jamie Zyra? Could it be one of these drivers when we take you to the grid? What will be some very cold tyres, so expect on the formation lap when we get going some very frantic weaving here, there and everywhere. Surprised so many people have stood up, to be honest. Yeah, I'd be firmly sat, bum in seat. You're quite snug inside a go-kart. Of course, there's not much cushion as to, you know, limit weight, but you know, it's surely more comfortable than being stood up. I mean, a lot of them are sat on the barrier there. While we're under a slight, again, bit of delay, of course, the race controller working very, very hard to get it sorted. We're going to cut away. We'll see what Kev got up to over Friday and Saturday.
Hello and welcome to Scotland for round 2 of the 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship, where this weekend we're racing at what is the home of the West of Scotland kart club, Larkhall Circuit International, which is the only FIA homologated circuit in Scotland, and at just under 1,200 metres long, it's also the longest. And when you walk around the paddock and chat to the drivers who have travelled from all across the country to be here, it is a circuit that they're really looking forward to racing on. So let's take a look at an onboard lap then with one young driver who's running in Mini Inter this weekend, kart number 9 from Sam Pollitt Racing, Josh Cormack, because this is his home track. So we pick up Josh here as he goes under the start-finish gantry there, and it's all about left turns at first. It's this hard left. You can use plenty of runoff, then another left, and then you're coming into the boot section. Before that, it's an almost 90 left, and now we start to sweep on the right-hander. And at this point here, you can see Josh getting a little overtake done there. You start to put the hammer down because it is a big sweeping right-hander section where you can go almost flat, and you're heading to the far side of the circuit right now. And as you can see here, take plenty of runoff because you've carried so much speed, bringing you into the infield now after that little right-hander, and it's the first of a couple of hairpins then. This one brings you almost back in the direction that you've just came from, and this one really does a full 180 then that is banked. Use plenty of runoff here, go high up onto the bank and carry your speed because you're almost at the end of the lap. Another right, a left, a smooth chicane, and then get the hammer down because look, you're back on the start-finish straight here, and you can use plenty of runoff, and that is a lap of Larkhall. Well, big thanks to Josh from Sam Pollitt Racing for letting us take a look at one of his practice laps from earlier in the weekend. When you think about Josh, in fact, many of the youngsters here, they're racing from a Friday through to a Sunday with UKC, and then they go off onto another championship somewhere else on another weekend, and they're busy all the time behind the wheel of a race car. You might wonder when they fit in their schoolwork. Well, one organisation who have come up with a solution to this are the Minerva Virtual Academy, who have partnered with the UKC for 2025. And earlier on, I called up with Sol from the MVA to tell me a little bit more about this online school. So MVA, Minerva Virtual Academy, is one of the logos that's on the UKC branding this year. But tell us a little bit more about exactly the work you guys do.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thanks for having me. Minerva Virtual Academy, I'm happy to be a big part of it. We've grown since 2022 when I first joined. We now have, 200 plus athletes at the school, studying for their international GCSEs and A-levels across the world, in Europe, the UAE, it's everywhere. So yeah, the main point in this is to, support athletes with flexibility so that they're not, coming back to school on a Monday after sports competitions with anxiety, worrying about if they've completed their homework and, so on.
And I guess the great thing is, because it's a virtual academy, all the lessons are online?
Exactly. So they use a virtual learning platform, and literally they can just put their laptop in their bag, travel halfway across the world, compete at the highest level, and then tune in with their GCSEs and A-levels.
What a life, what a life. And I suppose as well, you're in charge of scheduling when they do all of this, but if it doesn't...
Well, welcome back everyone, and you'll be glad to know they've been given the clear the grid, drivers in karts, engines started, and a junior Rotax super final to get in the books here at Larkhall. Thank you everyone for your patience as we worked through that delay. Here's the grid. Leon Hasty and world champion Jacob Ashcroft alongside for row number 1. Matteo Palazzo, Cole Denholm, row number 2. Of course, rounding off the top 5 is Zane Quecker, Daniel Kirkpatrick, Albie Lapper with support from Costa del Sol, and Finney Buck alongside for row number 4. It's John Buchan from Noah Barham, Zach Starbuck and Joel Dixon-Cohen there in 12th from Charlie Wolfett. Tip to win from a couple of people in the YouTube chat, head of Ellie Budden and Albert Friend from Jared Fox Whiteley in 16th place. Alfie McBain, Ryan Gandor, Luca Holmes-Blanc and Will Archer in 20th. Cian Barnard from Riley Bishop, Max Colbert and Finley Smith in 24th place. Lewis Radcliffe, Thomas Jackson, Leo Macy and Oakley Garthwaite there in 28th place. From Lucas Howe, Lewis Sumner, Oliver White, Rory Armstrong in 32nd, rounding off those that qualified automatically. Alexander Wilson, Vlad Tomanchuk, Charlie King and Lloyd Palmer had to work for their space in this super final after victory in top 4 inside the repechage. Spitting once again here at Larkhall, I just caught there all of the drivers on slicks. And hopefully a spicy race to go with it. Yellow flags, of course, to slow each other down and make sure that they're forming up on this formation lap, getting some temperature into the tyres. But as we've said, there is the rain. It was sunny just 5 minutes ago. The rain is back. 14 minutes on the clock. Lights go out and we go racing. The pole sitter of Leon Hasty leads in towards turn number 1 as they have to guess the conditions. They've been sat for 20 minutes. Now it's thrown straight into the deep end. There's a spinner at the back already. Leon Hasty on the O-plate is able to lead. This time from the 16, Matteo Palazzo up in a 2nd place. The 246 of Jacob Ashcroft is struggling there as they're all on sticks, guessing the conditions. The 29, Albie Lapper, cutting the chicane there to work his way up the inside of a couple of karts. And look at that downpour. They are on slick tyres, ladies and gentlemen. For the Junior Rotax Super Final, everyone is guessing each braking zone. Jacob Ashcroft, a huge lap of oversteer and nearly bowling into the side of a multiple cars there. John Buchan nearly able to go into the back, and there is Constantina Effect, the 262. There's even more carnage further back. Oh my goodness me, 4, 5, 6 cars abreast as they exit the hairpin. 30 minutes on the clock, shouting from the sidelines as well, and the leaders are able to break away. Leon Hasty, this time I think from the 16 of Matteo Palazzo. And that, look at that, oh my word. It's a motorway at rush hour, oh my goodness me. Karts here, there and everywhere, going off, staying on the track. 3 wide as karts just trying to decide which line to take. They're all on slicks, all guessing the line, all guessing where the grip is going to be. And that's wide off the exit of turn number 1 as well, able to bring it back on, but there's going to be 0 grip on the grass, especially with slicks. Trying to clabber the curb and just get some rotation. You can see pretty much everyone going for that line. Those that opt not to go wide, the 116 there going off. And this has been a very interesting, for lack of a better word, start to this race. 29, Albie Lapper running quite wide into that fast right-hander. The 182 looking to go to the inside. That's Cian Barnard trying to work his way up inside the top 10. Jacob Ashcroft has dropped to 11th place on the opening couple of laps. Really struggling to get to grips with the conditions. Contrast to the likes of Leon Hasty and Matteo Palazzo, who are getting away. Karts off here, there and everywhere through the hairpin once again, rejoining tentatively. And karts there just trying to avoid. There's no grip out there whatsoever. They're trying to race. A lot of them are just trying to survive. Oh, very aggressive there. Going into the final hairpin, what line do you take? Do you hook the curb? Do you try and go the long way around when it slicks? Those, of course, that are going to be going out in the senior Rotax will be putting wets on straight away. The 254, that's them off. That's the 155 as well. Just going to confirm as to who we've got there. That's going to be Max Colbert and Eli Baden. They're down and out of this race. Contact warnings coming around as well. So race control keeping an eager eye on all of the contact that's going on, because there has been quite a lot of it. There was some bowling going on into the hairpin. A couple of people braking way too late, tapping into the side of others. Chain reaction, domino effect. Inside line for the 262. That's Cole Denham on the inside of the 29 of Albie Lappa, who tries to get the switchback but finds the side of John Buchan. 220, is that the 246? That might be Jacob Ashcroft trying to make up some ground as well. 20 of Kilpatrick. You've got karts in changeable conditions, in uncertain grip levels, running side by side and nose to tail into the hairpin, and again taking the inside line, trying to just shorten the distance, minimize the amount of turning they have to do. Loading up the front tires as much as they can, armfuls of lock going in. 10 minutes and 17 seconds left on the clock. Side by side into the braking zone. Who reaches the curb first? The 29 of Albie Lappa jumps over the curb once more and forces the 23 of Fox Whiteley off as well. The 246 of Jacob Ashcroft tries to get the drive and the acceleration off of that corner, but can't quite find it. I think he's going to stay in 9th place. Where are our leaders at after all of this? Matteo Palazzo takes the lead of the race from Leon Hasty. Yellow flags constantly being waved. That poor Marshals. And that is Leon Hasty off. The pole sitter and race leader for so long thus far has gone off through their first hairpin. That's going to invite Zane Quecker through in the 11 machine. Up now in a 2nd place. Can he go and catch the leader, who I think is about 5 seconds up the road? Matteo Palazzo has adapted perfectly to these conditions. And there you go, Sunday's back. There we go. This has been, I've got no words for it, to be honest. You just saw what it was 2 minutes ago at the start of this race. Now look at it. What? Welcome to Larkhall, ladies and gentlemen. This has been, oh my word, look at that. Fox Whiteley sideways on the exit of turn 1. How he was able to keep that car under wraps, I do not know, but very impressive stuff nonetheless. Getting the skill points and getting the extra championship points for an extra place. Nipping his way past Cole Denham, who ran wide going into turn number 3. And picks another place up, and up to 4th. It's Palazzo from Quecker, from Hasty, the top 3. Then Dunham and Whiteley, who have now swapped places. The 23 now in front of the 262. 8.5 minutes left to go still. There's the 11, and Leon Hasty back on the rear end of Zane Quecker as well. So I think that fight is for second, as Matteo Palazzo is running nearly a 1.5 seconds quicker than the rest of the field. And again, these are the conditions that you see, and these are the sort of YouTube clips that you go back and watch. You know, when you watch like star drives from Lewis Hamilton or Leclerc or Norris back in their karting days. These are the drives that you go back and watch when Matteo Palazzo was winning championships on the world stage. Because these are the races that define you as a driver. You've got to adapt, you've got to find the speed, and that is exactly what Palazzo is doing. Or is he? Broke the beam that time by 8 seconds slower. Was it a mistake from the 16? Zane Quecker now leads from 5th on the grid. Leon Hasty with the fastest lap. The 13 of John Buchan very much jumping over the grass. The 246 of Jacob Ashcroft now on the inside. They run side by side on the exit of the boot section. Close to contact between the pair of them. The O-plate there, that's the fight for the lead. In changeable conditions, Leon Hasty just able to hang in with them. Where is Matteo Palazzo? I think he's also with them. So even with that mistake, the chance for the lead is still there. He's up the inside of the hairpin. Beautifully done, just dancing the kart through. Taking the track and still getting the exit. Was able to get up the inside but not run too wide. Get the car in front of the O-plate and then accelerate at his own pleasure. However, Hasty is not going to let that one go without a fight. Or do they try and catch Zane Quecker? Even with that mistake, it seems that the 16 has got the measure in terms of these conditions. Whatever they've done, whether it's set up or tyre pressure-wise to help with the kart in these conditions, whether that's softening the torsion bar or whatever it is, to help the kart rotate a little bit better in these conditions, it's working. Or it could just be sheer talent from Matteo Palazzo. That is very much an option. closing the gap. Just look at the commitment into turn number 3. Going in deep, too deep for the O-plate. The 23 now, Fox Whiteley, with the fastest lap, nips his way onto the podium ahead of Leon Hasty, who just when you think he's getting into a rhythm, makes one small error, and that's going to be costly. There's the move nearly for the lead. The 16 all over the rear end of the 11. That's Palazzo versus Quecker. Now into the hairpin. Is he able to replicate the move he made on Hasty? Not quite, though a tap slightly wide. Got to be careful of that. Obviously want to get a drop down for yourself, and that's a 5-second penalty. But you also don't want to push the kart in front too wide and then get yourself a penalty that way. Trying to get the exit on the on the end of this hairpin. Look to the inside though, the 23 of Fox Whiteley with the pace. Looks up the inside of Matteo Palazzo, now into second place. Could well win. Started 16th place. To Jared Fox Whiteley. He's carved his way through the field with 6 minutes left to go. The win is certainly on. Zane Quecker dealing with the pressure, but not for long. It's a mistake, and through goes Fox Whiteley to take the lead of the Junior Rotax Super Final. Goodness me, this race has had everything, and we've still got 6 minutes plus a lap to go. What has the 23 done before this race? What tips has he shared with his driver coach? How has he been able to approach this race so well? 16 places. 14 places he was able to get. Now 15. There is a driver facing the wall. He started 16th. He's now first place. Jared Fox Whiteley. Zane Quecker now second. Palazzo just in behind. Then comes Leon Hasty. Jacob Ashcroft worked his way back through to 5th. He's found a bit of a rhythm. Is it a rhythm enough to work his way into the fight for the lead? Yellow flags through this sector, so everyone's slowing down. And full course yellow. Battenberg flag in effect. So neutralizing the race. And that is actually great news for the likes of Hasty and also Jacob Ashcroft as well. This neutralizes the race, gives everyone a minute just to breathe, right? Reset. For Leon Hasty, it's a chance for him to reset and find some rhythm and just sort of switch back on after losing a couple of places. For Palazzo as well, it's to get back into that mental frame that he saw early doors to get the lead and run away with it. Quecker, he just needs a moment to relax after being hammered for the lead. Do we go back to green flag this lap? I don't think so. In fact, we do. Back to green flag racing. Fox Whiteley then leads from Zane Quecker in second. Who's able to switch on, get the tyres back up to temperature as quickly as possible as well. Look out for the 246 of Ashcroft. Started on the front row. Had an appalling start initially. But is now fighting back inside the top 5. And again, with still 4 minutes plus the lap to go, anyone could win this race still. Can't get complacent, can't feel safe, can't feel secure until you've crossed that checkered flag. The 23, Jared Fox Whiteley. There's the 40 being wheeled back. Not entirely sure as to, unfortunately, who that is. That's Oakley Garthwaite. Move to the inside. That's Matteo Palazzo on the inside of Zane Quecker for second place. Quecker tries to get the up and under. Yellow flags through this sector, though, so you've got to be careful not to overtake under yellows. Fox Whiteley has now been able to secure a good couple of kart lengths away from the pack. I say a good couple of kart lengths. He's long and gone. Changes the position here, there, and everywhere. A couple of drivers opting to go for the wide line through the S's. It definitely gives you the power on the exit, but you do initially lose going through. Leon Hasty now trying to work his way through on Zane Quecker, who at some point in this race looked good to go and win it. Having to go defensive, though, is the number 11. Hasty looking to work his way back onto the podium. Wide there from the 191. I think that was Albert Friend. Kim Bernard, I've just been told, was running wide there through turn number 1. The number 20, that's Kilpatrick, trying to get the acceleration on the 262 of Cole Denham. That's the fight for 6th place. Just under 3 minutes plus the lap to go. Going to translate, I think, to around about 3 laps, I believe, at the line. Of course, we'll see. Look to the inside, maybe even being pushed through there by Leon Hasty. Jacob Ashcroft knows how to approach this situation. Does he wait for the move to be made, or does he try and encourage Hasty through? That's the answer to that question. Giving him a bump, saying, get on with it, mate. Which then obviously pushed Hasty into Quecker. Quecker then goes wide. Hasty and Ashcroft then go through. Don't think it was the intention of Hasty to touch the back there, but that's what happened in the end. Ashcroft then getting up the rear end. Got to be careful of the drop down, because as soon as that nose cone drops, that's it. That's the 13. That's Buchan, who's had some glimmers of good pace, nearly rejoining into the path of the other cars around him, but able to just hang on to it. A couple of mistakes being made. Zane Quecker tumbling down the order, down now to 7th place after being pushed wide from Leon Hasty. So it wasn't just the 2 places. He's now lost a couple more as well as Buchan goes through. So he's now down to 9th place. Cut there being wheeled off as well. So another DNF to add to the casualty list. That's Albert Friend pulling his cart off to the side of the track. Just looking at some of the big gainers, obviously we've got Jared Fox-Whiteley up 15 places on the grid. Up 16 from Lucas Howe. He's up from 29th. Riley Bishop up 11. Kean Bernard up 9. 11, 11, 13 for Oliver White, Armstrong and King respectively as well. Some insane movers in this field, just showing how as soon as you get a race like this where it goes from sunny to rainy to sunny once again, that you can have a hugely mixed up grid. Minute and 10 left to go. Only a couple more laps in this race to run. Still undecided as to who's going to take the top step. It seems that Fox-Whiteley has got the measure. Now 2 seconds clear of Matteo Palazzo, who now he's settled back into his rhythm, is looking quite good. Was a second quicker that last time by compared to Jared Fox-Whiteley. Can he carry that pace? There's Jacob Ashcroft under pressure. Kilpatrick looks to go to the inside. That's the 262. That's Cole Denham looking to go to the inside. So they've dispatched of the 20, trying to find their way through on each other. That was very aggressive from the 262. Trying to thread the needle through a gap that was always going to close, but gave it a go anyway. Forced them both wide. Still looking to find a way through on the world champion. Kilpatrick is the one that's managed to get through on the pair of them. So they're now fighting. This is for 5th place. With Kilpatrick now in 4th. Cole Denham with a contact warning, I believe, for that excursion going into what would have been turn 2. Clock strikes closer to 0. Will they cross the line in time? You can see now the track, not completely dry. It will still be quite slick and maybe a bit moist, but all in all, it looks completely different to how we saw it at the start of this race. A couple of looks being made. Matteo Palazzo now just 1.3 seconds back on Fox-Whiteley. Another 0.5 of a second taken out that line by. We're on the penultimate lap of the race. He's got 2 to do it. Can Matteo Palazzo still win this race and rob Jared Fox-Whiteley of that victory? Either way, it will be a first final win for the pair of them. Matteo Palazzo wasn't even able to get himself inside the top 3 at Wilton Mill. There it is. There's the fight for the lead. That's coast quickly. Penultimate lap of the race. There's contact between the pair of them nearly. They both run wide. No harm done. They continue on. Can Leon Hasty get himself involved? I don't think so. It's going to be a 1v1 scrap with a lap and a half left to run. We've had so many contenders for Race of the Week. I cannot pick a favourite. 1 lap left to go here at Larkhall for the Junior Rotax. It's Jared Fox-Whiteley that leads Matteo Palazzo, who's been closing the gap. Now he's got to be careful not to stall his progress. The 23, under all sorts of pressure. Where can the 16 find a way through? Leon Hasty now with the fastest lap of the race. Ducking and diving, searching for the space. The 23 on the inside defends. It's all about the exit here. I think the 23 is going to do it deep. The 16 tries to get the power. That's Palazzo. Hasty now just 2.5 seconds back. Is it? I think he's just going to run out of time. Jared Fox-Whiteley with a cart length of breathing space into this fast right-hander. Looking over his shoulder though, the pressure is on. He is feeling it. He wants this win. He's climbed from 16th place on the grid. What a fairy tale ending it would be to his weekend here at Larkhall. Into the biggest braking zone left on the circuit. The 16 looks to go to the outside. Here comes Leon Hasty. He's closed the gap. 3 carts, 3 corners left to go. Jared Fox-Whiteley just able to stay in front for now. We've got 1 more braking zone left of the race. The 23 goes defensive. Up the inside goes Leon Hasty to take 2nd place. Checkered flag waves. It's Jared Fox-Whiteley from 16th place to victory. Matteo Palazzo from Leon Hasty with the fastest lap. Ladies and gentlemen, if that was not worth the wait, I don't know what was. Junior Rotax Super Final. The world champion of Jacob Ashcroft comes home in 4th place. Albie Lamper climbs his way up to 5th. Will Archer from 20th place on the grid up to 9th. Lucas Howe from 29th, nearly dead last. 18 places into P11. So many stories to talk through. But Jared Fox-Whiteley wins round 2 here at Larkhall. We didn't see him last time out at Wilton Mill. He has hit the ground running in 2025. Those are the stories that you like to see. Lewis Sumner up 16 as well, the 2nd biggest gainer. And that's what I mean, right? Jared Fox-Whiteley has gone from 16th to win, and he's the 3rd biggest gainer that I can see. No, sorry, 4th. 4th biggest gainer on the field. He's gone from 16 to win, and that's the 4th most positions gained. Oh my word. The highlights that we've got to talk through that race are staggering. There is the race winner in the green, the black, the white, and the blue. That's going to be one to remember. Of course, I'm looking forward to seeing what they have to say to Kev. Looking forward to seeing what Kev has got to ask these guys, because what a race that was. He must have been looking at the live timing, so confused as to what's going on. Changes here, there, everywhere. Handshakes being made. What a battle that was. Leon Hasty tried it up the inside of Matteo Palazzo on that final corner. Fox Whiteley dealt with the pressure so brilliantly. Stars in the making. Let's talk you through then the penultimate race of the day. Junior Rotax ends as such. Jared Fox Whiteley from Matteo Palazzo and Leon Hasty, the top three. Jacob Ashcroft from Albie Lapper in P5. Daniel Kilpatrick from Zane Quecker from Cole Denham. Will Archer and Charlie Wolfett, well, in 10th. Biggest gainer on the field, Lucas Howe, 29th position he started, finishes P11 from Kean Bernard and Zach Starbuck. Lewis Sumner from Joel Dixon Cohen in 15th, head of Alfie McBain, Oliver White, Finney Buck, Charlie King and Rory Armstrong in 20th place. Thomas Jackson ahead of Riley Bishop, Lewis Radcliffe from Lloyd Palmer and Finley Smith from Vad Tomanchuk, making his way up a few places after scraping his way in after the repechage. Alexander Wilson, again the winner of the repechage, up now to 27th from Leo Macy and John Buchan, who tumbled down after running really well inside the top 5 for the best part of that race. Max Colbert finishes 30th. Eli Baden from Luca Holmes Ballack, from Albert Friend and Oakley Garthwaite. Ryan Gandor and Noah Barham finishes the final race of the day in 36th place. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that is one of the best races I think I've ever seen. Helped, of course, by the fact that we had 3 karts fighting for the lead with just 1 lap left to go. And Larkhall, again, has delivered. The conditions have been here, there, and everywhere. It's not just been chasing from race to race. It's not just been chasing from sort of morning to afternoon. It's changed throughout the race, and that was no different in Junior Rotax. Let's go down to Kev.
Leo, man, your head must be absolutely spinning. I don't know how we kind of deconstruct that race. You've ended up in 3rd, but there were moments when, well, you could have clearly won it, and you picked up the fastest lap right at the end there as well.
Yeah, it was a hard race at the start. It started raining again. I couldn't really do too much. People had different setup choices, more grip, so we were set up basically fully for the dry completely. Yeah, the fastest lap in the end when it was the driest, but it wasn't the best.
And that final few turns there, out in front, obviously Jared Fox Whiteley, Matteo and yourself, with 3 corners to go, any one of you could have looked like it could have taken it.
Yeah, it was really close at the end. I nearly got Matteo on the last corner, but it was hard to go tight, and then he got me on the exit. So I think we could have probably easily won it if we did the right thing, but there's a few mistakes. I went off at the first hairpin. If I didn't do that, I would have had a big gap when Matteo went off, so then I could have controlled it, but it's hard to be pristine in that condition, so I think it was okay to come away with 3rd. Should have been 1st, but things happen.
Yeah, they really did, and everything happened in that race there. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible this weekend?
I'd like to thank Lewis for the engines, my dad mechanicking, Douglas and Lewis and Luke for the setup and the choices before the race, and yeah.
Well, listen, great to see you here this weekend in Larkhall. Round 3 is the next round for the UKC down at Dunk as well. Will we see you there?
I won't be racing, but I'll be at the track, so yeah.
Well, fantastic stuff, mate. Well done. We'll see you for podiums a little bit later on.
Thanks.
Right, let's try and get a word with our 2nd place man, Matteo Palazzo. Let's get him up here. Chaotic scenes down here in the Scrutineer. Matteo, what a race that was. Just pop yourself on the spot there, mate. That had it all. You had that big delay at the start, and then you're all on slicks, and then suddenly the heavens open, and it was like it was open season on what was going to happen.
Yeah, it was just drying conditions throughout the race. It started off fully wet pretty much, and just had to look at the person ahead, see what they were doing, and gauge off what they're doing for what you need to do. We had an incident through the middle of the race which dropped us back down to 3rds, but we just climbed back up after the Battenberg and ended up P2, so yeah.
Mate, whoever ended up on the podium at the end of that one, I think deserves high praise indeed, because it had so much going on. But out in front, that man, Jared Fox Whiteley, he was leading the race for a lot of it, but with, 3 corners to go, yourself, Leon and Jared, you were like 3 wide going into that top sort of 180 hairpin up there. Anyone could have taken it. And then Leon put a big charge on you in the final corner.
Yeah, I knew he was behind me, but I thought it was a bit of a late move, and his my front bumper got stuck in his back bumper, but we finished second in the end, so it's all right.
Yeah, well done to you. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
My grandpa, KR Sport, Aidan Sloss for mechanicking, and all my family come to support me.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. They'll have enjoyed it all weekend long, as have we. Next round is round 3 down at Dunk as well. Are we going to see you there for that one?
I think so, yeah.
Great stuff. Well, look, thanks for entertaining us. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. Well done. Right, let's get our first place man in and up here. Where is he? Jack's Motorsports, Jared Fox-Whiteley. Come on up, Jared. It's all going on down here at Scrutineer at the moment, but this man deserves credit. Starting from row 8 on the grid, 16th, and you've ended up taking the win. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, it was a good race, yeah.
A really good race. Talk us through it, because you had that big delay on the grid there while we were getting the technicalities sorted with the timing. Then you're all setting off the slicks and the heavens opened, and suddenly, obviously, some gaps opened up for you.
Yeah, just sort of sitting there, like thinking about the conditions, what would be fastest, and then sort of just go out and just find where the grip is.
And you found that grip and you got yourself out in the lead. How hard was it to balance the grip throughout, being on the slicks?
Yeah, I mean, the track was constantly changing, evolving, getting better, so you just had to keep an eye out for where dry spots were emerging. Yeah.
Well done to you. And as if we relive the last lap, the last few corners, Leon, yourself and Matteo were 3 wide going into the hairpin up at the 180 at the top there. Did you feel under pressure at that point?
Yeah, the pressure definitely came in, but you just got to stay cool and just think, where can I put the car so they can't get past, and managed to do that.
Well done to you. You did indeed manage to do that. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
All of Jack's Motorsport, especially Dean, Dodge, Jack, obviously my dad on the spanners, RM Engines for the incredible power, and yeah.
That's enough, people. Well done, sir. Congratulations to you. We will see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you very much.
So there we go, Jared Fox-Whiteley of Jack's Motorsport taking the win, and an eventful junior Rotax. Really, really exciting stuff. But the best news is there's another one to go. Senior Rotax up after this.
One last race, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 2 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Larkhall has delivered. And well, we get one more race, 14 minutes plus the lap for Senior Rotax Super Final. And throughout the Super Heats, these were the class to watch. Of course, we've got a nice big grid to talk through. We'll start from the top in a few moments' time. You can see we're going to get ready and racing very, very quickly. A nice quick turnaround from the Junior Rotax Super Final. And there's the grid. Macaulay Bishop from Matty Hingley in 2nd place, from Tristan Rennie and Pearson Bullock Carter from 4th place. Keane Geraghty will start this race from 5th, but expect him to move forward after winning the Super Heat earlier on, alongside Lewis Goff, Freddie Ingram and Neo Clark on his return to the UKC. Gabe Fairbrother had a couple of issues earlier on, but will be looking to make a way forward from 9th ahead of Reese Bale, John Brown and Angus Scrivener from 12th. Alexander Cole, Joshua Turnbull, William Antrobus and Harrison Crowther, the front 8 rows of the field, about halfway through. Jack Lilly, Ewan Charman, championship leader, down in 18th place. Matt McGilvery and Lewis Merica in 20th. Stephen Napier, Joshua Graham, Lewis Harvey and Max Taylor there in 24th place. From Luke Bate, Jack Baker, Ben Donkin and Nathan Smith in 28th place. Jack Gillingham, Alex Moody, Morgan Hudson-Brown and Callum Kinder, the 32nd and final driver to automatically qualify after the Super Heats. It was Jack West, Ethan Head, Aaron McKay and Deacon Russell that had to earn their final space in the Super Final from the repechage earlier on. They're on their formation lap and we've had a couple of non-starters, couple of issues on the grid. So having to be wheeled off, and I think that could well be day done unless they start from the pit lane, from the back of the field. See a couple of drivers, interestingly, going all the way over. Now the question is, we did just have shower in the Junior Rotax race. Are people on wet tyres? That is why we're seeing them go offline, because they're trying to get some bring the temperature down. They're trying to keep the temperature regulated before the start. It's now sunshine. We expect there could well still be another shower to come. Those on wets are going to be hoping for it. Those on slicks are going to be maximising the gamble. It's Macaulay Bishop and Matty Hingley changeable conditions once more. Larkhall, you have delivered. It's foot to the floor and racing for the last time for the Ultimate Karting Championship. 14 minutes plus the lap on the clock. Into turn number 1, it's completely bone dry, and the majority of the field arguably on wet compound tyres, ducking and diving to the inside. There goes the 111 machine trying to find a way through, but no way through on that particular occasion. Going into turn 2, then 3, then the exit, of course, on this run. It's all about traction. Those that are on wets might not have it, as it's a flat-out section now towards the very fast right-hander. False start in effect, so they're going to group back up and reset. So a false start has been declared. So they'll group back up, like I say, find themselves back into their respective positions, and we'll go again. Clock still ticking, though. So back under yellow flags. Let us know who you're cheering on for this race. You can see some Matty Hingley fans in the chat. Did a very, very good job earlier on. A couple of mistakes that cost them a couple of positions, but overall throughout Saturday and Sunday, they've done a really, really good job. Macaulay Bishop, though, on pole. Look out for Ewan Charman and Jack Lilly as well. They're on row 9 together. They came into this round leading the championship by just 5 points separating them. Josh Turnbull and Cian Geraghty close behind. Cian Geraghty starting this race from 5th on the grass to cool down the tyres. That is a driver on wet compound tyres, without a doubt. Trying to find some form of standing water to cool them down, to regulate them before the race gets back underway. You often see it sort of in Formula 1 or any championship where you're on wet tyres and you're on a drying track, trying to find some standing water, trying to regulate the temperature. Got to be careful as well, bumping each other. You don't want that drop down. Don't want that nose cone to fall. Waiting very patiently is the 311 and the number 1. Macaulay Bishop sends us underway for 14 minutes of racing once again. Let's try it towards turn number 1 for the second time. Now it's just nose-out formation, 2x2, multiple rows deep, running wide and over the grass there. You want to cool down your tyres, that's one way to do it. Side by side going into the boot section, a couple of drivers being forced wide over the curb, back onto the track, into the path of multiple drivers. That's going to allow a few people to make some big gains. Now as we put the power down for the fastest section of track towards the fast right-hander, it's Macaulay Bishop that leads from Matty Hingley. I think Tristan Rene able to hang on to 3rd place as well. Of course, when they break the beam for the first time, we'll see who's been the biggest gainers and losers. The 79, Cian Geraghty, not waiting around for an invitation. There's contact in the background as well. 2 drivers been sent off over the grass. Even more contact in the background as well. Goodness me, the number 8 has gone off here as well. That's Joshua Graham. That's the 311. Matty Hingley has gone off. Rejoining the circuit at the back end of the field, at the very least in the mid-20s, for what could have been race-winning contention, is now disaster. Macaulay Bishop leads the first lap. Tristan Rene, Cian Geraghty, Lewis Goff and John Brown the top 5. Astonishing stuff. 13 minutes still on the clock. The junior Rotax ended in fireworks. The senior Rotax is starting with it. John Brown gets the move done on Lewis Goff. The 51 swaps for 4th. And look at that, Macaulay Bishop able to consolidate this race. Who's made the right call? Remember, we could have a disparity. Who's on wets, who's on slicks? Those on slicks right now are going to be loving life. They can regulate their tyre temperature. They've got the grip. Those on wets, nursing them home. They're going to be shredded, running wide. They've got nothing. The understeer is very apparent. We've got a train of 3 leading the way. Then comes the 95. That's John Brown. Just in behind that, the 51 of Lewis Goff. Then comes William Amtribus as well. So very likely for us to have a 6-kart fight for the front. Tristan Rene, fastest lap. That then gets swapped to Crowther in 5th. 3-1. Cian Geraghty not quite close enough, but he's one of the drivers. In terms of racecraft, he's got one of the best minds that I've ever seen. Also just seen the 41, Ewan Charman, 26th place. Championship leader coming into this. It's disaster for a lot of our big hitters. And this is where consistency is going to come into it. This is where, as a driver, you need to maximize your opportunities, locking the rears and getting sideways a few of the karts. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Ultimate Karting Championship, very much putting the ultimate in the name. Moves being made into the hairpin that people really are struggling with. It shouldn't be that difficult of a corner, but just running a bit too wide. That's the 41 looking on the inside. That's Rhys Bale versus Pullet Carter. Now the inside, that's the number 5. That's Gabe Fairbrother looking to the inside of the final corner. That's going to open the door for another driver to find their way through as well. That's Ben Donkin now into the top 10. 11 minutes left to go plus the lap. The fight at the front is close. Just half a second covering the top 3. Defensive goes the 15. That's Pullet Carter trying to keep Ben Donkin at bay. And now they're side by side. It's a drag race towards the next right-hander. Tricky to go side by side. We saw earlier on that in the micros, in the superheats, a driver just broke a bit too late on the outside, sent themselves off. So you've got to be careful if you're trying to go the long way around to that corner. But on the inside there, that's going to be the 15, I think, on the inside of the 41 for 8th place. So Pullet Carter versus Bale. Indeed, so Donkin now as well getting involved. Crowther now leads the race. Harrison Crowther, a 51-0, now leads from Macaulay Bishop and Tristan Rene. The 31, where has he come from? You can see they're opening the engine cover, just trying to get some airflow into the engine through the tight and twisty bits. Then they'll close it back down again to run as rich a mix as possible, essentially. You want to minimize as much air going in, so you're only burning fuel, maximizing how much power you're getting out of the engine. But of course, through the tight and twisty stuff, you need to cool it down somewhat. The number 1, Macaulay Bishop, at the moment, fighting for second. And Tristan Rene and Kieran Geraghty in fourth. There is, Harrison Crowther is gone. He might well be one of the drivers on slicks. He started 16th place, Harrison Crowther. The gap is so apparent. It's night and day between slicks and wets. Those that got it right versus those that didn't. 9.5 minutes, and Crowther, again, has just been gentle, right? He's not tried to be brave or anything like that. He's just made the right decision and he's rolled with it. He's not gone for overly aggressive moves. He's just been patient. He knew he had time. From 16th place on the grid, knew he made the right decision from the get-go in terms of the grip that he had. And he's carved his way through. This is not going to be a contest at all. Macaulay Bishop, Tristan Rene and Kieran Geraghty are only going to be able to fight for second here because Crowther is gone. Unless the heavens open. Because like I said earlier, it's better to be on wets on a dry track than slicks on a wet track. So if it starts raining, those on the wets will come back into their own as the slicks start to struggle. But have they burnt through too much of their tread? Because right now, they're driving at dry pace with very little contact on the road. So that's going to be eating away at the tread. You'll see as they come into scrutineering at the end of the race just how beaten up they really are. How much, especially the rears as well, with the locking and the power, they go through hell and back throughout these races, especially on the dry track. And again, that just goes to show how quickly it's changed from race to race. Mechanical flag for the radiator for Joshua Turnbull there. A little bit further down. The 27 kart running inside the top 15 as things stand. 173 then Tristan Rene able to lead. Now look at that, the 48 of Ben Donkin, who I think as well is on slicks. And now as the wets start to shred themselves, initially they weren't too bad. Now they're starting to overheat. The slicks are really coming into their own, really proving why they were the right decision. As the track continues to dry, up the inside once again, that's 2 karts in 2 corners. Ben Donkin goes through. Just trying to see, didn't break the top 5 once, finished P30 in the final at Wilton Mill. At the moment, is running P3. A trophy going his way, likely to catch Macaulay Bishop as well. Those on wets right now are just in damage limitation mode, more than anything. Side by side there, I think that's going to be Donkin on the inside of Macaulay Bishop. Just got the traction that he's able to. And there he is, through on the pole sitter. Macaulay Bishop had no answer to that. No counter-attack possible at all. He just doesn't have the grip to, and it'd be futile because he'd just burn through more of his tyres and bring more slick runners into the fight. Halfway through this race. And those that are on the wets are going to be praying for that big dark cloud that's now over the circuit, slowly approaching to open up and bring some rain. But they need it to come soon because they need the track to be wet enough and they need the tyres to be alive enough. Kieran Geraghty loses a place to Lewis Harvey, who's just set the fast lap of the race. Losing a couple of places to 74, again just clearing them. It's not even a contest. It's almost as if it's seniors versus juniors out there. Harrison Crowther leads Ben Donkin, who's now worked his way in a second place from 27th on the field. 25 places gained. Also just in Aaron McKay from 35th up 24 places. Inside line there. And now the top 3 all on slicks. Those on wets have just got no hope. Slightly defensive, even though the number 1 has just no answer. Six minutes plus the lap left of the day. Round number 2 of the Ultimate Karting Championship here at Larkhall. What a day it's been. Lewis Harvey, fast lap of the race. 50.08 has just been set on the slicks. Of course, there'll be some damp patches, but overall, it's just, there's no point even trying to contest it. There's the 34, that's Jack Gillingham going through. He started 29th, so it seems that those further back gambled because they thought, well, hang on, what if it does dry up? They put on the slicks, and now they're reaping what they sown. They planted the seeds just before the race. They decided, they had conviction, they had nothing to lose, and now he works his way up to 4th place. Nicely done on the brakes. That's going to allow Tristan Rennie to close the gap, but has he got the tyre life to fight? Oh, that's wide. Oh my goodness me, do not want to be caught out there. Even on wets, that would be treacherous, let alone when you're stuck on slicks. The grass will certainly still be very wet. But yeah, those further back that we're seeing, I mean, the entirety of the top 4 have been made by people that started outside the top 15. 3 of them outside of the top 20. Those further back took the gamble, and the gamble paid off. You had nothing to lose. Why not give it a go? Either you stay at the back or you carve your way to the front, and that's exactly what they've done. Just looking at some of our big hitters, Gabe Fairbrother's been able to, he's dropped a few places. Jack West has made up 19 places as well, so that one at 9-2 that we saw, surprisingly in the repechage due to some bad luck over Saturday and Sunday morning, who we knew was quick after winning a superheat back at Wilton Mill, is now carving his way through, trying to maximise his points all of the day. Ewan Charman down in 23rd place. Huge for the championship leader coming into this, and of course that's it's going to change hands in some capacity, whether that's Kean Geraghty making up some places or it'll be shaken up, and I cannot wait to talk through it at Dunkswell when we've got the updated standings. 4 minutes plus the lap still to go. Nine seconds is the gap from Harrison Crowther to Ben Donkin. We've not really had any close fights, any close gaps at the front, apart from just now in the junior Rotax. The minis, the micros, the 177s, and now the seniors have had huge gaps at the front, but it's not been a boring race because of it. In fact, quite the opposite. The reason why the gaps are so big is the reason why the race has been so exciting. Harrison Crowther carving his way through from 16th place on the grid, similar to what we just saw in the juniors. 3.5 minutes left to go. It's sort of mellowed out a little bit. I think the grid has found its equilibrium. There's the 3-1-1, who had a couple of issues earlier on. That's Matty Hingley. You start on the front row, but again, the lack of grip given from the wet tyres, because again, those at the front, they have more to lose, right? They're less inclined to take a risk, because if it doesn't pay off, they lose. But by not taking that risk, they've lost as well. Macaulay Bishop, Tristan Rennie, and Kean Geraghty have been inseparable, but they've just tumbled down as a trio. They've gone from 1, 2, 3 to 5, 6, 7. 3 minutes left on the clock. I'm sure some disappointed drivers after this one, but still positives to take, right? Because damage limitation is still a very big skill you need to have, right? Things aren't always going to go to plan. You need to adapt. You need to acclimatise to new situations. You need to find your way through. You need to find the light at the end of the tunnel. For the likes of Kean Geraghty, Macaulay Bishop, whatever it might be, making the most of a bad situation is all you can do. There is nothing they can do. As soon as they were on the grid with wets, they couldn't change. They knew this race was going to be difficult. All they had to do was limit the damage, and that's all they've done. They've still driven superbly, but nothing can be taken away from this man right here. Harrison Crowther just flying in front. 16th place on the grid. Started a little bit further up. Took the gamble, of course, to stay on slicks. Although, even if it starts raining now, I don't think they can catch him unless it really comes down. Because there's just not enough time, even if the heavens opened, even if we thought there was going to be another shower, which we didn't think there was going to be. Of course, the day was meant to end almost an hour ago. So no one thought we'd get to this stage of the day. With the rain, Harrison Crowther has been able to rise to the occasion. So too has Ben Donkin, so too has Lewis Harvey. Now with a fast lap as well that he's kept, running now just consistently and get it to the end mode, really. Harrison Crowther needs to negotiate this traffic. No blue flags, of course, so it's all on him to work his way through. Of course, no doubt that he won't, but he does need to be careful because he's leading by 9 seconds. He has no reason to take risks. But if he does send up the inside or make contact or get a drop down, he's not going to be in a very good position, to put it bluntly. 53 of Callum Kinder. So he's now lapping into the 20. So he's now got through Callum Kinder. That's for P31. His number as well. the 31 of Harrison Crowther. Now on the back of the 88. So inside now inside the 20 to 30 range in terms of those lapping. There are blue flags just to sort of warn you there is a leader coming, but sort of no obligation to dive out of the way. Just a case of don't hold them up. You have still got to be careful, challenging the spatial awareness of those around you. Don't do anything silly. The gap has closed ever so slightly. That last lap was half a second quicker for Donkin compared to Crowther, considering he had to negotiate through some traffic. Not bad going at all. That's a very bent front nose, though, of the 37. Oh, that got close to the inside. Harrison Crowther went on one of the back markers, and there's very nearly contact between the pair of them. He's got to be so careful because even the slightest tap can send the car off, and then it'd be unrecoverable. But then what a story it would be if Ben Donkin won this race from 27th on the grid up 26 places if that was the case. Heroic drives. So many contenders in terms of what the best race of the day has been. Time at tick 0, so the penultimate lap of the race now. We've ticked down the laps thick and fast. This race has flown by. The last of the day for the Ultimate Karting Championship. Round number 2 at Larkhall. Round 3 in a few weeks' time will take us down to Devonshire. Final lap of the race. We're going to follow the 31 all the way around. What a race it's been. He's driven with such maturity and again kept calm, even with, having to go even with 16th place on the grid. He's worked his way to the front. Also, big shout out to the rest of the top 5. Ben Donkin, 27th. Lewis Harvey, 23rd. 29th for Jack Gillingham. Aaron McKay from the repechage to 5th. Top 5 finish in the final from the repechage, where you thought you were down and out. But he's worked his way through the 198 up to 5th place. Now ahead of Macaulay Bishop, King Garrity, Tristan Rene. The 79 swap places with the 173 into 7th. But my, oh my, Aaron McKay, what a race that was. We talk about Harrison Crowther. Now as he exits the final corner, P1 from P16. Domination at Larkhall for Harrison Crowther. Up 15 places from a starting position. Ben Donkin will come home in second. Then comes Lewis Harvey, Jack Gillingham and Aaron McKay. A combined, what I'm going to say tentatively, 115 places gained between the 5 of them. Overtakes Central from the top 5. 30 places gained for McKay, 25 for Gillingham, 20 for Harvey, 25 for Donkin, 15 for Harrison Crowther. And that is the reward you get for taking a gamble. Sometimes you just need to gamble, slicks or wets. It's been pretty much the discussion everyone's been having almost every single race. I don't think we've gone into any of them 100% certain which one is going to be quicker. Well, maybe we've gone into it thinking it's going to be quicker, then the heavens open, and then very quickly we realised the one that we didn't think was going to be quicker, it definitely then becomes a little bit quicker. But overall, what a day of racing it has been, ladies and gentlemen. There they are working their way into scrutineering. Harrison Crowther, I don't know if he expected to be up there, but he is. You can slightly hear Kev down there, ready to interview the senior Rotax podium sitters. Harrison Crowther, Ben Donkin, Lewis Harvey, of course. We'll run you through the full results in a few moments' time. But no one inside the top 3 started inside the top 15. P1 finished 6th, P5 finished 7th, P3 finished 8th. Matty Hingley finished 14th from the front row. Those that were unwilling to take the gamble onto slicks, those that were stuck on the wets, hoping that the heavens would open, unfortunately did not benefit. Some very happy faces all around, I'm sure. Pats on the back, celebrations as well. Ben Donkin, you can see there just on the left. High fives all around. Brilliant stuff. I have to say, again, everyone's happy for everyone. They're so good sort of with each other. They're so happy to see each other win. And what a race it was for all 5 of them, making those overtakes. We'll run you through the full results then. A few surprises. Harrison Crowther, victorious ahead of Ben Donkin and Lewis Harvey. Jack Gillingham from Aaron McKay, the repechage to 5th. What a story that was. Macaulay Bishop from pole position to 6th, albeit stuck on the wet compound tyre. Not bad damage limitation at all. Same too, Keane Garrity and Tristan Rene from John Brown and Lewis Goff in 10th. It was a very long grid of senior Rotax drivers that we've got here. William Antrobus from Gabe Fairbrother, Jack West there from Repechage to 13th, not bad going at all either. Mate Hingley ahead of Reese Bale, Neil Clark losing 8 places ahead of Freddie Ingram, Jack Lilly, Alexander Cole, and Ewan Sharman, championship leader, like I say, coming into this. Jack Lilly as well, P2 coming into this, only 18th. Angus Scrivener from Pearson Bullock Carter, who was fighting towards the front at the start of the day, from Max Taylor, Lewis Merricker, and Deacon Russell in 25th. Morgan Hudson-Brown from Jack Baker and Stephen Napier from Alex Moody and Ethan Head in P30. It was just a few drivers from there. Callum Kinder, Nathan Smith, Luke Bate, Joshua Turnbull. Unfortunate for the driver that came into this weekend third in the championship. Had McGilvray and Joshua Graham in 36th. And final spot for the Senior Rotax Super Final. Wow, what a way to end the day with the juniors and with the seniors. Definitely worth the wait. A culmination of the entire weekend's worth of action. Round number 2 at Larkhall of the Ultimate Karting Championship, ladies and gentlemen, is done and dusted. Of course, we'll run down to Kev in a few moments' time to get a word with the top 3, who I'm sure are going to be very elated, very surprised, maybe unexpected with their positions. But very happy nonetheless, and no complaints that they get to bring the trophy home. After a very long weekend. For a lot of them, a long, long drive up. For a lot of them, it's only down the road. But Larkhall has delivered in terms of the weather, in terms of the sunshine, in terms of the rain, in terms of the wind, in terms of everything. And a big, big thank you to all of the marshals, all of the race officials for any delay that we had getting done as soon as possible. And we'll head down to Kev.
So Jack, how about that one, mate? You 4 boys at the front of that grid all made the right call on the tyres. You crossed the line in 4th, but in here in scrutineering, we're just learning that you've been promoted to 3rd because Louis Harvey got a 5-second penalty ahead of you.
Yeah, well, it's just good call by the team, really, to do that, you know. Quickly bolted it all together, and yeah, just got out perfectly fine, yeah.
Brilliant stuff, mate. I mean, as the weekend's played out for you, did you think at any point this weekend you'd be on the podium?
No, not on the podium. We've been making good progress this weekend up the field, but I never thought P3, I never thought I'd be that high up. So it's just pretty amazing feeling, to be fair, to be this high up on the field.
It was great to see you lads who have finished at the front can clearly wrestle a kart around this track. You did make the right call on the tyres, but you've still got to keep your head and keep the right racing line. So well done to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just got to keep it clean, just not crash. Because if you crash, and you've got no chance of making it in there.
Yeah, I mean, in the early stages of that senior Rotax race, the first lap, it's just so chaotic. 34 experienced drivers. Yeah. What are those first few corners like?
You just got to keep yourself clean, avoid a drop down on the front and just not crash, because if you crash, and you obviously can't make up places later on.
Brilliant stuff, mate. There was some really jubilant scenes here a moment or 2 ago. Who were you high-fiving and hugging? Who would you like to thank?
My mechanic, John, Guy for making the team, for making the call. Cream for building my engine, everyone else in the team, my family at home watching. Yeah, that's it.
Mate, well done to you. We'll see you for the podium a little bit later on. There he goes, your 3rd place man, Jack Gillingham. Let's try and find Ben. Where's Ben Donkin? Let's get him up here. 2nd place on the day then. Ben, how about that one? You boys made the right call on the tyres, didn't you?
It was a late one, but there you go. It worked out, so yeah.
And judging by your accent, you know this circuit well, so you can put in a quick lap here.
Oh yeah, I mean, we were fastest on Friday. Came to Saturday and it didn't quite go our way, but obviously made the right call on Sunday, and here we are.
Yeah, really, here you are. Well done. Great to see those laps as you move through the field. Like I say, you know this circuit well. How many laps do you think you've done around this before?
Oh, I mean, this is actually my first time here. Well, not my first time here, but one of the first times here in 5 years. So I stopped doing it for a couple of years, so try to get back into it. But I mean, I've done countless laps around here, to be honest.
When you're starting a race like that and you're on the slicks and others are on the wets, and then the weather's, you know, it's a bit chaotic, when did you start to think, hang on, we're in with a shout here, we've made the right call?
To be honest, even just sitting on the grid, like just sitting looking out at the track around me, I knew it was dry, and then as soon as we did the formation lap, I was like, this is ours. So there we go.
I'm looking at my sheet. I can't see where you started down in the order, but you were lower down. Yeah, there you are, down there.
27th,
14th row of the grid. So then you just started picking off places.
That's about it. Just picked my move, made it stick. Just tried to keep out the trouble, keep clean. So that was about it.
Well done to you, mate. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible this weekend?
Oh, it's got to be Lenny Messenger. Made the call, and here we are.
Top man. He's a good bloke. Well done, Len. Shout out to you. Congratulations to that man, Ben Donkey. Let's find Harrison Crowther. Harrison, bring it home, fella. Another young man grinning from ear to ear because he made the right call on the tyres.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant weekend. You know, we broke down in quali, 55th overall, and we've come home to win it.
You're absolutely buzzing, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm very buzzing.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. So you were starting. Where were you on the grid? Starting 16th. Fantastic. So again, the race started to play out for you, and when you realised you were on a drying track and then a very dry track, you were just picking off places, and you started to think, hang on a minute, I've got this.
Yeah, it was a brilliant race. You know, when we were deciding what tyre to go, I asked Guy, because we just moved to Guy Cunnington Racing. I'd like to thank them very much. I asked Guy, what would you go? He said, go full dry, so we went full dry.
Phenomenal.
That turns out it was the right call as well.
Mate, well done to you. It really was the right call. I'm watching up here from the scrutineering end, and there was Tristan Relly and Macaulay Bishop running at the front. You must have got past those boys somewhere down at the boot at the bottom end, I guess. I don't know. I can't see from where we are up here.
Yeah, I come across Cooley coming out of the complex or whatever it's called, and I was on the grass. He saw me there, and he was not expecting it.
Mate, well done. Huge congratulations. Who's made it possible? Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Guy Cunnington Racing, my mum, my dad, Stu, and Cream Racing Engines.
Well done to you. Huge congratulations. We'll see you for the podium a little bit later on.
Thank you very much.
How about that one then? Senior Rotax finishing in style in the sunshine here in Scotland after a day and indeed weekend of changeable weather. The Senior Rotax rounded out with 2 from Guy Cunnington on the podium and Lenny Messenger, the local hero up here in Scotland, splitting them, getting Ben Donkin onto the podium in second. So well done to everyone who took part in that brilliant final race here at Larkhall. Next time out then will be the 3rd round of the Ultimate Karting Championship, 20th to the 22nd of June. We're moving down to Dunkerswell, and we'd love it if you could join us there. But for now, from myself, Kev Harris, Zach Sweeney up in comms, great job from him this weekend, and James, our director, and all of the Alpha Live team, thanks ever so much for watching, and until next time, see ya.